Datuk Sri Dr. Mazlan Yusof, Secretary General, Ministry of Higher Education, distinguished speakers, respected senior officials from Ministry of Higher Education, Academy of Higher Education Leadership, ACAP, and IIUM University Management Committee, academicians, administrators, industry experts, participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sejahtera and good morning to all. On behalf of the International Islamic University Malaysia and Academy of Higher Education Leadership, ACAP, I have the utmost pleasure to welcome everyone to the webinar entitled Higher Education Institutions Leadership Towards Education for Sustainable Development, or ESD. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, higher education ecosystem is experiencing a major transformation, and it is crucial for higher education institutions to adapt to the changing landscape. It is important to ensure that our higher education institutions are flexible and resilient enough to adapt and thrive in an unpredictable world, such as the situation the whole world is facing today, no thanks to the COVID-19 pandemic. The ESD framework is the focus now as it promotes the development of the knowledge, skills, understanding, values, and actions required to create a sustainable world which ensures environmental protection and conservation, promotes social equity, and encourages economic stability. This webinar is bringing experts in this field to share their knowledge and experience with us today. Having said that, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let us begin the webinar with the recitation of dua or a prayer. Please allow me to invite Ustaz Halil Ibrahim from Turkey to recite the dua. Falyatafaddal mashkura.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين ربنا يا ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت السميع العليم وتب علينا يا مولانا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم ربنا زدنا علما ربنا وفقنا في تحصيل العلم واجعل نيتنا خالصة لوجهك ورضائك يا رب العالمين. O Allah, on this blessed day, we gather today to express gratitude upon your greatest gifts towards us. O Allah, bestow us physical and spiritual health, peace of mind, strength of spirit. For the sake of Mardatillah, make us among those humble servants who serve for religion and benefit to the society and all mankind. O Allah, bless us with your tawfiq and hidayah to represent our university, International Islamic University Malaysia, to greatness, peace, glory, and prosperity. O Allah, protect us from any calamities, sicknesses, and pandemic as well. O Allah, make us responsible and intellectual in seeking knowledge. Provide us the means to achieve a successful conclusion in our gathering. Allahumma ja'al jam'ana hadha jam'an marhuma wa tafarruqana min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suma wa la taj'al Allahumma ma'ana shaqiyyan wa la matrudan wa la mahruma. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار ربنا اغفر لنا ولوالدينا وللمؤمنين يوم يقوم الحساب وصلى الله على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. Shukran jazilan Ustaz Halil Ibrahim. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I now have the distinct honor and privilege to invite Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Dr. Noraini Ahmad, Minister of Higher Education Malaysia, to deliver her opening remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. Alhamdulillah, I'm blessed to be able to meet everyone online today. I would like to extend my thanks to Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Dato' Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector of the International Islamic University Malaysia, and Professor Dr. Nordin Yahya, Director of Akademi Kepimpinan Pendidikan Tinggi or ARCAP. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start my sharing with you today with a quote from the eminent Malcolm X. The future belongs to those who prepare for it today. Education is our passport to the future. The theme of this international webinar, Higher Education Institutions Leadership Towards Education for Sustainable Development, is a well-informed choice at an opportune moment. The importance of having this intellectual discourse amidst the current situation we are in is vital. Experts from various fields and voices from different generations must sit together and deep dive in issues faced by higher education institutions to ensure education for sustainable development. We must be able to steer our own course, to be in control of changes happening around us, and we must be able to influence changes. This can be materialized if we are in control of knowledge and not mere consumers of knowledge produced by others. The Higher Education Leadership Academy, also known as ARCAP, has been taking the initiative to transform the higher education society by conducting leadership forums locally and internationally. ARCAP, as some of you may know, is the only leadership academy in the ASEAN region that provides the profiling for HEI leaders in Malaysia. They also provide training to enhance the leaders' skill set and also provide the up-to-date knowledge in order to enrich the leaders when leading their institutions. ARCAP has sailed through a 14th-year journey since its inception. It has the capacity of identifying top talents among the 20 public universities and setting the scene for the higher education leaders to strategize and execute the national and global agenda. Currently, ARCAP is working with the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization Center, specializing in higher education development, as well as other partners to develop a leadership module for higher education leaders in ASEAN. This is important as we need all higher education leaders to be equipped with necessary skills to assist in the ASEAN youth human capital development. It is through this kind of forum that the sharing of the leaders' insights will help the academic society to think of innovative inventions that will assist in enhancing the higher education delivery to the community, particularly in this new norm. Ladies and gentlemen, staying true to the course of education for sustainable development is our very own International Islamic University, IIUM. I have been made to understand that the university's missions were vigorously propagated for the past couple of years and mapped to academic activities as well as other development programs for a transformative values-based ecosystem. All these tenets forms of backbone of a comprehensive educational system now being called the Sejahtera Academic Framework. Leaders' role in advancing the mission of the university and providing a push to meet the requirements of new norms and challenges or changes in various fields of knowledge is instrumental in developing societies and supporting comprehensive, sustainable development. I believe that the spirit of today's webinar strongly supports most, if not all, of the Ministry of Higher Education's strategic focuses. For 2021, we have mapped out 6 strategic focuses to drive the HEIs in Malaysia towards achieving excellence and deliver graduates who are humanized. They are, first, to empower the digital education agenda. Second, to strengthen strategic collaborations. Third, to enhance graduate employability. Fourth, to bolster the well-being of the community. Fifth, to promote institutional excellence. And sixth, to stimulate the spirit of KPT Prihatins or Mohi Care. It is our hope that through webinars like this, we will achieve humanizing education that will produce graduates with soul that will greatly benefit our society. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude and congratulate the organizers, speakers, panelists, moderators, the hardworking secretariat members from both RCAP and IIUM, all universities, officials and participants who have made this webinar possible. I wish every success to this webinar in achieving its objectives towards education for sustainable development for betterment of human society as a whole. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Datuk, for the warm welcoming remarks. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to express our utmost gratitude and appreciation to Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Dr. Noraini Ahmad for gracing this event with her presence this morning, despite virtually. We hope to welcome you physically to IIUM one day soon, Yang Berhormat. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is the keynote session. Please allow me to first of all give a short introduction about Professor Dr. Shukran Abdul Rahman, who will be moderating the keynote session. An alumnus of the International Islamic University Malaysia and Murdoch University Australia, Professor Shukran's expertise is in the area of organizational and industrial psychology. He is now the Dean of the biggest faculty in IIUM, the Kulliyah of Islamic Revealed Knowledge and Human Sciences. Ladies and gentlemen, without further delay, let us welcome Professor Shukran.
Thank you, Puan Aisyah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Amin. Yang berhormat Datuk Seri Dr. Noraini Ahmad, Minister of Higher Education Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector of the International Islamic University Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Profesor Dr. Nordin Yahya, Director, Higher Education Leadership Academy or ACAD, Prof. Charles Hopkins, UNESCO Chair, New York University, Toronto, Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very pleasant morning to all of you. As all of us subscribe, higher education system has been mandated to support and to substantiate the development of the nation. Higher learning institutions or universities have been playing significant roles to inform the community and policymakers on the impact of today's activities on the lives of people and the world in future. This befits the agenda of Sustainable Development Goals or SDG, which strive to empower people to change the way they think or the way they work so as to ensure a sustainable future. Indeed, higher education sector has enormous roles to play in substantiating the Sustainable Development Agenda, right from the era of Millennium Development Goals to the current Sustainable Development Goals. Ladies and gentlemen, this webinar is organized to feature eminent subject matter experts on ESD or on Education for Sustainable Development to contribute their ideas and thoughts with regard to the agenda. And today we are very pleased to welcome Professor Charles Hopkins, a special guest who is the UNESCO Chair at York University in Toronto, Canada, to share his thoughts with all of us here. Good evening to you, Prof. Hopkins. Welcome to this webinar. For everybody's information, Professor Charles Hopkins has been an advisor to several ministries of education in Asia and Europe, as well as universities and colleges in the Americas. Professor Hopkins specializes in higher education-related areas, from quality education to education for global citizenship and education for a sustainable future. He is currently the advisor to the United Nations universities and institutions, higher education institution leaders in reorienting towards ESD, a global scenario. For your time management, everybody, Professor Hopkins will be spending about 30 minutes, after which there will be a question and answer session. You may write your answer in the chat box, and I will read your question for Professor Hopkins to respond. And now I have the pleasure to invite Professor Hopkins to deliver his keynote address. The screen is yours, Prof.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Shukran. And my special thanks to the organizers, both ACAP and IUM. I have tremendous respect for the work that has been done in Malaysia already around education for sustainable development. And my times there, I felt that it was really exciting. There's so many initiatives and things that are already going on. So also the idea of today's talk and the idea of leadership, it can be taken two ways. One, I would like to talk a bit about leadership within higher education, the role of senior leaders and so on. But parallel to that, the idea of leadership itself that comes from the world's higher education institutions. And so I'll try and explain that as we go along. So first of all, I think by acknowledging the issues that are out there, the sustainable development issues that are emerging beyond the usual ones of the energy that is needed, the disappearance of fish in the oceans, plastics, and so on. There are some other systemic issues. The idea of a post-fact world, what is the role of higher education in that? But as well as these global issues, we also find that there's sort of a perfect storm around higher education itself. So we have the ones around the changing role of higher education that was going on, but we also have ones where you have the expectations of, it's estimated 2/3 of the countries are going to be cutting back on their education funding. At the same time as higher education is encountering new costs in the way of PPE and so on. The shifting of the attendance of students. In many places around the world, we're finding that students already in university are staying and moving into graduate school, but they're not getting the feed into the undergraduates. So there are these kinds of shifts. You mentioned digitalization, Minister, and of course, not only the huge shift around the world of trying to move universities online, but what does that really mean in new territories and possibilities for universities? Who will be coming in and who will be reaching out, across the borders? But at any rate, when I look at this conference or this webinar, the realization that the storm will pass, right? And there will be rainbows, things will clear. But when it does, we have to think about how are universities going to move through this? Are they going to just survive, or are they going to thrive? I have a painting in my home. It's symbolic of life. It is a boat that's adrift. It can go in either direction. It has no oarlocks or way of propelling it. It has no steerage. It is simply a sort of an adrift instrument. And that is something that I think ties to this webinar, the idea of leadership, right? So that we aren't just drifting aimlessly. There's this saying, the pessimist complains about the wind, the optimist expects that it will change, but the true leader adjusts the sails, prepares, and moves on. And that's where I think we are. Now, in order to prepare this and take advantage of this timeliness, let me just go back and put this all ESD in perspective, because what we're really talking about is the role of education itself in the future. If we look at this timeline, you will see, going right back to the end of the Second World War, one of the very first things that was established was UNESCO, because it is the concept that war is conceived in the minds of men, so peace must also be addressed there. Now, it wasn't until the mid-1980s when there was this clash globally between the countries that had already developed, the West, the North, however you want to categorize them, who saw what development had done to their forests, their water, their air. And so we're urging for environmental protection. But this at the same time when the other roughly 80% of the population of the planet wanted development, many in abject poverty and so on. So the clash between environmental protection and economic development. So this, of course, you are all, if you're tuning in here, you would recognize that there was our common future, the concept, the best that could be come up with in 1987 that world leaders would agree to, and the private sector would buy into as eco-efficiency is the concept. But just the agreement in 1987 led, it was an agreement. what they had to come up with was an implementation strategy and plan. And so that was in Agenda 21. Okay? And in Agenda 21, there were 40 chapters, one of them addressed to education, public awareness, and training as a crucial means of implementation of the concept of sustainable development. And so that went until 2000 when they realized that the UN thought, well, we can rejuvenate it all. 40 chapters is too much. Let's narrow it down and let's really just address it to those who are in those few countries that are in the most dire straits. And so we came up with the Millennium Development Goals, 8 limited largely to helping the least developed countries. Now, the next step, though, after that came about when we realized that we really weren't making very much in the way of progress. And often it wasn't the least developed countries that were creating the greatest sustainability problems on the planet. And so the idea came forward after great consultation between 2012, 2015, through a global online campaign that it involved countries, it involved communities, it involved all different aspects to come up with the world we want. And out of that came the 17 Sustainable Development Goals that as the new means of implementation. So we've had 3 different means of implementation: Agenda 21, the Millennium Development Goals, and now the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, embedded in the Sustainable Development Goals in this new round, they have expanded the social, environmental, and economic, renamed them People, Planet, and Prosperity, but they've added 2 more. Peace, and this doesn't mean just between countries, it means peace right down to the community level and to our own individual well-being. But the other one was really the recognition that countries cannot do this on its own. It is about partnerships. And the partnership that is so needed and necessary is the partnership with higher education. A very small percentage of the world's population gets to go to higher education. It's estimated between 6-7%, something like that. But that 6 or 7% will become 86% or 87% of those who will shape the future of the world. They will be our leaders, our politicians, they'll be our thinkers, our philosophers, they'll head business and industry, our religious groups, and so on. So all of these people are going through our universities, and hence the need for us to stand up for the responsibility. But we have been trying for a very long time to be at the table and where big decisions are made in the way of higher education's voice. It has been assumed that higher education will contribute to research and so on, but there is a much greater role that needs to be played. And when we think of Sustainable Development Goal 4, which of course has in it the goal 4 for education. 4.3 identifies access to quality and affordable higher education. First time really that higher education has been mentioned and singled out, and it also talks about education for sustainable development. Now, trying to get it sorted out, just what is education for sustainable development? There are a couple of ways of looking at it. One is to think of it as another discipline to add, like sustainability education, peace education, global education, environmental education, anti-drug education, on and on. But the real way in which we intended, I was one of the authors of Agenda 21. There were 10 of us from around the world on that chapter on education. And we looked at it as education for sustainable development was the contribution of the world's education systems. Right? And we looked at it in 4 aspects: the first access and retention in quality education. There were millions and remain millions of students for whom there is no education, no schooling, and so on. So that is access and retention is important. The second one, though, is recognize it's our most educated countries that are often leaving the deepest sustainability footprints on the planet. So the idea is reorienting the purpose of education itself, our education systems, from strictly development to sustainable development. The third is building public awareness and understanding of it. And the fourth, of course, is training, where we do know how to do things better. This is how we should build it into our programs. But the United Nations has recently recognized that it's beyond simply implementing SDG 4. Education, especially in higher education, is the means of implementing all of the SDGs. Right? It plays a role in everything. It is probably at the very, very heart of sustainable development itself, is the idea not only of knowledge, but public awareness, understanding, and support. If you take the current big issue of COVID, the United Nations they have looked at how COVID is actually embedded in all of the SDGs. And if you take and remove the COVID-19 response, put in the next big sustainability issue, where we have to figure out how to prevent, how to mitigate, how to adapt, and so on. All of these different aspects will be there. It was mentioned by the minister of the new framework and roadmap that UNESCO has just released on implementing education for sustainable development for between now and 2030. 5 priority actions in it. And if you look at the first one, advancing policy, and this is really crucial for those who are leaders in higher education, to make sure that the changes in what you do are embedded in policy, so that when the next leader comes along, picks something else, and then you know how things can move. So the make sure that the gains we have are embedded in policy. But the second one is transforming learning environments. Now, transforming higher education, that is quite the challenge, right? And so the engagement of leaders in higher education, coming together, strategizing, and trying to move. Because if one university moves, it's one university moving. But if all of the universities begin speaking in unison, and the leaders are going and showing it can be done, how to do it, etc., this is such an important innovation, right? So the important thing for leaders, of course, what we have found is figuring out the first initial steps. And it is so difficult because often university leaders are not really steeped in sustainability, right? Some are their background could be philosophy, or their background could be history, or their background could be chemistry, and so on. So the idea of the leader moving forward, the challenge of how to even talk about it in a way that you can convince the rest on your staff and answer the big question, why? And the second one, why now? You know, and so these initial steps, and then being able to clarify the concept of sustainability, not adding something in a department, but rather what is the contribution of everyone into it, and then how do you bring it forward into a whole? You know, the idea of what aspects of it. for instance, oftentimes, this is Gus Speth's quote. He is the former administrator of the United Nations Development Program. And so when he first went into sustainability, he thought, I used to think the top sustainability problems were biodiversity loss, ecosystem collapse, and climate change. And that with good research and science, we could correct that. But he found the real problems are selfishness, greed, and apathy. And to deal with what we need, a spiritual and cultural transformation. So the idea of how do we begin to talk about this? So the leadership coming out of Malaysia, of talking about humanistic approaches and so on, that is not just preparing people for the workplace. That's a part, but that is not the major goal. The idea of addressing the well-being of the individual. There's a lot of work that has gone into this, so that if you start down with the Maslowian needs, for instance, yes, they are there. Mental coherence and manageability of my life, finding meaningfulness in my life. Right? But this has been how well do I perform in my everyday roles, the environment that I was born into, and the resources and capabilities that I've had. And when you look back in there, oh, yes, here's income and wealth. It is just one aspect. So how do we frame the educated person? And when we get through with trying to come up with, individual well-being, how do we deal with planetary well-being, the well-being of all? Right? So if we move on from there very quickly, one of the things is when we're trying to compose what is education for sustainable development within our universities, how do we build this into other emerging issues in education? One of the big ones is about UNESCO every 25 years or so comes forward with the purpose of education. And certainly learning for a sustainable future has to be one of the purposes. So how do we build this into the current review that is going on called the Futures of Education? So very, very important. Now, one of the things you will find in the roadmap is the idea of a whole systems approach. Okay? Instead of a little bit here and a little bit sustainable purchasing, running the cafeterias with recycling and composting, etc. These are all important things, changing light bulbs and so on. But how do you connect all the dots and actually transform? I would suggest that one of the early hand guides, it was put out by Univoc, because they were focusing largely on small to medium-sized business and industry, and put a lot of work into this document called Greening Technical and Vocational Education and Training. Now, it needs to be modified in the wording and so on, but the concepts are extremely good. The first step is to say of really understanding the process, and then moving on to planning and strategizing, and then the third step of implementing the idea, and then from there into monitoring the progress. Now, one of the first steps that is so difficult is figuring out what you already have within the institution. I've talked to a number of different university presidents and university leaders and college leaders and so on. And the idea that, first of all, honor the people who are already there and doing a great deal. Not only there, but in the region. For instance, in your region, and Malaysia has taken a real lead in this, is coming up with competencies for the teachers. we often come up with sustainability competencies for students and graduates, but what about faculty? Because faculty have not been trained into how to deliver this. How do we look at what policies do we already have that support us, or those that could be modified? Who are the influential staff? Could there be union leaders that need to be brought in, talked with? The International Labor Organization has been a strong proponent of sustainability. There are different ways of assessing what is there. One that I like and have used with reorienting school systems is called force field analysis, where you look at what are the top in this area. First of all, you have the vision, and then you have the hindering forces that you have to work your way through, and then look at the what are the things that will help, and then strategizing, building these together into some different scenarios. But the idea is to try and build towards a whole system approach, the idea of the campus, the research, the curriculum, your work in the community, and also the very culture of the institution. Now, in doing that, you will find that it's in the back of that book that I mentioned, you will find ways of setting up sort of monitoring of what is going on. And so I've got one example here. There are 5 different areas: greening the campus, greening curriculum and training, greening the research, greening the community, and greening culture. And for each one of them, you have the categories of just beginning, some progress, satisfactory progress, stable or embedded change. And then the greening the curriculum, you have, first of all, the importance of greening. And then the next one is greening in all aspects, valuing, recognition, and so on. And for each of these, you have exemplars, okay, targets. And so this is a way of really tracking what is happening. You may want to really look at how you can simplistically keep all the faculty and students and everyone involved. And so simply spiderweb diagrams that are much easier, but it keeps people aligned. It gives regular updates, and it's a way of celebrating milestones and reward schemes and so on. So it's top of mind and so on. Whereas the other is the minutia and the detail that would be used much more for budgetary costs. So in winding up, just a couple of more examples. Another way of organizing and tracking it is the usual, if you know, the 2x4 approaches that from business and industry. So on the one side, you have the ones that are easy to measure, and then the other ones that are hard to measure. You can't quantify everything. And some of the most important things are ones you can't really quantify, because you have to be careful, because, you know, usually the things you can measure get all the attention and get the funding, but they may not be the most important things. And then building on the existing green goals and moving on to the next. This is also in that Greening TVET handbook. At my own university at York, we are trying to wrap the Sustainable Development Goals as the overarching context in which everything is done. So we build in the idea of the local community, global community, and the campus itself, and look at, yes, 21st century learnings. We're doing much of the traditional, but how do you tweak it, and how do you modify? One of the things in closing, you know, the importance of bringing the students along. Usually it's the students that are the real powerhouse and will help and work with faculty and provide the impetus. And one of the things is the voluntary sustainability pledge. It's almost like the Hippocratic Oath that doctors would take. But the idea of, you would word it, I have the students the student union or whatever the student group is to word it so the idea that they pledge that they will not use anything they've learned at the university to harm either the planet or others and to live in a more sustainable way. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to present. I admire so much of what is going on in Malaysia, and I think that this opportunity of bringing leaders together to discuss the leadership and so on is really important. Malaysian higher ed is in many ways leading the world, and especially by focusing on leadership and building sort of a coalition of leaders. As I point out, working together gives voice. And one of the real things that the world needs is the voice of higher education, working together, adapting to their own local situation, but a collective, meaningful voice. I thank you very much for this opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you, Prof. Hopkins, for enlightening us with all the important ideas. Among others, you have reiterated the essential roles of higher learning institutions or higher education institutions in empowering the community to change and grow in all aspects of human life, currently and also for the futures. And in response to your keynote address just now, Prof. Hopkins, there are a number of questions raised by our audience, and I wish to read to you, Prof, one by one, and then I think you will address them one by one. Number one, Prof, sustainable development is always about balancing economic, social, and environment. But the economic objective is always dominant. Could you please suggest how could higher education leaders and members change the dominance of economic thoughts and concerns?
Well, that is a huge question. And if you think who has the most resources to upset the balance, and that's largely the private sector. It is the worldview of what is well-being. And it's so I threw in the well-being slide because I think it's important for higher education to address what is an educated person, what is the purpose of life, and so on. And I especially commented down where, yes, income and wealth is one thing, but well-being doesn't necessarily mean well-off, right? It was sort of expression. But yes, it is something that is magnified every day in informal education. Every time you turn on the television, you walk by a store, you see the things that you are conditioned to want or need. So I think that the ones who will be able to address that more would be higher education.
Okay, thank you, Prof. There's a second question here from our audience. Prof, how would you put humanity in education for sustainable development in the economic, social, and environment components?
Yeah. Right now, sustainable development is the best, as I said, we could come up with in 1987 that we could get people to agree to. Sustainable development itself has many weaknesses and many faults. It's too, now here's where we get into tricky in English around, it's too human-centered. It is about serving people. So the idea of maintaining the respect for all life forms and not just the mental model that the world is here to serve humans and that we may take and use whatever we want even intergeneration, without intergenerational respect, and so on. So, yes, one of the roles for higher education has got to be the discussions about the next concept, that what will replace sustainable development, and answer the questions more honestly, sustaining what and for whom. So they're a fundamental flaw. It's the best we have that is agreed upon. So I'm not saying revolt, throw everything out, but work with it and disclose the flaws that are there. And who better can do that than professors and students and people who have tenure and who can speak out.
Okay, thank you, Prof. There's a third question here. Is it attainable for Sustainable Development Goals by 2030? Now we are facing global pandemic COVID-19. More humanitarian issues are emerging. Do we need to change the deadline?
First of all, sustainable development, we have to separate out the Sustainable Development Goals from sustainable development, right? So the Sustainable Development Goals, as I said, are the implementation plan. Sustainable development itself is a journey that will go on and on. And just as Agenda 21 was replaced, rather poorly by the Millennium Development Goals, and recognizing that now we have the Sustainable Development Goals till 2030, already by about 2027, we will be developing the next implementation plan, learning from the failures of the Sustainable Development Goals. We'll be informed by what worked, what didn't work, what are the new crises and issues that we need to deal with. So the Sustainable Development Goals are set up as they're inspirational, they're aspirational. We're not going to overcome poverty by 2030.
Yeah.
But we're going to be working on it. We'll make a dent. We'll raise millions out of poverty, hopefully, without putting other millions in. So that's where we're going. But that's why I began my lecture by trying to point out the difference between the aspiration of a sustainable future and the means of implementation being the Sustainable Development Goals.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Okay, this is another one. In your opinion, Prof. Hopkins, could you summarize what is the required leadership competencies in order for us to materialize ESD?
I think it depends on the situation. You have some leaders who are already well informed and are truly inspirational, and people gather around them and they seem to have most of the answers themselves. And then you have other leaders who simply say, look, we're going to do it. I don't know how to do it myself, but I'm going to find the best people and they're going to work with me. And we're going to get it done. And they inspire people to contribute. So it's almost a person who is strong enough to stand up and say, this isn't my cup of tea, but I'm going to find, I know we have to be there. We're going to get there. And I will divert the resources. You give me the argument, you give me the plan, and we're going to get there. So there are two very different kinds of leadership. And I think that if you look into the leadership literature, you will find that there are many different paths. There's no one. And it also depends in the culture. Some cultures, they want a strong leader. Just tell me the rules and I'll, whereas other cultures the president of a university stands up and says, "This is where we're going," and you may find that it's almost a faculty revolt. Who, it's about academic freedom. No one's going to force me to do anything, and so on. So it varies.
Yes, we have two more questions actually. Maybe you can take one more, Prof.
Oh, sure. No, but I'm concerned about your time as well.
Okay, I think the host, the secretariat, say one more. I can read one more from Professor Walid Fikri Faris. He said, "Thank you for the brief and concise speech, Prof. I feel there is a lot of talks. There is a lot of talks about leadership and change in higher education, but very little is taking place on the ground. Can you tell us your views on this interesting paradox?"
Well, it depends. There are universities that are totally flipping and moving ahead, and yes, there are other universities that are barely moving at all. But as controversial as they are, the new rankings, Times Higher Education, they are at least bringing it out into the open. Now, what are they measuring? I think what we need to do is perhaps look at alternative forms of measurement. But Q measurements, they're in this year's sampling, they're saying, should we be measuring the Sustainable Development Goals? So they see what Times Higher Education is doing. And I think that any university that is not moving, heeding their students, if you're taking an MBA and you are not being taught about the carbon economy that is coming forward, that institution is not performing its duty. It is taking your tuition and not giving you a full education. And the same is across the board. Institutions that are not moving will pay a price. Anyway, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you for all the responses. Okay, all right. Much that we have learned from you this morning and your evening over there. Those points are important for us to check what we have in our plan and how do we perhaps restructure, revise, plans that we have for our futures in that sense. So on behalf of the organizer, I would like to once again thank Professor Hopkins for all the good points that he has shared with us this morning. And I would like to pass the screen back to the MC, Madam Aisha. Over to you, Aisha.
Thank you, Professor Shukran, for moderating the session. Can I request you, Professor Charles, and our distinguished guest to look at your camera for a photography session, the new norm way. Okay, done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, moving on, I would like to introduce the second moderator, Professor... all right, sorry. I'm just too excited to listen to the next session. I'm so sorry. We have a 5 minutes break. Okay, we will start the second session at 10:15. Right. So perhaps you can take some time to go get a drink, a coffee or water. Thank you.
I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka. Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Pantai Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown Antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change an university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agendas such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in core problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the G's of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me briefly introduce the second moderator, Professor Dr. Sumiani Yusof. Professor Sumiani is attached to the oldest university in Malaysia, the University of Malaya. She is currently the Director of Institute of Ocean and Earth Sciences. Prof. Sumiani will moderate the second session that will bring in 4 very interesting speakers. Just a note before I hand over the screen to Prof. Sumiani, if any of you have any questions to ask the speakers, Please either write them in the Q&A box for participants using Zoom platform and the comment box for those following the session via YouTube. Prof. Sumiani will then convey the questions to the speakers at the end of the session. Prof. Sumiani, over to you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning, everyone. First, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me to moderate this session and also to be involved in this very important webinar, which is the ACAP IIUM webinar, Higher Education, Institutional Leadership Towards Education for Sustainable Development. And I think since this morning, we've heard from Prof. Hopkins the importance of making ESD and also sustainable development leadership mainstream for the university and institution, because I think the universities play a very pivotal role in society in nurturing and also creating future leaders and also stewards amongst our students to ensure that whatever we do, we not only practice but also enhance sustainable development agenda. And this morning, we have very important speakers, very interesting talks. We're going to get various perspectives of ESD in the various arena of from spirituality up to the COVID challenges. And I would like to briefly introduce to you our four speakers. We have the eminent Prof. Emeritus Tan Sri Dr. Muhammad Kamal Hassan, who is the honorary advisor for Center for Islamization of IIUM Malaysia. And the second speaker, none other than the eminent Prof. Emeritus Tan Sri Dr. Zul Abdul Razak, who is the current rector of IIUM Malaysia. And Ms. Farida Hanim, who's going to talk on future generation, coming from the student union perspective. And also, finally, we'll have Mr. Leong, who's the Vice President of Group Corporate Affairs of UCSI. So to start the ball rolling, and without further ado, I would like to introduce to you our first speaker, Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Dr. Muhammad Kamal Hassan. Tan Sri is currently the the advisor, and also I think he plays a very important role, not just being the former rector of International Islamic University Malaysia, but he is also the appointed distinguished professor by Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia in 2020, and he's also the advisor of Center for Islamization member of Malaysia Islamic Religious Affairs, appointed by Duli Yang Maha Mulia Sri Paduka Baginda Pertuan Agong. So we're going to listen to very, very interesting talks this morning. And without further ado, I would like now to have the honor to invite Prof. Emeritus Tan Sri Dr. Muhammad Kamal Hassan to deliver his talk entitled Spirituality and Sustainability Towards ESD. The floor is yours, Tan Sri. And you have 30 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Professor Sumiani. Assalamu alaikum, and very good morning to all of you in this part of the world, and good evening to Professor Charles Hopkins in Toronto, and our friends and colleagues in the Western Hemisphere. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursaleen. Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Honorable Dr. Professor Sumaya as the moderator, our esteemed rector of the International Islamic University, Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Zulkifli. Secretary General of the Ministry of Higher Education, Datuk Sri Dr. Mazlan Yunus, the Director of ACAP, Dr. Nordin Yahya, distinguished guests, colleagues from IIUM and also from different universities around Malaysia, and distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for giving me this honor of presenting a paper for this webinar. I benefited a lot from the opening address by Professor Charles Hopkins, which gave us a overview of the agenda for education for sustainable development. Now, my focus is going to be on spirituality and sustainability towards education for sustainable development. And I'd like to share with you the paper that I wrote. I have divided the paper into 6 parts. The first is introduction. The second is conception of God or religion and spirituality. And the third is conception of human beings, origin, nature, purpose of existence, function, and life in the world. And the fourth part is conception of spirituality, 3 kinds of fundamental spiritual relationship. And number 5, or the 5th part of my paper is sorry, let's, okay, I come to the conclusion, which is on, the conclusion is, number 6. Okay, so I'll try to do as much as I can within the time allotted. As an academic staff of IIUM, I'm honored to be one of the 25 writers of the recently published work which explores in depth the issue of spirituality and its implications on the Sustainable Development Goals. This is a book that we have published. It's more than 300 pages, and it's really a useful reference for spirituality and sustainable development. So I would like our colleagues in Malaysia and also overseas to have a look at this work, which is produced by 25 scholars in IIUM, including, of course, the Honorable Rector. The book showcases IIUM as a model of higher education, which is infused and inspired by the vision and values of spirituality based on the worldview of the Quran. Our book shows that Muslim academics in IIUM and I guess around the world view Agenda 2030 with its SDGs positively as a remarkable achievement of the United Nations in recent years. The goals, though ambitious, are on the whole laudable and deserving of support by Muslim countries in the world, even though the dimensions of spirituality, religion, and morality in human and global development are not addressed in this major UN project. To us and to me personally, the exclusion of the spirituality dimension is a serious flaw and oversight. And ESD, Education for Sustainable Development, without making spirituality a crucial role in human, societal, and civilizational growth would be a gross negligence on the part of leaders of higher education institutions. We are fortunate in IIUM under the leadership of Tan Sri Zul, IIUM, the ESD represented by IIUM makes spirituality the core the central value of human and civilizational development. To my mind, if there is a greater need for the whole world and contemporary civilization to be reset by COVID-19 pandemic, the time is now, the year 2021. The new paradigm of sustainable development has to be based on the spiritual worldview. As charity should begin at home, the Muslim countries should be the first to undertake the comprehensive and holistic reset of the development paradigm. They do not have to wait until 2030 to shift the developmental paradigm. A new breed of leaders, however, would be needed to plan, manage, and drive the Muslim societies towards well-being in this world, and more importantly, well-being in the hereafter. Under this paradigm, the concepts of development and sustainability need to be overhauled by acknowledging God as the owner, developer, and sustainer of the cosmos and the world and human beings who were created by him to serve his purpose. Then the concept of sustainability of the earth or of human civilization has to be defined in accordance with the will and plan of the owner and the sustainer. I come to the conception, or you might say theory of God, religion, and spirituality. Spirituality from the perspective of Islam, a religion of 1.8 billion human beings, I guess by 2030, the number could reach 2 billion, is the core of God's religion. Although in the West, there are many human beings who prefer spirituality to be separate or divorced from organized religion. And they have maybe good reasons for that perspective. In the Quran's worldview, it is the one true God who has created the whole cosmos, including human beings and nature. And therefore, true spirituality cannot be detached from his religion. The main difference between the Quranic conception of God and those of other world religions is in his uniqueness, in his oneness, and the belief that he is not just the creator of the world, but the ruler, the sustainer, the regulator, the lawgiver, the judge on the day of judgment, and that his sovereignty covers all aspects of human life and civilization. Now, I come to, the third part of my paper, the theory of human beings, the conception of human beings. It should be borne in mind that human beings, as God's best creation, are essentially spiritual moral beings by virtue of 3 or 4 factors. Number one, the divinely created spirit, the ruh, that God had breathed into the human body after it was formed. And B, the eternal nature of the soul, which lives on even after the physical death. And C, the centrality of the spiritual heart or the qalb in determining and influencing human behavior and personality. Moreover, humans are endowed by God with the innate natural disposition, or what some people call primordial disposition to God, which is the fitrah, without any tinge of sinfulness inherited or latent, which acknowledges and naturally inclines toward God as a spiritual source, creator, and sustainer. The Quran refers to the primordial spiritual covenant, al-mithaq, between human beings in their spiritual state and the most compassionate creator and master. In Surah Al-A'raf, Surah number 7, verse 172. Now, the purpose of human existence is to know and serve God obediently and sincerely. And human beings have to keep their hearts clean the qalb, which has been emphasized by our rector in several of his talks on sustainability and also higher education. So human beings have to keep their hearts clean and purified of the corrupting spiritual ailments such as intellectual arrogance, denial of the existence of God, greed, envy, ostentation. I'm happy to hear from Professor Hopkins that there was one professor who talked about greed and jealousy and so on being actually the real underlying problems of economic crisis. Other diseases are like ostentation, hypocrisy, selfishness, narcissism, egoism, delusion, obduracy, or sense of complete autonomy. Human beings have also to carry the trust and responsibility of developing and managing the earth as his vicegerent or Khalifa by using the trust of the intellect and limited free will in accordance with divine norms and values. And the servants of God have to be conscious that their life on earth is a brief prelude to the eternal life. But the society, culture, and civilization they have to construct on earth must be in accordance with the creed of absolute monotheism and the way and the path of God known as the Sharia. And failure to follow the commandments and guidance of God would result in existential miseries and suffering in this world and severe punishment and ignominy in the hereafter. I come to number 4, the conception of spirituality. Spirituality in the worldview of the Quran refers to the proper condition and relationships of the spirit, the soul, and the heart of human beings with God, with fellow human beings, and with nature. The proper relationship with God is the foundation of Islamic spirituality, as explained below. Number 1, profound spiritual, intellectual, and emotional relationship in the heart, in the spiritual heart, with God as the creator, the sustainer, the provider, the ruler and master of mankind. And the best form of spirituality in God, or faith in God, has to be manifested in good deeds, good character, voluntary community services, and benevolent social activities. So in the Islamic worldview, faith cannot stand by itself. Faith must be translated into good and benevolent activities. And number 2, good and praiseworthy relationship with fellow human beings, Muslims as well as non-Muslims, on the basis of equality before God, and that the criterion of nobility or lofty status is based on the quality of God-fearing consciousness, not color, not language, geography, affluence, or status. And B, respect for the dignity of mankind, the karama insaniya, which God has endowed in the divinely originated spirit and the primordial natural disposition towards God, or the fitrah, in every human being, including the non-Muslims and Muslims. And then the believers are required to spread good deeds with good character to the non-believers as a manifestation of the principle of spreading compassion and mercy to all mankind, or rahmatan lil alameen. And number 3, a relationship with nature, which will take some time. The Quran teaches that God, the most compassionate, has created the physical world and all its forces for the benefit and welfare of his servants' brief sojourn on his earth. Nature is part of his kingdom, owned, controlled, nourished, and sustained by him. Natural resources are therefore God-given bounties. They're not just mere natural resources. They're in fact God-given bounties or ni'mah or ni'am, which are at the same time signs of his existence, ayatullah, of his oneness, of his sovereignty, of his knowledge, mercy, and will, of his beauty as well, manifested in the universe. Unknown to mankind, all of nature, including inanimate objects, also express the praise and glorification of Allah's sovereignty in their own ways. Now, as human beings do not own the natural resources created and provided by the compassionate God, their utilization of those resources has to be done in the name of God, and not in the name of capitalism or in the name of communism or in the name of the middle path or in the name of the state, because these natural resources were not created by nature. Nature was created by God, and so we have to use all these God-given resources in his name, not in our name, by observing the divine norms of what is permissible, forbidden, disliked, preferable, or recommended according to his way and his norms. Now, internalizing the spiritual values of humility and gratefulness to God and seeking his blessings, barakah, his protection, himaya, is a characteristic of the believers. And we hope our students manifest these spiritual attributes. Now, we need to reiterate that from the worldview of the Quran, the material world is not an evil place. It is a good place because it is designated, designed, and you might say tailor-made for human existence. So it is a good space-time and God-given opportunity for human beings to live in, to work, and strive to serve divine purposes. It is a temporary abode, no doubt, but it is a necessary abode in which a human being is to develop into good and virtuous human, insan saleh, to work together to establish a virtuous society, mujtama' saleh, and then to work towards a virtuous civilization, hadara salihah, for the goal of serving and worshipping God and thereby earning his pleasure, which is the highest objective of a believer, to get the pleasure of Allah, of God, in this world and in the hereafter. I come to the next page. As Allah's creatures, both nature and human beings are meant to cooperate in harmony with one another, in accordance with the divine purpose of preservation of order, peace, balance, and the cultivation of the good life, hayah tayyibah, which the Quran mentions in Surah number 16, verse number 97, that if we maintain order, peace, balance, and holistic well-being, then the good life will be bestowed upon us in this world. We don't have to wait until the hereafter. As trustees of the Creator's sustainer, as stewards of the world's resources, human beings are to use natural resources in the heavens and on earth within a spiritual and ethical Weltanschauung of responsibility, harmony, compatibility, gratitude, and respect. And such an outlook or worldview is the opposite of the secular or atheistic worldview, which produces the notion of conquest of nature and the selfish competition, even the selfish gene, as postulated by Richard Dawkins, and rivalry of nationalistic or ideological forces to gain control of or monopolize the Earth's limited resources for the world dominance of either capitalism or socialism, communism, or global hegemony. The Quran repeatedly reminds and warns mankind that the the arrogant, the oppressors, the tyrants, the immoderates, and those who adopt the attitude of defiance of God's will on account of their worldly power, their wealth, or their material superiority, or the scientific and technological superiority, they would have to bear the evil consequences of their ungodly attitudes and unethical actions in this world, while severe retribution awaits them in the hereafter. This type of spiritual ethical relationship between the God-fearing vicegerents and the natural signs of God does not exist and cannot exist in the contemporary worldview of naturalism, mechanism, empiricism, materialism, agnosticism, atheism, or secular humanism, which underlie the modern man's approach to nature or to the predatory capitalism of the late modernity. It is important to realize that contrary to the philosophical or mystical notion of inherent soul-body conflict, which necessitates suppressing or denying legitimate bodily needs in order for the soul or heart to attain a state of spiritual purity, spirituality in the civilization of Islam is expressed by the believer not by rejecting or condemning the world, but by living actively and peacefully engaged in the world as God-obedient and God-fearing servant and steward who has been entrusted with a divine trust, amana, to fulfill the purposes of his way, the maqasid al-sharia, with the method of rahmatan lil-alameen, or showing and spreading compassion to all the worlds. I come to the conclusion now. The educational and leadership implications from the adoption of spirituality as the metaphysical foundation or philosophical foundation or ideological foundation for sustainable development are quite daunting, though not insurmountable. For Muslim countries and communities around the world, it is a matter of political will to take the worldview of the Quran rather than the worldview of nationalism or feudalism or whatever as the basis of the educational paradigm shift, instead of treading along the dangerous path that leads to what the Prophet called the lizard's hole, that is, going into the hole of those going astray from the right path. And this is the path of neoliberalism, which transforms education, knowledge, into profitable economic commodities, and university ranking as a big business to ensure that the colonialized universities around the world would remain intellectually colonized, or as factories to produce what the late Professor Syed Hussein Alatas called captive-minded elites or intellectuals. Now, the new mantra being promoted worldwide in this post-capitalist, post-modern era is to humanize education, or to decolonize education. For us living in Muslim majority cultures and countries, it means actually going back to the philosophy of holistic Islamic education, in which the purpose is to produce rounded, balanced, holistic, God-fearing and caring individuals, societies and civilizations. So we don't stop at individuals. From individual, go to society and then civilization. That's the holistic educational philosophy. These civilizational institutions are based on sound faith in God, the one and only sovereign, in good character, in sound knowledge, in perennial wisdom, in useful skills, and also in the necessity of living in plural societies, along with our non-Muslim brothers and sisters and co-citizens in the spirit of spreading peace and compassion to the world, rahmatan lil alameen, in order to gain well-being in this world and well-being and happiness in the everlasting hereafter. However, it should be noted that the insaniya, that is the humanistic characteristic of Islam, or insaniyatul Islam, is not grounded in the worldview of absolute human freedom or in the outlook of the autonomy of human reason and emotion, but in the spiritual doctrine of the primordial spiritual covenant, the mithaq that I mentioned earlier, between human beings as the obedient spiritual servants of God and God as the creator, sustainer, Lord, master of mankind. Development, therefore, in the holistic and true sense of the word, can only be actualized when the human civilization returns to its spiritual origin, gives priority to spiritual ethical principles and values in a world in which God is the caring sustainer and ruler, and human beings of all colors, status, accomplishments are his equal obedient servants and trustworthy vicegerents or trustworthy stewards. Now, while saying this, I would say that different religious communities or faith communities around the world should also project their own perspective of spirituality, which would then spiritualize the development and educational efforts in their own faith communities. But for us, Muslims, we look at spirituality from the perspective of the Quran. So we are for spirituality to be brought back as the philosophical and metaphysical foundation of development and idea of sustainability and education. And we in Malaysia, alhamdulillah, and thanks to our rector, we have been doing this for the last 37 years. And finally, we representing the Muslim intelligentsia believe that many of the global crises and calamities in economics, politics, society, culture, and environment are rooted in the paradigms of secularism, agnosticism, materialism, naturalism, empiricism, positivism, capitalism, atheism, scientism, and postmodernism, which are not addressed in the SDG discourses or by UN developmental agencies, despite the progress that these agencies have made since the development narrative was first conceived as an economic goal of increasing the GDP or the material standards of living. In order to work towards revitalization and regeneration of the holistic theocentric rather than homocentric or homodeus-centric civilization and spiritualize sustainable development goals in a more challenging and uncertain future, we expect the future educational and administrative leaders of higher educations, of higher institutions of learning in Muslim countries, especially in Malaysia, to be the leaders who are committed to and exemplify the worldview of holistic spirituality and ethics, which integrate human reason with divine revelation, this worldly and otherworldly needs, and intellectual quotient with emotional and spiritual quotients. The last paragraph, we are happy to acknowledge that ACAP and IIUM, together with its rector, Tan Sri Zul, have been emphasizing for more than a decade the importance and urgency of nurturing transformational leaders of higher education who are driven by the spiritual, rational, intuitive, and emotional unity of the spiritual heart or qalb, which is inseparably tied to the sustainer, provider, ruler, and Lord of all that exists. And we do believe that this new breed of leaders have the highest objective is to earn the pleasure of the creator and the sustainer, and not the applause or the approval of the hegemonic world powers. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, thank you very much, Tan Sri, for that very insightful and holistic perspective about spirituality and sustainability towards ESD. I think you heard 5 broad perspectives of spirituality that was discussed by Tan Sri, and I would say that there's a whole lot of things related to spirituality, Islamic perspective, and I think at the gist of it is I think at the end of the day, faith and spirituality must be translated into good and benevolent activity, so that we can fulfill, and support the Maqasid Sharia, in living within the concept of Rahmatul lil Alamin. So if you have any questions to Tan Sri, we leave it towards the end when all the 4 speakers have finished presenting. Thank you so much, Tan Sri, for the wonderful talk. And I would like to now invite our second speaker, none other than the eminent and illustrious Professor Emeritus Professor Tan Sri Zul Abdul Razak. Tan Sri Zul is actually the current rector of the International Islamic University in Malaysia, a very important, prominent figure in the area of sustainability. He has always been my idol ever since I was a student. Looking up to him with his talks and also his ideas on sustainability and also the big picture of sustainable development. So a little bit of background. I think if I were to read all his CV and accolades, we wouldn't have time. But he is also, he was basically currently the 5th Vice Chancellor and President of University Science Malaysia. He's also currently the Malaysia Anti-Corruption Commission, MACC, SPRM Advisory Board appointed by Duli Yang Maha Mulia Sri Paduka Baginda Yang di-Pertuan Agong. He's also the advisory panel for the Higher Education Strategic Plan and Malaysia Education Blueprint Higher Education 2015 to 2025. So without further ado, Tan Sri, the floor is yours, and we look forward to your talk.
Thank you very much, Sumiani. Nice to see you again after a very long time. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Greeting of peace. Professor Hopkins, Professor Kamal Hassan, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk about something which is quite different from what I used to talk about. But this is looking at what the past has been as far as sustainable development is concerned. And I would like to thank Professor Hopkins and Professor Kamal to make this an easier thing for me to talk about because they have covered so much ground. One is looking at the future, the other one is looking at spirituality, and how do you put this whole idea of indigenous knowledge, indigeneity in the context of sustainable development, something that I think we have missed out for quite a long time. As we understand from Professor Hopkins, this has been more than 30 years now when the box of sustainable development brought about by Brundtland Report of 1987, our common futures. It is somehow or other my slides and Charles' slides is somehow or other resonating with one another. There's no conspiracy here. Somehow or other, it just worked that way. So for the last more than 30 years, we've been talking about sustainable development. And I think it's time for us to look back and see how successful are we in the definition of sustainable development itself. Professor Kamal has raised a very important issue, the question of sustainability. There's no spirituality. That is one dimension that we need to look into. And I think the university is trying to look into that as much as we could. There's another dimension that I thought we are also missing, that is the whole idea of indigenous knowledge. And this indigenous knowledge, not just for the sake of it, but how it actually also embraces sustainable development long before the Brundtland Report, or long before the whole idea, or in fact the whole
term sustainable development was coined some 30 years ago. And how do you put this back into a picture so that it becomes more holistic, it becomes more participatory, and it becomes even more embracing as far as the world is concerned. So my own version of what Charles is trying to do was basically to look what sustainability is all about. In other words, to put an agenda of sustainable development, meeting some of the goals that we have seen. And as you can see here, one goal is a Millennium Development Goal. The other one is from the year 2005 to 2014. We have got another decade of education for sustainable development. And all this, I think, has been going around quite nicely. I think there's a development in terms of consciousness. There are many more people working about it. I understand the question of leadership. I think more leaders now are beginning also to embrace this idea of sustainable development. And this is a very slow progress because the whole concept of sustainable development itself is not an easy concept to understand. I remember the former UN Secretary General that talks about an idea which is abstract, and how do you put this into reality? And I think most of us has been grappling with this, and I won't be surprised that many leaders will just want to put this aside because they can't put their finger onto this. And it takes a while to understand what sustainable development is all about. But alhamdulillah, I think for the last so many years since it started, I think we have made slow progress, but the actual key issue of poverty is still not being addressed. So the question is, what next? What can we do? And this is what, as Charles has said, we are going into another phase, which is the post-2015 agenda. And this talk about the single set of sustainable development goals. The Millennium Development Goal, as I understand it, it is a goal that developing countries were trying to play a catch-up game with developed countries. Developed countries somehow or other define what sustainable development is all about, and we are trying to find a way to catch up with what their understanding of sustainable development goal. But I think this has been reset when we talk about education for sustainable development in the context of SDG. We are talking about a single set. It doesn't matter whether you are developed or developing country, whether you are global north or global south, east or west. I think we live on one planet, and therefore that planet, I think, belongs to us, and therefore we need then to set one standard for everybody to follow. Yeah, the planet, as you know, is not in a good state. It is an ailing planet. We talk about global climate, what's called climate change, global warming, and so on and so forth. And there's more now when we talk about the pandemic and so on and so forth. But nevertheless, we are all on the same planet. We need to do this with unison, with solidarity, and therefore coming up with one idea: how can we work this together? And therefore, this is where the diversity needs to come in so that we can work in a unified way to find out what the solution is for all mankind, right? It doesn't matter who you are, it's as long as one person is still not there, and I think the whole world will probably suffer at the end of the day. So generally, I think we talk about the three things: economy, environment, society, also been translated into the three P's of prosperity, the planet and people. And the merging of this, the holisticness that Prof. Kamal is talking about, is about coming together. And this is where the definition or the understanding what sustainability is all about in a very balanced, harmonious way in the context of trying to make sure that human beings throughout the planet can survive together, right? So there are many ways of looking at this. I think one way of looking at it is in terms of, sustainable economy, social equity, and also local environment. So this localization is what I want to focus today when we talk about a global aspiration, which is important, but what can we do locally? Often global agenda sounds very far, very different, and sometimes we are very oblivious to it because it is not touching us in a relevant way. But we need to look at it, and this is why we always say, work locally but think globally. How do you connect? Because at the end of the day, all of us are connected to this global environment, whether we like it or not. Yeah? One issue that we want to look at, therefore, when we talk about this definition of sustainable development. From that report, the sustainable development is defined as a development that meets the needs of the present, without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their own needs, which is, I think, a perfect sort of definition if we talk about in the context of the present. What is it in the present that we can move into the future so that people will ever be able to live the way we live today, if not better, given the technology and the new knowledge that we're going to generate ahead of us. So the two keywords to me is the present and the future. My question is therefore, what happened to the past? Yeah. If we look at the future, there's 2004 is a future. It's a glacier in Uppsala in Argentina, but it is to me a compromised future, a present. Why a compromise? A present? Because if you look at the past, it is something which is quite different. The glaciers are still there. Now the glaciers are all melted, and we've got now a kind of a lake. And this story of glacial melting is something that we still experience today when we talk about the Arctic and the Antarctic, right? The whole idea of global warming, increase in the sea level changes are all about the compromised future that we talked about. And therefore, if we were to predict the future from this kind of a compromised present, we have got very little to deal with because the whole wisdom of the past has not been taken into consideration. In other words, learning why the glacier melt to start off with is something that we think we need to go into a deeper understanding of what has happened between then, maybe more than 80 years. What has happened. So I want to bring back this whole notion that the past is equally important, not just the future or even the present as it is. Yeah? So there are two key studies that we have done. One is when we look at Bali, a kind of a case study. When we talk about what they call the Subak system, that is a whole system of irrigation in this very terraced and also very pleasant sort of environment that they've created, and in trying to sustain the irrigation and also the paddy planting, a kind of an activity. So for those of you who are not sure where Bali is somewhere south of Kalimantan, all right, a very small island, yet an island that has produced so much in terms of sustainable development, learning from the past. Yeah? It is a system. There's all about organization, irrigation of rice farming in Bali. Yeah, as Kamal has said, it is guided and informed by a spiritual value. It could be a different kind of a spiritual value, but the whole idea of spirituality is still there. It is combined then with the modern engineering sort of ways to maintain a very complex and elaborate social system. In other words, there are elements that we need to take care when we talk about just sustainable development, the intangible values that I think it is important. Also, Charles alluded to this. What sort of values do you put in when we talk about sustainable development that could maintain this complex and elaborate social structure that has been there for a long time? Yeah. So it promotes a harmonious relationship between people, the spiritual dimension, and also the environment, to the concept in Bali called the Trikita Karana, which means the three things that causes happiness and well-being. There you are. When you talk about sustainable development, my point here is basically, it's not about the wealth that you created. It's not about, the fancy lifestyle that you have. It's not about what you can afford in terms of money, but here it talks about the happiness and the well-being that you create at the end of the day. I think that's the key point that I want to bring. So now to the end point, as far as sustainable development, if you learn from the past, it is about our spirituality, our happiness, our well-being, our connectedness between people, between the creator, between the environment. I think that's a larger picture of sustainable development if you take care, if you look into what the past has been in that kind of a indigenous sort of understanding of concept of sustainable development, not just this numbers game or the ranking game that Kamal alluded to. It is more than that, and it's more difficult because often we cannot quantify what happiness and well-being is all about the way we are used to quantifying using the KPI or the key performance index, as it were. So So when you look at this, the Subak sort of system, when you talk about the spiritual value, there is a kind of a mapping of the activity. What is a ritual that they do in terms of their own understanding from the tradition and the spirituality as far as they are concerned, and how do they maintain this as part of the living culture that brings this balance and harmonious way of looking at it. Yeah, water distribution, for example, there's a ritual called Mampak Toya. Yeah, and that is a devotion to their own deities of gods and river. There's a kind of a prayer that they say before they go into doing what they're supposed to do in terms of the rice farming and so on and so forth. So it is a very, very elaborate way of looking at it. In other words, it's value which is missing in the definition of sustainable development as is today is something that we probably want to look at from the cultural and the tradition and the heritage point of view, which is basically what the past is all about. Yeah. The other thing that has been very well studied is, of course, Bhutan. I think all of you know where Bhutan is. It is between two giants of China and India. All right. Yet between these two giants, this small country called Bhutan maintains its own profile. It doesn't desire to follow what China or what India is, and Bhutan maintains its own understanding, its own identity, and in fact, its own understanding of what politics is all about. Yeah, since 1729, there's a quote in their constitution that say, if the government cannot create happiness, which is social harmony and social solidarity for its people, then there is no purpose for the government to exist. I mean, I just wish we can use this to all governments in the world. I think half of it probably have no reason to exist because the people today is in a most unhappiness state. All right. So there you are. Well before we talk about all these things, Bhutan has taken this into their legal code and say happiness is important, well-being is important, and therefore it resonates very well with this whole idea of sustainable development is what. If this is what sustainable development is meant to do. Yeah, and it is not just talk. Sometimes that is what Prof. Walid have been saying. It's not just talk. This small country that most of us probably don't even care he's the first world carbon negative country. It's not China. It's not India, despite the power, despite the intellectual prowess, despite all things that we talked about. Trying to shape the world. Here is a country, is the world first in terms of being carbon negative. All right. And not only that, it is until now the only country that is carbon negative. So there you are. Size does not matter in this particular sense, but the whole notion of what sustainable development, given what is a tradition of the past, is all about. So when Bhutan pronounced that they are interested in gross national happiness rather than gross national product, at that particular time, I think people laughed at them. I mean, it sounds so silly to talk about happiness when you can't measure it. But now, when you look at all statistics, even in UNESCO, in the United Nations, the word happiness is always there. And in fact, given the pandemic situation now, happiness is always an issue because the next pandemic will be mental health, depression, anxiety, stressfulness. That will be the next pandemic if you are not sure. But Bhutan, small as it is, are even more ambitious. And when they promise us this, by the year 2030, when education for sustainable development is going to be wrapped up, when we make our own assessment where we are, Bhutan has already put on the table the promise to be zero net greenhouse gas emission and produce zero waste. Yeah, we will wait and see. But knowing the records of Bhutan, I think this is not a pipe dream. Yeah. So here you are. I think basically when we go back to the past and we understand where the tradition is and where the value is situated, and how the value are actually interconnected with one another, then we begin to understand what sustainable development in its raw sense means. It's just not numbers, it's just not material goods. It is about the human being itself and related to its society and indeed the whole world, as it were, to save the world in the context of what we talk about sustainable development. There are these two examples, but there are many others. We can talk about Thailand, and we are now trying also to talk about our own country when we bring this whole idea of Sejahtera. And to cut the story short, I think the minister has mentioned this. We have created our own Sejahtera academic framework, trying to humanize education for Rahmatan lil Alamin. Rahmatan lil Alamin is a term that talks about mercy to all. In other words, it doesn't matter who you are, where you are, and what you are. I think it is part and parcel of this academic framework to address that and to use the word, to use the language of education, of what you call UNESCO, is to create the world we want. Yeah, the world that actually talks about being wholesome, being inclusive, being sustainable, being equitable, and also being resilient. A wiser world, as it were. After all, Homo sapiens means the wise one. So this is a kind of a big structure that we have, and we are also advocating what we call the whole institutional transformation, a platform of how do people volunteer now. I mean, we don't just do this because we are trying to earn 2 credits or get merit for something. We do this because our duty to save the world and our own sort of compassion for people around us. How do you do this together in a collaborative way? Yeah, but not just emotional or rhetoric, but there is evidence that we have done this, and the evidence stands for itself that the work that we do is credible as far as the impact is concerned. We use our own ingenuity rather than outsourcing, paying consultant, which is okay, but I think we do not develop indigenous expertise or competency, as it were. How do you do and work this among ourselves for the kind of insourcing? How do you document it? One of the biggest weakness as far as sustainable development is concerned is documentation. People will come up to us and say, we have done this 20 years ago, but where's the documentation? What evidence have we got to show that it's working? I think we need to start doing this, writing reports, submitting it, and sharing it to a wider world. This is the kind of platform that we are creating, and we are now introducing this into our university beginning last semester. And alhamdulillah, I think it seems to work, and we hope this could be the new approach to the next way of putting sustainable development into education. Yeah, I would just want to end with a few quotes. In the past, why the past is important? The voice of the past is important because the indigenous people has already got its own context. The context that is actually linked to its own norms, to the own local values, and indeed to their own civilization that connects everything together. We do not have to reinvent it. We need to recognize it, put whatever is right in its own perspective, and then it becomes a form of a framework that organizes knowledge. And knowledge, I think now is in the plural. It's no longer just single dominant knowledge. There are many knowledges around the world that we need to recognize that links us to life experience, to communal living, and at the end of the day, build relationships and lifestyles. As we talk about well-being, as we talk about happiness, I think this is about relationship. Many people talk about well-being in the context of relationship. And that's why when we are locked down, all of us get into a kind of a mental dizziness because we lose that relationship. The relationship we have now on a virtual scale is important, but it is not as important if you can meet person to person and really build that relationship as far as sustainable development is concerned. That will then be a kind of a lifestyle that we need for the future to come as far as sustainable development is concerned, built on what the past experience has been for us. Yeah. So we need a kind of a reorientation. Yeah. The reorientation to me is basically trying to recognize what has been the social injustice in the past. We learned this again, yeah, when in the COVID, when people talk about all life matters or Black Lives Matters, there's a number of injustice has been embedded in the concept of sustainable development itself that needs to be taken up and being and talked about in the context of social equity and so on and so forth, as I've mentioned earlier. How do you bring this to fore, and how do you then reorientate it so that we understand that everybody, people without knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots. Right? And this is where the metaphor of this university, University of the Garden of Knowledge and Virtue, becomes important, because the roots actually gives us the kind of the direction, the dimension of what sustainable development is all about. So to right the wrong of the past is to understand where the roots are and to build the right roots again. Could be spirituality, could be a tradition, could be whatever else. But what is it that roots us? So that we do not have to take languages from the outside and try to make meaning out of it when we also have the own concept and the whole terminology that defines who we are long before this new terminology comes in. So the question of language, the question of literature, the question of knowledge, arts and tradition becomes part and parcel of sustainable development, intangible as it is, rather than just talking about development, quote unquote, in the physical sense and evaluate at the end of the day by monetary sort of prices or price tags. And this is, I think, the shift that we want to have when we talk about the past. How do you bring back the sets of values that will initiate what it looks like? So I would like to end with just this simple sort of idea of where education has been. Education start off from the days of the Greeks as a community of scholars, that people go and educate the community by having debates and and discussion and public forum. And this is where the whole idea of being autonomous and speaking out your minds, getting other people to critique about it, so that knowledge will move from one point to another. And later on, I think this translates into a kind of a national sort of a project. After the Second World War, when many of these countries has been destroyed, then they begin to build a national university. So the whole idea of national universities becomes just a devotion to the nation state. And the whole idea of community becomes, not an important thing. Everybody wants to focus in building their own national boundaries again, and the universities are then created in that particular form. So we have national universities. I think almost all countries have got national universities. But later on, when the nation state collapses, when the market takes over, then I think this whole university structure becomes a very corporatized sort of structure, and as we see today. We talk about economic imperatives. Everything else must be measured by employment, employability, which is nothing wrong, but that's not the end of education. But that has been made to be as far as the education is concerned. So we talk about now world ranking and so on and so forth, just to pander to what the market wants us to do. But now we see the collapse of the marketplace itself. And therefore, the idea of sustainability becomes an important issue, that we bring back this whole notion of a global university associated with what the community is all about. And therefore, community engagement becomes an important evidence of how relevant education is all about. You cannot understand poverty by just staying in your own university without going out, working with people, understanding what they have going through with its values of sympathy, empathy, and compassion, the way we want to address it as far as the value base is concerned. After the meltdown of 2005, this becomes a big discussion. 2008, this becomes a big discussion. How do you then rework the university? And this is where the concept of regional centers of expertise on sustainable development was a brainchild of the rector at that particular time, United Nations University, Professor Van Winkel, that said, look, we need to change and move the structure of the university the way it is now to something which is more sustainable. And then the pandemic comes. So the post-pandemic era will talk about a different kind of university. Certainly it's going to be community engaged. It is not going to be just marketplace anymore. And therefore, I see we now coming back to a kind of a cycle. We are going to talk about social solidarity now, how people are going to work together, and what is it as far as education for sustainable development is concerned. Does it work within boundaries or is it beyond boundaries? What is the final outcome? And as we have mentioned, the final outcome is basically to bring about the change that we need to bring about. And I think there's a nice poster that is created for Southeast Asia, that the change must start with us. As leaders of the community, we have the power to inspire, strength to unite, and the wisdom to take along everyone. Let's open our mind, not point fingers, because we are in this together. It is on us to bring out the best of humanity. So at the end of the day, if you understand where we are heading, taking the past along with us, most of the things, the so-called new norms, will be, to me, the renewed norm. The one that we have passed, forgotten before, we need to bring it back and put it in the place of where sustainable development ought to be post-COVID, so that we are all together in this one planet, living a healthy lifestyle. So on that note, I will just close. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum and a greeting of peace.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And Alhamdulillah, thank you so much, Tan Sri Zul. As usual, I'm always inspired by your talk, full of wisdom and very interesting perspectives. We heard Tan Sri talk about how to bring to the central position the indigenous knowledge, and how it is already part of sustainable development long before the Brundtland report. And I like the idea of IIUM, promoting forging ahead with the Sejahtera platform, because I think that's a very important component missing in the SDG goal. And how we could actually reorientate, and make the right wrong of the past by using local knowledge, indigenous knowledge, and to work in unison and in concerted manner towards achieving balance and harmonious way of life in achieving the sustainable development goals. Thank you so much, Tan Sri Zul, and I'm sure there will be lots of burning questions afterwards during the Q&A session. Now moving along, I would like to now invite our third speaker. We have, like I said, a very broad perspective of SDGs, and I'm very happy that our third speaker is actually coming from the young generation. We'll have Ms. Farida Hani Bukhari. She'll be talking on ESD and future generation. This is a very important perspective, because I always say that the future lies in the hands of the young generation, and we would love to see whatever we preach and we teach and we nurture our students to become the responsible future leaders in implementing the aspiration and also the sustainable development goals. Just a little bit of background. Ms. Farida Hani Bukhari is the Assistant of Public Relations and Advocacy of the IIUM Student Union. She is in the third year of undergraduate of Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Law, IIUM. So without further ado, Ms. Farida, the webinar session is yours now for 30 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Is my slides there? Prof. Sumiani, is my slides there?
Not yet. It's not up yet.
Okay. So do I wait first?
It should be good if you can actually share now. Are you handling it yourself or someone?
No, I was told that it was supposed to be handled by
Secretariat will be doing it for you. Okay, so now we'll wait for Secretariat to actually share Ms. Farida's slides.
All right.
Maybe you can give a brief introduction about yourself or what you do and how you're involved. Okay, your slides are up now.
Okay, thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And thank you to Prof. Sumiani and to all of my respected educators, all of the three speakers before me, Prof. Charles Hopkins, Prof. Emeritus Tan Sri Kamal Hassan, and Prof. Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, and also all of the other distinguished speakers, and as well as every participant today. First of all, I learned so much from all of the previous speakers, so thank you so much. And thank you so much for inviting IIUM Student Union to be a part of this big discussion. I do not know whether you can tell, but it is honestly very nerve-wracking for me. But at the same time, I feel it is something that must continuously be practiced, so that more and more youth will realize that they have to play a part in any changes in society, and that they are also important in making any changes. So thank you so much for inviting us, and we hope that more of invitation will come soon, even after my tenure go down and we have a previous new tenure coming soon. So being the youngest in this webinar and the one with definitely the most limited exposure, I really put a thought on what angle of ESG that I would like to bring forward. And I don't think it is within my limit of capacity yet to present, like a further work frame of ESG in formal education. And I think all of the distinguished speakers before me have been critically examined this, and they have bring all of these ideas that we should have been practiced. And I am, in all full support of that. But I feel less burdened when I shifted my perspective from trying to present a new idea to all of people who watch this today, to just simply become a representative of my peers and to show some aspect of the youth and how we have been viewing this SDG and ESG in particular. So hopefully at the end of this presentation, everyone will start to pay more attention on these areas that I try to bring forward. Now, to begin with, I purposely used this picture. I chose this picture. It was taken by a Malaysian man called Edmund Lu, and he gave the permission for people to use this picture. So as the description says, there are a bunch of cheeky fellas, but in reality, they're in need of basic necessities. So these photos was taken during a humanitarian project in village away from the city of Kuantan, Pahang in 2020, which is very near. So I like this picture for a few reasons. So first of all, I feel like it gives some soul to the discussion, so that I would be reminded that this goal is more than just a data or number, but it is really about a story behind each of these children, which is the future generation. And then it got us into thinking, how are they actually living their life now? Are they in a better state? So it really about the stories of each of them, and it really matters that most. And the second thing that I like to show from this picture is that it shows us that SDG and ESG has actually been going around actually, but probably it has not been called as such, why? Because it says here that they have managed to identify a place that needs changes, which is, like a place of poor, and then there's humanitarian work there. So there is some sort of job that has been going around for sure. And I think all of us realize that. Next. So just some revisit of where are we now. Now, it is quite contradictory to see that we have zero poverty, but then on the goal of zero hunger, we are still in a major challenges. But apart from that, other than, again, there's a huge debate on that itself, right? But apart from that, we can tell that 10 out of 17 of this goal are still in a major challenges and significant challenges category. And I feel strongly about each one of them. And and the thing is, I believe that Malaysia do have the resources for future generation in order for us to achieve all of this goal. It's just that like this webinar is conducted, a better education and implementation need to be there. So there is no doubt that ESG is the way forward for the future generation. And all other university, even in IIUM, we have been practicing this. So that's why Sejahtera Council is here. And then like all of this thing that has been presented before, ESD has been implemented in formal class and also in project-based learning. And but what I'm trying to say here is that education is wide, and education occurs everywhere, and not just in a formal form of education, which is in formal class or in graded system or in university. So it got me into thinking few questions. Next. So the few questions that I got is, where do youth spend most of their time? Do beyond classroom approach has significant impact? And how do we make ESD appear more familiar? And I think this have some sort of similarities to what Tan Sri has presented before on making sure that this thing doesn't sound too foreign or too West kind of thing, but it is actually quite common and local to us. Now, I will try to answer all of this in my few slides after this. It will not be long, inshallah. So next. So now there are three mega powers for transforming. And these are not new ideas, but it makes more sense when these powers are discussed in detail by the Nobel Prize winner, Muhammad Yunus. He's a banker. I think most people who read his book know him. He's a civil society leader, and he believed in the idea of SDG and specifically mentioned them in his book. And he's also very optimistic about making changes and believe that the idea of SDG is not that too far-fetched to be achieved by the world. So he mentioned in his book titled 3 Zeros, zero poverty, zero unemployment, and zero net carbon emission. He mentioned that there are 3 mega powers that will change the world and that can help to change the world. But I will mostly just discuss the first 2 of them. First of all, as you can see here, is he mentioned youth, and specifically on energizing and empowering the youth. Now, however, I will narrow this discussion to something that I am more familiar with, which is youth movement specifically. So from my own experience, I noticed that youth movement are normally strong because first, they suit the need of their locality, they have followers, and most of them are structured. They often collaborate and empower each other. And most importantly, they are many, they're big, because youth consists 45% of the population in Malaysia. So this should give us some, good news about doing ESD in a more, relatable and fun way to youth. So there are many good examples of a youth movement and youth groups, and I will, and each of them actually focus on different goals of SDG. And I will bring some of the examples to the table. For example, if you are talking about, youth movement that focus on leadership and young people, we have Undi 18, we have Undi 18, we have Hello Spot Malaysia that spoke specifically on women and their sexuality education, for example, period poverty, and things that deemed to be too sensitive, and sometimes these young girls, they do not have any idea, and thankfully, this Hello Spot Malaysia come and teach them about all of this sexuality idea. And we have Kami, which is a youth-led climate change Malaysia, and I just discovered that they're actually very big, and also being led by youth. We have Soup Kitchen, and obviously Kami tackles the goals of climate change, and then we have Soup Kitchen KL that specifically help to eradicate urban hunger, and all of these other youth-led movement that are actually making an impact. And they're a lot, and they're making an impact. And when we realize that they're actually not even getting paid for this, they're actually a lot to see. And just some more examples. If you talk about even a big movement that tackles almost every aspect in activism, we have things like, so for example, Harmony Malaysia and PKPIM and Wawasan and so much. And this kind of movement, they are not just structured, but they are big, and they are everywhere in almost every university. And oftentimes they really walk the talk. So for example, I've seen how Harmony Malaysia was able to come up with the idea of Tamani Project, which is a scholarship project by the students from the students. Imagine students making scholarship available for their own peers. So to make sure that quality education occur to all of their peers as well. And then, for example, when UIA started to adopt this idea of stop using plastic, so we remove bottle plastic. So many Harmony IIM, for example, make the crowdfunding to make sure that IIM have more water dispenser that available in every corner of IIM. So there's so many things that you can tell being done by them, and obviously in university level we have student union that should be the frontliner in realizing ESD in higher education. Now, as a member of a few student societies, I'm honestly so proud at how far this youth movement has come and how ambitious they are. And I can tell you for sure that they have been doing this work and they are passionate. Now, when I prove to you that they exist and they have been doing SDG work, unintentionally, without, I would be lying to say that all of them intentionally do this because they are aware of the idea of SDG. Most of them are not. That's just the reality. But most of the SDG goals are something that is actually very local, and it's something that is actually very close, and they have been doing the work. So when I tell you that there has been all of this group because they are genuinely care about the cause and all of this cost, they should give everyone a sense of relief. It means that we don't have to start from zero in bringing forward this ESD education outside classroom to future generation. Now, how do we utilize this for ESD? This is when I believe more and more support from every level should be for them, for all of this youth movement. Without even actually needing to integrate them, we can go to each society and examine how they can further educate their peers on specific goals. So each of them can be the voice of SDG goal. There should always be a room for them to participate in any policy, be it in university level, state level, or even the government level, so that all of these policies are not out of touch with the youth, because when you are implementing policies, the one who will be doing it the most is probably the younger generation. And it's very irony to not get them involved of something that, definitely affecting them the most. So there should be, other than that, I believe there should be some funding to support the youth movement that promotes SDG so that they are more inclined to realize this thing. And most of the time, when it comes to youth movement, the number one barrier is obviously money. So getting funding and support from this is definitely will help so much of the community, and there should also be a fun training for them to empower their youth, their movement, making them, and also making them to have a more set skill of entrepreneurial mindset that enables them to move their movements in a more efficient and attractive way. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm not saying that we should interfere with this movement. Believe me that most of youth movement are in so much belief of autonomy, but we also believe in collaboration. So the approach should really be about making them interested to understand about sustainability and to know that their work somehow contributes to the world, and not just their main locality. And it should also be it should not be an authoritative approach where most of the time, once it started to become an authoritative approach of making dominant over youth movement, then the soul of activism will start to go away. So this collaboration can be as simple as asking them what areas in their movement that they have not managed to tackle, and what support do they need without too much bureaucratic things. And I think if there's this collaboration between the higher authorities, whether it's university or government, with this youth movement, I believe so much problems can actually be settled if we really believe in collaboration. Now, at university level, the status of student union should not be a question anymore. Student union as a separate entity should be in every university, and they should be an equal partner with the university to help the student in related problem and not just act as a mere prefect. And I have the chance to be a part of the early lineup of student union after so many years that we have student representative council, and only we changed to student union back. And so the spirit should be different. And I am blessed to be in a team where every decision making is backed by survey and data. So one by one, from when we start our online classes, from making sure that internet plans actually we can give internet plans to all of our friends, from financial help, mental health concerns, and alhamdulillah, we managed to, even though not 100% settle the problem, but we managed to somehow identify and provide some sort of solution to help our very own kids. So my main point basically to empower them, to see them as a hope, to see their potential, and make use of them. I believe that ESD through real life experience from youth movement, is more effective because most of the time they are not paid. They volunteered to be with the cause, not as a coursework that is graded, but solely as a role in a society, and we should give them more credits in realizing ESD through their movement. Now, secondly, Muhammad Yunus, you mentioned the mega power of technology. And with all the meaning, it should be all kind of them, the invention, technology that by core is more environmental friendly, you name it. But I will speak on something that, again, is more familiar with me and my generation, which is the gift that technology has given to us, which is the social media. So personally, it is even my personal bureau in IAM Student Union to handle the social media. So we can definitely see how much powerful media engagement can have on the current youth generation. So, and in fact, it is not just my generation, right? If you see from the percentage that I share, 97.3% people in Malaysia actually have Facebook. So it even involves, the boomers generation and even those after and before that. So, and what is raising and, the most popular now is any social media that offer fast and quick information, and Twitter happened to be one of them. So next. So remember when I mentioned on the slide, I imposed a few questions, which is where do youth spend most of their time? And I actually get this data from MCMC, from their survey data on 2020. So 88.7% of the population are internet users. 50% of them spend 5 to 12 hours on the internet, and 21% spend more than 12 hours on the internet. So it could be a good thing and a bad thing, depending on how you view it. I prefer to see it as an opportunity. So if they spend this much time on social media and other platforms, information like absorption just comes more naturally there. So there should be a huge social media campaign, catchy awareness, creative presentation that brings this education of sustainability development into internet and social media. And I think this goes without saying. And in fact, we have seen so many of these goals being discussed without us realizing it, and some of it has actually been executed. Next. So what I'm trying to show in this slide is how social media movement and how powerful it is that that actually we can see one by one of the goal has been manifested, or most of it, if I'm being real. So I give some example. When it comes to Zero Hunger campaign, we see this every day. Especially when someone decides to share their concern by in a storytelling way that resonate to people about the real status of the country, and funding and crowdfunding just simply so much easier there. When it comes to health and well-being, on the goals of health and well-being, we get to see so many lifestyle and health influencer, or even the one that is very famous on Twitter, like mid-tweets such as Dr. Amalina, that continuously educate the public on the mythos in health. She even create a whole thread to make sure that the Malaysians are not afraid of vaccine. This might sound funny, but we even have people like Hairul Amin, which is a famous cook on Twitter, on Instagram, that he just started a journey of him exercising and start skipping, and suddenly thousands and thousands of people started to follow this healthy lifestyle of skipping, of making sure that they work out at least every Saturday. I remember he make every Saturday everyone should go work out, and it works because that's just how it is. So that's just how powerful social media is in impacting people's life. So and on the issue of environment, 10 years ago, we rarely see anyone care about reducing plastic, but slowly now, from the lifestyle of sustainable life that is shown in social media, from YouTuber, public figure, more and more of these people start to realize that they need to reduce plastic. So you can see from all of your friends, they no longer use, at least from my peers, they no longer use cup. They start to use all other different straws that is reusable. They no longer use plastic. In fact, some of them even start to change their, not even use cars anymore, because they genuinely believe in reducing carbon emission. And on the issue of education, and recently we've seen how a very the woman who is the same age as me, Viviana, the girl, she has been sharing about her real life experience on how she has to climb the trees to get internet, and this kind of viral thing actually does make a change in her community. People started to make action, because when things get viral, action just somehow occur more faster for some reason. and actually improve her community because she started to speak out about the real life experience of her not being able to get a quality education like the rest. And not to mention internationally, we have seen how young women, younger than me, in fact, like Greta Thunberg, she shake the world, and so many others when she started to just demonstrate and not go to school. We are not saying whether her approach is right or wrong, but the amount of volume of youth that she catch to make sure that this youth also believe in the idea of climate change, it's just big. And so are there many things, right? Like laptop initiative, I can go on and on. But I think we get the idea. So the internet and social media is full with so much content. It can be a gold and it can also be a deep dark hole. So, but I think it is everyone's job to fill it with as much as positivity. And if a content is really good, it will have followers, and that will be good marketing strategies to promote ESD apart from formal education. Like any other, marketing strategies, all of these ideas are also actually can be presented in a nicely marketed way. So I would suggest to invest in making our social media full with great contents. We can collaborate with many people that have, good influential criteria, and also targeted audience in each of them. Now, lastly, next slide. Now, lastly, I will not touch much about this, but basically, the Honorable, Muhammad Yunus, he mentioned the third mega power, which is good governance and human rights. And I think this goes without saying, for us to have a good governance and human rights goals, I think nothing is more effective than to have a set of leadership, like we have been discussed today, from university level and every level of society that practice good example of integrity, accountability, transparency, and many other good governance elements. And it is a must that we stay alert to make sure that we eradicate all kind of corruption, because at the end of the day, no matter how many goals we have, if the future generation is not given an environment that is honest and integrity, and that are accountable for the future generation, it is almost impossible, right, for us to move forward in building a better future. So everyone, from the smallest of the society to the first government to local government and every government institution and NGOs, need to transform to be as clean as possible and make sure that they are goal-oriented, are not for their own selfish approach, but more towards like society development, like SDG. So to conclude, what I'm trying to show is that we already have all of these vessels, and we will always have youth, and we will always have this technology. But sometimes maybe it's very hard to have a good leadership and also good government that practice good governance in every level. But I think together with the higher education approach as well as ESG that occur in our daily life, we will be able to achieve this to achieve this goal, to achieve this environmental sustainability, economic viability, cultural diversity, and also a just society for everyone. So I think that's all. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Farida. That was a very invigorating and interesting talk from a youth perspective. I think she touches on a lot of important areas to actually for us to look at seriously, especially in identifying and utilizing or capitalizing the youth movement and youth volunteerism, and how we can empower the youth, to promote not just implementing ESD, but promote volunteerism among them, enriching ESD through their work. And I think I cannot agree more with her regarding the use of technology and social media, for us to capitalize on these platforms, because the youth spend quite a lot of time using social media, and we can use this opportunity to actually highlight and also show how ESD can actually be promoted and can be carried out in a fun, responsible manner, so that the youth brought into the mainstream to actually work together with the authorities, with the policy makers, collaborate in a constructive way. Okay, I'm sorry, I think there was some interruption earlier about my Wi-Fi connection, but we will continue now with our fourth speaker, the final speaker, who is coming from a private university. Mr. Leong Sat Singh is currently the Vice President of Group Corporate Affairs of UCSI University, Kuala Lumpur Campus, Malaysia. Mr. Leong, actually, I've known him and I've been working and collaborating with him in some of the USI programs. And he is basically, let me have a look at his brief background. Okay, with 25 years of experience in the education industry, Mr. Leong first made his name when he pioneered the company's marketing and public relations department of a leading Malaysian higher education provider. He holds a degree in civil engineering from University Malaya. So he's an alumni of UM, an MBA from Herod Watt University, and he received the Education Leadership Award from the Asia's Education Excellence Award in 2015. So without much ado, now I'd like to call upon our final presenter, Mr. Leong Sat Singh, to deliver his talk on ESD in post-COVID-19 era, challenges and opportunities. The floor is yours, Mr. Leong.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sumiani. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I can hear you good.
Yeah, greetings to all of you, especially the community from Highlight UM, from Arcade, from as far as Toronto, Charles, and Catherine. It is a real honor to be invited to be one of the speakers here. It is also a real honor to meet you again, Tan Sri Sol and Dr. Sumiani, both of whom really had a hand in the early days of UCSI when we were beginning to journey on the SDG for our university as well as the group entity. Thank you so much, and it's nice to see both of you again. Now, COVID-19 has caught all of us a surprise. It is unprecedented, and we are all our strength and weaknesses are revealed for a pandemic like this. So it has affected much of all the SDG initiatives and activities. And ESD is like a mutually inclusive, because of SDG, we need ESD, and ESD exists because of SDG. So because of COVID-19, ESD has to modify itself, has to continue on. There may be new avenue to look into, and I think we are all on the right track. Having this forum like this, a seminar like this, we thank ARCAP and IIM for continuing to address these important issues as we journey along this world. So ESD is like a heartbeat. That's where people get to know about each of the SDG goals. They could be involved in some, but they may not be aware of others. Generally, it is moving. It is moving. It is a heartbeat that moves all of us to address issues and to reach those goals that the United Nations, including Malaysia, aspire to achieve. And this is not just for us, we know it's also for future generation. So there are a lot of effects from COVID-19. Some of the messages that we hear saying that this has really given a setback to achieve SDG. And there was a question earlier this morning whether the 2030 goal can be achieved. All of us recognize there is a setback because of COVID-19. And the long-term consequence remains highly uncertain. We do not know how it will be in the next few years, whether there will be long-term effect, not just for individuals, but even for countries. Countries that have been borrowing, that has been having so much stimulus package one after another. What will be the long-term effect on these countries, for example? Are they able to pay back the loans, and what penalty will they get, and so on? Well, it has also shed considerable light on vulnerability of healthcare system, especially in developed countries. The healthcare is supposed to be more advanced than the many developing countries, but this pandemic shows there are loopholes, there are areas where they are really overlooked or undermined. Well, the only bright spot, some people say, because of COVID-19, is the reduction in impact. Now, there are 5 major impacts I would like to point out very quickly. Impact of COVID-19. Yes, we know there's so many people who are infected, 120 million now, 2.6 million worldwide have died because of this infection. Malaysia is picking up numbers slowly, a bit slower now, but still we have 320,000 infected with 1,200 died of this illness. It has impacted economic worldwide. The world economy shrunk by 4.4%. And Malaysia last year, the GDP shrunk 5.6%. And it was estimated that we have lost 90 billion ringgit because of this pandemic thus far. Job loss is everywhere. 114 billion people have been affected. And in Malaysia, almost 100,000 people have lost their jobs. 30,000 businesses actually have closed so far. School closure, higher education institution closure, university colleges. In fact, close to there were 168 million students worldwide have experienced closure for 1 whole year in their education. And Malaysia itself, in the schools, 5 to 6 months of the time has been closed. International students' mobility, so many countries in the West that depend on foreign students for it could be the second or third largest export industry for these countries, and they have shrunk tremendously because of this. Malaysia too, 52,000 international students should have been here last year, but they did not turn up, and that amount to billions of ringgit lost, not just in fees, but also like accommodation, the food, and other expenses as well. According to a recent report by SDSN, the impact from COVID-19 impact the most in 5 of these goals: poverty, hunger, health, decent work, and economic growth, and inequalities. And you will see some of this in my subsequent presentation now. I think they are still measuring this, how it evolved month after month. This was reported in June last year. Firstly, the lockdown. What I'm going to share now involves also schools, because
excuse me, Mr. Leong, if you don't
Yes.
mind, the participants are saying, even myself, your voice is a bit unclear, it's breaking out, like, there's interruption. Could you maybe speak closer to the speaker?
All right, thank you. Sorry about that.
Speak louder, please. Thank you so much.
How is it now, Dr. Sumiani?
Yes, much better.
I hold it closer to my mouth now. Thank you. Okay, we move on. I was tasked to give the challenges and opportunities. So firstly, the lockdown and the MCO. Now in ESD, we create awareness, right? We have fundraising. Universities and colleges do this. Definitely with this lockdown, this has not been much can be done for the last 12 months. There are many activities that we do or other society, NGO do to address the gap in SDG goal, whether in providing clean water or building of new toilet system or even in helping the poor or giving tuitions. All these are being compromised because of the movement. And as mentioned by Tan Sri Jo just now, one next pandemic could be mental stress. And we hear reports also about domestic violence because of this lockdown. Imagine, if husband and wife are not in really good terms and they're locked down for 24 hours, so tendency there'll be more argument, and usually the women suffer. And mental stress, so we can see that there are 30 suicides a month in Malaysia as reported, and also the Women Action Organization says that the complaints they received in February last year was about 250 a month, but it picked up 3 times, about 800 plus of complaints from women in April as well as in May. And even Bukit Aman reported that children abuse parents doubled during the MCO time. The amount of stress that's given to mankind really was not well handled in many sectors of the society. Yeah, we know about economic distress and job loss and how it affects many people out there, and the health risk as well. Are there any opportunities for such a lockdown? Well, we are, of course, easing in our MCO now, but as we talk about this, we also take cognizance of in future, there may be other similar pandemic that may happen. So perhaps we are more prepared, and perhaps there are opportunities for us to more readily to capture if such a thing will happen again. Firstly, for those who are more aware or see the need, they know there are more quality time at home. It is opportunity for many of them to build relationship. Now, communication in space involves, in the past maybe there were some training programs or there's some ESE activities that was done physically, but now because of lockdown, many of these activities training has been made into online, and because of that, there's more wider audience they can capture. For example, the peace and unity training that UCSI has recently not just expand to Singapore, but also like Indonesia, Philippines, and I heard as far as Iceland, there was a participant as well. So such an initiative or training or awareness program can easily reach further. Well, people get enhanced in their IT skills. People you and me, learn to use Zoom, Teams, Google Meet, and so on, and create better PowerPoint. We are able to use e-wallets. All these are opportunities for us to digitize ourselves. So we go for reskilling, we go for online courses as we are locked at home. My wife, for example, a school teacher preparing for lessons day after day, she also took up online Japanese course just to advance herself. Well, work from home, is it good? Yeah, some people say contribute to work life balance. To some, yes, it does, because you can arrange your timetable well for your family, for your exercise, for your work, if the deadline is not that urgent. But for others, it could be a distraction. The baby or the toddler always want to stick on to you. You can't really work in front of the computer. So it is subjective to different people. Mentioning about domestic violence just now, actually many people are not going back to work according to the United Nations. These are women. So many percents in these countries are actually spending more than one domestic chore since COVID-19. After all, household chores mainly are confined to women, for the women in many levels of society. In September last year in the US, 800,000 women dropped out of work compared to 200,000 men. Everything we work for, according to UN as everything we work for gender equality for the past 25 years, seemingly lost in a year because of this pandemic. Next, we look at closure, schools and higher education institution closure. Now, from the statistics, in April last year, over 1.4 billion students were actually affected. no schools to go to. And 84.5% actually do not have access to this education face to face. So what are the challenges? Of course, to all of us, laboratory practical experience is compromised. Whatever that you want to do for SDG cannot be done as usual. And the other challenge is really difficult is for all the educators, be it the universities or school. Suddenly, during March last year, suddenly within few days, everyone must prepare their lessons online. Some could be more prepared than others could be for the first time, but the fact was everyone has to learn it quick because education must go on and it's online. And of course, there are many challenges as things like only the educators may not be well prepared, things are not interesting, students do not have device, don't have Wi-Fi, stuff like that. We learn along the way all these challenges and how hopefully we can do better. Now, malnutrition is real. According to UNICEF, Malaysia in 2019, already 22% of our population are facing food insecurity. 4 million children actually are under malnutrition, not enough food, not enough nutrition for their growth. Growth has stunted. And last year it got worse. Khazanah research mentioned that 30% of children actually do not take breakfast. And how do they really study? And with the COVID-19, there's no school, there's no free breakfast for them. So really scratch our head how do we provide this continually for our children who don't have the opportunity. Now, the other setback about school closure is students are staying, and the girls are especially higher risk, either because of abuse or because of sexual misconduct by friends or relatives or neighbors, and some people early pregnancy, early marriage, and things happen more because of lockdown.
Mr. Leong, sorry, could you speak louder or come closer to the mic? We are still having difficulty hearing.
So sorry. What about now?
Yeah, better. And I think maybe you have a fan or something nearby because there seems to be like some breeze coming near you.
My apology. How is it now?
Yeah, okay, better. I think you have to really speak close to the mic.
I really speak close. Thank you. Okay, yeah. Let's move on. Yeah, returning school become a problem. Yeah, if some of the girls are subject to such abuse, as well as it's also expected that the interest to study will also drop after you prolong not being studied. Yeah. Opportunities be opening training to wider audience. That's correct. I just mentioned just now, and also it spur the educators to be more innovative in active learning, because online learning, hours after hours, you realize that students cannot pay much attention. So educators want to innovate a bit so that more participation from the students, more projects, and so on. Digital product for education, we know now they have Didik TV, TV7, and this is good. It's not perfect, but it's good to some extent. More and more videos are being developed also by NGO to see now the third phenomena is in terms of international mobility that drop. Yeah, we have challenges such as learning of others is now just online, very hard to know. Those activities or projects that depends on international participation, the experts, cannot have that. Obviously, internationalization also drop. If you talk about global citizen education, this is become more challenging. If you want to talk about human rights or peace, or want to educate more and more countries there who do not subscribe to this, then it becomes compromised again. Of course, revenue in related sector, especially universities, private universities, has also dropped. And this is according to MEPCO, half of the private colleges and institutions were closed this year because of this. Hotels, tourism industry, they are affected very badly. But one good thing, less flight traveling. So it was reported carbon footprint had dropped by 7% last year. participation by foreign audience, as mentioned about. Now, programs can be rolled out wider overseas. And because projects can be stunted because of lack of mobility, now the education providers, those who train in ESD and so on, will want to train the locals a bit. You will want the locals to carry on in case there's another lockdown, in case they cannot travel. So you will be less and less dependent on foreigners, and one locals should be trained. They should be made aware. Another effect will be micro-credentialing. More and more universities, because they receive less students from international, they will recognize more and more diplomas, certificates, CNG, and so on, and probably also more and more branch collaborative campus will be started in those developing countries. Technology is advancing well. Okay, so the challenges will be, we create more couch potatoes who just sitting down, either in front of computer or in front of TV, BMI increased, hacks and scam has also increased. Singapore Bank reported phishing, mirroring the website of banks, increased by 2,500% last year. And Malaysia also, cybersecurity cases rose 82% last year. Disparities have and have not. Yeah, there are many people out there who do not have devices or access. MOE recent survey, April last year, said that 37% children actually do not have devices here. Even the community in the universities, we also see a lot of struggles there. And some Ms. Farida mentioned about another student in Sabah, wasn't it, who had to climb trees and so on. So these are examples we all hear and we all know. Accessibility, there's a problem. Why this B40, either because of device or because of banking. Maybe some immediate suggestion. Can the government or the country perhaps look into dedicated Wi-Fi packages for B40? Yes, I know they have reduced the price last 2 years. I think now Wi-Fi telco has reduced their prices. But can we or have we not dedicate special prices for B40? Lower price for them. And for rural places, kampung places where we should have community center, why not? Let's have Wi-Fi in this community center, possibly sponsored by the government or sponsored by some NGOs, so that the communities in this kampung can go to this center every time to access Wi-Fi. They don't have to subscribe individually. Yeah? So let's think about that. So, all device donation. I know of a center in Damansara that collect all phones as well as computers. They refurbish it. They put a special like Ubuntu software so that they can give them out to the B40 children. They liaise with the headmasters around schools around the area, identify who are the B40, and give these old computers to them. We may not be able to use them because the browser, you cannot update. I myself have a Dell computer that is like 12 or 15 years old. So it is good for them to use, and they can just refurbish it. Students can access Google Meet and so on. Then, what about unused data donation for those who purchase prepaid data, especially? Say they buy 3 gig or 5 gig a month. At the end of the month, if does not carry forward, then where does it go? The telco could use this unused data and accumulate them and donate out to the community center, things like that. So perhaps some of these things, if you have not looked into, we can begin to explore how we can provide more bandwidth, free service, cheaper Wi-Fi to the B40 community. One thing good about IT in this pandemic is that digitization speed has increased. A lot of companies go for e-commerce, and very soon many universities will be offering hybrid education. Sometimes you come to class, sometimes you go online, and after this incident, I presume many more students will accept a hybrid learning mode. Yeah, that online is also good, and it doesn't mean education was compromised. The emergence of new users, many of the old people who never used computer before has to learn it during the pandemic. And these are a whole host of new customers, yeah, for us to reach out to, whether in the ESD or other education program. And perhaps too, we should set up some centers, short courses in some community places to train these old people how to use those devices. Of course, one of the good things about IT is we can explore what are the shopping places and we can have more choices to purchase. Yeah, but a few days later, it will affect. Yeah, the husband will be looking at what the wife has done. Okay, next, economic distress. This has been said before. More projects will be closed. Charity underserved. I heard of. I read a center in Penang. Orphanage home. There are 16 kids, but they only have 3 laptops, and they are all of different ages. How are they going to access their online education? Different age group and only 3 laptops. So this is one of the areas where they are underserved. And companies, because of suffering economically, so probably they also do not give so much of charity. So what's the long-term effect on the countries? UN reported 490 million in 70 countries were back to poverty. Tribal activities has also increased. Opportunities diversified, go into delivery, companies go into e-commerce a bit more. Is it a healthy option for us? Tan Sri Su mentioned about development is not just physical, it is also spiritual, well-being, happiness, and perhaps such distress, such lack of income make us healthier because we stay at home, we eat at home, maybe we eat organic things that we plant ourselves. So we save money, we are healthier, and don't need to eat outside oily food, too much sugar, too much salt, and so on. Possibly it's better. Health distress. Yes, sickness and death have increased. Frontliners are suffering. Xenophobia. I've seen some video. Maybe some of you have seen too. In the US, whereby they just torture and make the old Chinese-looking people suffer because they think that the pandemic, the virus came from China, and these people came to America. And they are just nuisance. That's why they want to hurt them. We also know about disposal of masks and gloves. This is challenges us because we have been using them. And by the way, somebody just sent me this saying that, if you throw away your mask, make sure you cut off the side of it. Otherwise, they will entangle with the wildlife later on. Is there opportunity? Well, it creates awareness, especially the developed countries, they are not prepared. It's also awareness about disruptive land use, zoonotic diseases, and to come up with new norms for health from now on. More people are more conscious. They wear masks more readily, they wear gloves more readily, and so on. Other suggestions for the government, perhaps. This one, IUM probably, I'm talking to large community IUM here, probably you already looked into this since 7 years ago, but it's still a challenge for many other institutions out there. So do we inculcate in every subject or every one compulsory subject or compulsory curriculum? It's up to institutions. Which is best for them. I think there are institutions that want to ensure every subject that is taught must have some element of SDG. Is it engineering? Is it medicine? All that? Surely you can link to one of the goals or many of the goals in SDG. What about maths? How do you link SDG to mathematics subjects? Somebody told me, just give examples of SDG events, put the numbers there. You can also inculcate SDG in your mathematics. I heard in Indonesia, the colleges and universities there, before the students graduate, they must serve a community in their internship, like a must, and sponsored by companies. I'm not sure whether it's really compulsory for all, but I thought it's such a good idea. If you can instill the mandatory expectation students that when you go for internship, it must be to serve community. Not necessarily you study engineering, law, or pharmacy, or that you must go for that area, but to serve. And it's really widen the perspective for the students. After all, when they graduate later, They are to serve the community and to be aware of SDG is one of the requirements or one of the needs we have to achieve 2030. Government can also put up more awareness and where to help. What about companies? Make them reporting about SDG as something compulsory. What have they done? Whether in their operation or whether they give funding outside. Of course, acceptance, enforcement, this would be challenging. But if we can make it compulsory for certain companies or take out certain revenue of their project, of their company for SDG project, and then maybe also some of the companies can be selective. I will only choose to collaborate with those who are advocate of SDG. It becomes a voice by itself, that people are more aware this company is advocating that. Schools, this one is, I very quickly go through. The challenge, of course, for us is effective leadership. There are leaders who say, yes, we all shall do it, but in their lifestyle, they are not following it. They do not switch off their life. They still use single-use plastic. They still, do not advocate so much green. So this, of course, defeats the purpose. So we need more training. We need to go for more funding. So give awards to those who practice those SDGs, the compound and so on.
Sorry, Mr. Leong, can you wrap it up?
Okay, I'll wrap it up now.
Yes, all right. Thank you.
I just go on to where we are. All right. So it's good for us to know where we are, whether we are in the awareness, acceptance, action, or accountability. So different level of competency or knowledge that we have, but there's also a group that is unaware. So if you take up one university or one school, you make an assessment, maybe you find 21% of our people unaware, 40% aware, and so on. So it's up to ESD then for us to bring it up level higher. But start off with some assessment so that we know where we are, so that we can improve ourselves. We can have some quiz like that. That we should say science and implemented, because quizzes also educate them as they answer those questions. So that's all I have for now. Thank you so much, Dr. Srimani. Thank you for this opportunity.
Right, thank you so much, Mr. Leong, for that very comprehensive talk. And I think Mr. Leong did touch on many issues and challenges and opportunities, post-COVID-19 era. And I think undeniably or inevitably it would and will impact a multitude of areas, including education, international mobility, IT and technology, and so on. And also Mr. Leong touches on how ESD should actually be incorporated, and the levels of SDG competencies should be addressed and should be looked at more holistically, especially for the higher education institutions. So thank you so much to all the speakers. We had 4 wonderful speakers with their different perspective of talks on the SDG. Just a quick wrap up. We had the very eminent Prof. Emeritus Tan Sri Dr. Muhammad Kamal Hassan talking about spirituality and sustainability towards ESD, and also our eminent Professor Dato' Tan Sri Zul talking on indigeneity and ESD. And we also had from our youth representative, Ms. Farida, talking about ESD and future generation. And finally, we had Mr. Leong, who spoke about ESD in post-COVID-19 era, challenges and opportunities. So now we have some time for the Q&A session. And I think there have been quite a number of questions posed at the chat box. And if any of you would like to actually open up your speaker, unmute yourself, or even open up your video to ask personally, you may do so. Otherwise, I'll be addressing those questions that has already been posted by our participants. There are quite a number of very interesting questions. If there's no personal questions coming from the participants now, I will address the first question first, coming through the chat box. Okay? But of course, you have time and feel free to either just interrupt and pose your questions to the panels that you want them to answer your question. Maybe I would like to start with the first question. Yeah. First question is to none other, Tan Sri Zul. Tan Sri Zul.
Yes.
There's a question from one of the participants who says that you did mention about Bhutan and the happiness index, and how can we propagate this idea and make it a reality in higher education? Can we actually set happiness index as KPI or KIP for our pendaftar or chief HR to ensure sustainability and progressive performance towards ESG? It's a very interesting question coming from the participant, and we'd like to hear your views and thoughts on that.
Thank you. I think there was one question also just now. I was reading the chat box which says, why are we talking about SDG now? Why does it not come naturally? I think these two questions somehow or rather is related. Yep. My take on this is, that's why I say we need to go back to the past, because sustainability has been with us for a long time. It's that we have not given it some credence or credibility, because it was then quote unquote seems to be not modern. I mean, Malaysia wants to build modern cities. We've got the Twin Tower and all those things, which is good. By the end of the day, we didn't realize that by building and building and building, we are spoiling our environment. And this whole idea of bringing back this word sejahtera, which is basically a Malay word that talks about balance, that talks about harmonious living, that talks about sustainability. It is a word that's already been part of us. And we say salam sejahtera all the time, but little do we realize that it has something to do with this living style, the way we actually manage our society before. So my short answers to this is basically, until and unless we realize that our life has always been organized around a sustainability concept, then putting it onto us as though it comes from somewhere else. It comes from United Nations, it comes from UNESCO. There's nothing wrong with that, but it takes a lot more effort to learn something from outside which does not belong to us. Even the words Pembangunan Lestari, is a very awkward sort of a terminology. You go down to the kampung and talk about Pembangunan Lestari, I think nobody understands. I mean, my regular joke on this, when we talk about Pembangunan Lestari to a makcik will just equate Lestari to Listerine. He's more familiar with the word Listerine as a brand rather than the word Lestari, and they say, I don't know anything about Lestari. But tapi kalau tanya about sejahtera, what about sejahtera? Then it associates with her very quickly. And that's why I think we need to come back. And if you look at why Bali is successful, because the Subak system has been there for 900 years and they have not dismantled it. And they have tried to put this together with their quote unquote modern way of living. Bhutan, I've just described to you, it is there in their legal code 300 years ago. So here we have got, and the word sejahtera for us in the academic, the word sejahtera has been there in Falsafah Pendidikan Kebangsaan for the last 30 years. How many of us take it out? How many of us make use out of this? How many of us understand what kelestarian means in the context of Falsafah Pendidikan Kebangsaan? We don't even care for our own national education philosophy where sejahtera is there. So I think we need to overhaul this thinking very quickly so that we don't have to enforce it to the MSD, or it becomes naturally part of us because it's part of our living, our own cultural standards and our own norms. The renewed level, the renewed norm as I call it, not the new norm, the renewed norm, because it was there, we've gotten it, let's come back and take it on and move on. I hope I answered that question. You have to unmute, Srini.
Sorry, I didn't want to interfere or maybe disrupt, because while someone is talking, you should actually mute yourself. Anyway, Tan Sri, thank you for the answer, but I think you missed out one portion of the question, which actually asks you whether we can actually set happiness index as KPI.
Again, this whole idea of having index for everything does not work. I've just written an article. We're going to celebrate the International Day of Happiness on the 20th of March. and there is now a risk when we talk about happiness. When indexing, then that indexing is used in such a way that it will mark down to a number again. What sorts of salary scale have you got? In other words, it's somehow rather that we can buy happiness. I've been talking to another friend. They got the happiness is linked to money. Now, I don't want that to be a kind of, for us, kebahagiaan cannot be bought. You feel internally happy. You may be poor, but you are happier than the richest man in the world. Now, how do you put this in words? This is something that we need to experience. This is where I say the university wants to go out and experience happiness rather than calculate happiness. I think we need to change our thinking. I'm happy. Sumiani looks happy. But we know we are happy internally. We don't have to demonstrate to people, I've got so much and therefore I'm happy. The richest man in the world may not be the happiest man in the world. And some of the pictures that you show, they are moderately poor, but they are spiritually rich and they are happy in that sense. So we need to think along a different way, moving forward and trying to understand sustainability in a different dimension rather than just numbers, figures, and percentages.
Yeah, very true. But having said that, I think it's also a challenge to the university administrators or higher education institutions to actually put forward the agenda of a bit intangible. When you say, right, Sri, how do you actually measure happiness or well-being? And at the end of the day, we live in this materialistic world with numbers and so on. And you need to show something to prove that you have actually successfully executed the agenda that you aspire to do, right? So maybe that's the challenge, how to reorientate and actually reset again our mindset and also a holistic approach towards SDG and also sustainable development in the forefront or making it mainstream for the university administrators. Yeah. Okay, Tan Sri, thank you for the question. Let's see whether we have any more chat in the chat. Okay, there's not at the moment. Okay, we have one more. I suppose he did not actually direct this to any one of the panels, but the question is, whenever we want to introduce a certain transformational project or any change, the common response from all, especially from the academics in the higher education institution, will be, what's in it for me or for us? How do we inculcate the idea of knowledge sharing, of all culture, of give among the higher education workers without them thinking always of material reward or recognition? Any of the panels would like to have a take on that or answer the question?
Can I just recall what Professor Hopkins makes a quotation? I got this quotation when he says, the problem is not about the structures. The problem is about problems about selfishness and things like that. I mean, the problem is about the values that we inherit at the end of the day. It's not about the structure per se. So this is where I come back and say, look, what sort of value system do we put? In other words, if we sort of create some joy to some other people, academics, my role as a rector, I always say that my role is to make other people happy. That will be my role. I mean, how do I make my staff and my student happy in a sense that they are taken care, they know that the university is, concerned about them. When they've got problems, we are the first one to reach out and say, how can we help you? I mean, those are the values that I think we need to bring back as far as education is concerned. Sumiani, I think basically I must mention that I'm old enough when I come down and join the academic world, the word KPI is foreign to us. There's no such thing as KPI then, I come back and I join the academia because I can set my own agenda. I can do what I want to do and I can be happy with what I'm doing. So for example, when I come back in the early 80s, what we do is basically we organize tuition classes for the rural folks. Every week we were in the kampong, to make sure that the Malay boys and girls understand mathematics, understand English, and understand whatever they don't understand, so that when they go to the class next week, they are better off. And we go down to the kampong every week to make sure that they are given free tuition. Nobody pays us anything. We didn't even mention to people that, no, we go down and what KPI do I get? You know, can I be promoted because I've gone to the kampong every week? We don't even care about those things because we feel that is part of the academic duty to educate people. You know, why do you be an academic if you are not going to educate people? But since the KPI comes around, when I ask my staff, can you do this? They say, Tan Sri, I'm sorry, this is not my KPI. So in other words, we have changed the whole structure of what university is all about. The values that we talked about is really now being thrown away out of the window. And we just talk about ourselves. You know, if I don't meet the KPI, means I don't get my promotion. If I don't get my promotion, I'll be the unhappiest man in the world, a kind of a thing, you know. And then we start this other way of looking at what education is all about. So repurposing education is what sustainable development is all about. And that's where the values comes in. And that's part of what I think Kamal is trying to say. Where is the spirituality? You are basically, you know, responsible for yourself and the community around you. I don't know whether that's the answer that people are happy with.
Yes, very true. I would like to also pose this question to Tan Sri, Prof. Dr. Kamal. Would you like to add anything more, Tan Sri? Especially from the perspective of how to inject and, you know, enhance this wholesome spirit of, you know, sincerity, you know, faith, and also taking into consideration spirituality in the things that we do without looking for material gain. Tan Sri Kamal, would you like to add to that?
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. I don't have much to add, but I think I'm sure Tan Sri Zul will agree that the vision and the mission, objectives, philosophy of the university, the raison d'être, the reason why an institution was established, would also shape the kind of values which are required to develop the human resources from that institution. If you have a military academy, you want to produce intelligent and strategic leaders in the army, then the content, you do not have to have much content on spirituality. Or of course, the ethical part has to be there, but whether you fast the sunnah fasting, or whether you give money to the poor, sadaqah, that kind of spirituality and philanthropy are actually not relevant to the to the production of very strategic military leaders. So similarly, our public education, we already have the national philosophy. Tan Sri Zul he's the greatest expert on that. Educational philosophy. That should already be enough for the other universities. For us, we have the global Islamic philosophy plus the national philosophy of education, and then we have our own vision and mission derived from based on that philosophy, because it has to do with something very basic and fundamental. And as Tan Sri Zul has been doing in IUM, he's talking about the qalb, the heart has to be purified. In the kind of holistic leadership for a transformation of society in the future, you need that kind of concern with the heart. But I guess in a military academy, it's not so much the heart, but the body has to be strong, the mind has to be disciplined. The heart, yeah, okay, but you don't have to worry too much about purification, I think, because you have to, what is important that he can shoot straight and not shooting his own feet. Okay, so I think that's about all I want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tan Sri.
I can add a bit here, Dr. Subani.
Yes, please.
Well, firstly, I think what Tan Sri Zul mentioned just now make a lot of sense. Yeah? Make a lot of sense. It sort of give me reason how to answer those who are in this such a denial. Yeah. Now, Prof. Kamal also mentioned about spirituality, which we know most, if not all, spiritual teaching teaches to care for others, right? Look beyond ourselves. And I think if we have that kind of education, or we embrace that, then naturally we will want to care for others. But having said this, I suppose to make this implementable for people to toe the line or to cooperate, somehow it has to be some kind of top-down approach. You know, if you are in the university and the vision and mission, like Prof. Kamal say, is such a way, the culture is like this is the core values, and you are part of the university, then you should subscribe to what the university is driving to go ahead. I suppose they cannot just ask what is it for me all the time. You are in the organization. What is it in the organization that you as a team player can contribute to? So effective leadership and organization, again, back to that. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Leong, for that additional comment. It's very true. I think at the end of the day, you really need the support from top management. You know, I think the leadership plays a very important role. IIUM, to me, is very fortunate to have Tan Sri Zul at the helm. Previously, he was in USM, and he brought the Sejahtera concept long time ago, before anyone was talking about SDG and so on, you know, because this is something inherent, something that we have been doing for so long, and something that is, I think, have been nurtured to us, especially since young. The spirit of, volunteerism, sincerity, taking care of the environment as part and parcel of our ibadah, playing our role as vicegerent or khalifah, on this earth, is actually not just to do the ritual as what is ordained, because I always believe, hablu minallah, hablu minan nas is the part that we must actually also holistically embrace to be so-called a good Muslim, or even just as a good human being, right? Okay, we have many questions. Further on, there are more questions coming from the participant. This is from an anonymous attendee. Whenever we want to introduce, I think I've read that just now. There's one more, in fact, a few more. The other question is asking, examination system in Malaysia at the primary and secondary school is not measuring sejahtera as it is supposed to be, even at the university level. How can we correct this? This is from Ms. Azura Amit. Yeah, there's a big question. How can we correct the examination system, not just in primary and secondary school, but even at the university level, that do not measure sejahtera? Because as we know, some of these things that we talk about are actually intangible. Tan Sri, what's your take on this?
Well, for a long time, we thought the examination is mandatory. Yeah, everybody must go to an examination because that's the only credential we have to show whether we have learned or not. But COVID will tell us now examination is not mandatory anymore. Most people have abolished examination or modified in one way or another. In others, we can still live a life without examination. So that's the first point that I want to note. Examination is not part and parcel of education. In fact, some of the book that I read, the moment you standardize education, you will bring down the level of education, because that's not the only way to test what you have learned, right? So I think we need to now open our minds and say, well, education is there, examination is there, but it is not compulsory. So some of the courses that I run here in the university, in fact, that's the only one, we abolish examination. We say now you do community work, you do a profile, we look at your profile, from the profile we'll see what impact you bring, and that is enough to give us the measure of rigor that you have. So at the moment we can open our mind that way, then we can start to dismiss that education is not important. Now, the reality is this: in people like Finland, I'm sorry if I quote this example too often, they don't have education anyway. They study only 4 subjects and 4 hours in a day, and they don't have examination, they don't have homework. But education in Finland is the best in the world. We get stuck with somebody else's and say, look, the only way to understand education is through examination. I think we need to start thinking and look at different models at one point in time. I'm not an Islamic scholar, but I think Islam also do not encourage examination the way we understand it. I mean, everybody to each his own. How do you actually make this adjustment? And I was reading one article. In one country, they got examination. One you pass, no grades. The other one, no fail, but they say not yet. So in other words, you can still go on and study so that you understand and then you pass. So my whole idea is basically we are not being trapped. Maybe a lizard hole, to use Prof. Kamal's word, and we need to move out of this lizard hole that somebody has created for us. For every exam, there is a gatekeeper. I think the gatekeeper is the one that's the most dangerous. They want to preserve their the authority. They want to set the levels for use. They want to invent the rules for use. And you now need to please the gatekeeper. Why can't we be our own gatekeeper? Why can't Malaysia say, as far as exam is concerned, this is how we're going to do it? The Malaysian way. Bring in whatever that is important in terms of social solidarity, for example. I am really very, very unhappy with the level of social solidarity we get from our education system. Everybody get an A, but they cannot talk to each other. Is that education? I think it's not education. So this is a time for us to be a little bit more bold, courageous, push the way forward. Certainly IIUM will do this, but the more people who wants to join us, I think the merrier it is, the easier for us to talk to whoever the power that be. But I just want to summarize, as examination is not the way or not the only way in trying to assess whether our students do well or not.
If I may add, maybe one of the ways is to create that peer pressure, giving of, say, awards or funding are available for proposals, so the community, the school children, they get heightened up because of things that's happening in the school, what their classmates are doing, and winning awards. This could give some encouragement for them.
Yeah, that's true. We have to have I suppose holistic approach in looking at how education is measured. Yeah, because currently we are still in the system whereby it's like numbers counts. How many % receive straight A's, or how many 10 or 15 A's you achieve in your examination. But at the end of the day, is that really truly reflective of the wisdom, the knowledge that we want to impart to our future generation? But I think as long as we are still in the system we are in now, Tan Sri, and I hope that you can play that very important role to actually overhaul or even give a new perspective or a new dimension to the spirit and the true meaning of education in Malaysia. Yeah.
Maybe you want to ask Hanim. Hanim will be happy to support me, I think. Hanim, are you there?
Hanim, maybe we'd like to listen from the youth perspective. What do you think about that question? About education, not really, propagating the true spirit of sejahtera and sustainability.
Oh, I am actually very excited when this question come out, because I am the living proof of, from UPSR and then PT3 and then SPM. And then I enter, Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Law, which is, it's basically exams. And it's actually very pressuring. I'm telling you, it's something that I think everyone in my generation faced with. And, even to the point where getting a B+ or B is already considered as a failure, to most of us. And it is actually very saddening. We are not just measured on whether we are pass or fail, but we are measured whether we are A or is it A+, or are you A or it's just A-, And it really does, to to the point where we discuss, me and my place, we sometimes discuss about this, that we feel like the approach in learning to really understand the subject compared to the approach of learning of getting a certain grade is different. Meaning that we don't, if we were to actually just aim for an A in everything, I don't think we actually get the soul of learning. Compared to if we not focus or emphasize too much on all of the CGPA, or even, it's very sad to see people at the age of 17, feel like they're a failure just because they don't get straight A's on SPM. It's hard for me to put it in a nice way, like how Tan Sri did it, right? But I truly agree that if there is some way that we can re-evaluate the system and to really consider all of this happiness and mental well-being of the students, to make sure that learning is actually enjoyable and not something to the point that it becomes, stressful. Like, I don't want to do this because I'll be measured in a certain way. Like, how come, I study for 3 months, but then everything is put within, like just a paper, although it's just a 40%, right? Sometimes, but it actually shows a lot in your result and all. So yes.
Yeah. So what do you think? How do you think youth and students could actually play a role in trying to influence the policymakers or your leaders in the universities? You have you were talking about your student union and their important role, in promoting this agenda. How do you see the student union and also the student leadership movement in trying to promote or change things?
Because when we talk about changing the structure of education, it is oftentimes we see it not within our hand. Like normally, right, it's something like a university administration decide and we follow within the thing. But if there is any changes, what I would hope is that all of those discussion, they will try to include the students and to really understand what is actually the perspective. How do we change it and make it make education have more soul? How do we and even if we continue with examination, how do we not make it like such a big deal and big stressful moment for every student? I hope it giving more voices for my generation would somehow give benefits and some set of relief to us. If that
so maybe you should all start writing more memos or letters to your, not just your VC. I mean, you're very lucky, you have a very visionary VC. What about to your MPs or your member of ADUN or the political figures, or even maybe up to the Minister of Higher Education? Because make your voices heard, right? Because this is your future that you're talking about. Okay, thank you for all that. We have a few more questions. Actually, Tan Sri, I'm so sorry, Tazizul. All these questions, 2 more questions are directed to you.
Okay.
One, I note that the beyond national global, you calling it as global communal. What is the difference with transnational?
Well, I think sometimes it's just the jargon. What I'm trying to say is basically when you talk about communal, in other words, our main concern is basically the community. In other words, when we talk about education, what is education for? Education is for development of the community. I mean, that's why sometimes I feel very, very discouraged to see our university is ranked number 1. I mean, I use this for the University of Malaya. I'm sorry, Sumiani. You are ranked top there, but you lost Kampung Abdullah Hukum and Kampung Kurinci. They've been transformed into something that you cannot recognize anymore. Whereas at Kampung there, from my understanding, has been there for the last 200 years. It's a multiracial kampung that we are not able to protect. So in other words, we are kind of disassociated ourselves with the community around it. Then what is education for? It becomes for us anymore, and we are not concerned with anything outside the university. Then I think then we miss the whole purpose of education. And this is where sustainable development tells us we need to develop the environment around us so that they benefit from the education that we gained. I think that's the crux of what education is going about moving forward. And COVID tells us this the same thing. I mean, you look at the Western, I'm quite critical over them. The best universities are in that part of the world, but the number of deaths is the greatest in that part of the world. It doesn't correlate. We thought the best part of the world will have the best way of handling a COVID virus that we in the East can handle. You know, so all these things comes to question now, what is education the way we understood it? And that's why I call education in our term, we call it weird. Our acronym is weird. I think you must have heard about this. Yeah. It is Western based, particularly after the Industrial Revolution. Everything now has been reorganized like a factory. Yeah. Everybody talks about KPIs and stuff like that. It is economic centric. I think you know, being part of the university, you want to introduce a course, we need to tell the ministry we have done a market survey, and the market say okay, and therefore we introduce it. If the market say not okay, then we don't have to introduce it. So none of our university talks about philosophy, or very little. What is education without philosophy? Yeah. And then we have got this this in industrial-led. Industry will tell you, oh, we'll give you employment. You need to follow what we say. We will give you employment. When COVID comes down, they are the first one to close. And they say, no, you look after your own children. Student, we don't care about you anymore because we have no money to hire you. They become the most unreliable partner that we have worked with. And that's why I think the community is a better partner in this particular sense. And R is reputational obsessed. Everybody must have a number. You know, the smaller the number, the better. And that's all the politicians understand. Number 1 is better than number 2. You know, if you're number 10, then you're no good. But there may be some other values around number 10. We don't even care. We just want to follow strict numbers. And that's why we reject, or at least I reject ranking in that sense, because it changed the whole perception of what education is all about. What does it bring to D? D, what I call the dehumanizing thing. We become the human capital now. We are no longer even a human being. You know, your human capital means what? You need to attain to a number. There's no number, then you are not good enough. So these are the big issues that I think we need to come to crux with and understand what is the purpose of education is for the community. And that was what education is all about. I mean, if you go back to the Islamic ethos, I don't want to talk about it because I'm not an Islamic scholar, but what is da'wah is all about? It's telling people what to do good, you know, to refrain from doing bad. And this is part of the community that we need to build at the end of the day. If we just talk about it in schools and we don't attend it to the community, look at the community we've got now. The number of, the corruption, and who does the corruption? People who are well educated, people are well positioned in the country. They're the most corrupted. What do we say about our education in that particular sense? I think we need to look again and see where do we, and it needs to start with the university. If the university demands for it, at the end of the day, I think we will get our way. But if the university just play, I want to play safe kind of a thing, then I think we all will suffer and we have to pay for it. Not me, but our generations. Our children and our children's children will suffer at the end of the day. And I think we need to take the blame for this.
Yeah, very true, Tan Sri. I truly endorse and believe what you say. I mean, there's a very strong words there. I wish that, how we could actually forge ahead, especially, the universities should play a leading role, in the society, in transforming education to what its real philosophy is all about. I think lastly, to close, there's one question. I think this is a burning question from one of the participants. 2 of the esteemed panels made remarks regarding universities ranking, colonizing, and corrupting the education system. Unfortunately, today, we still see strong push and big advertising for universities ranking by many of our universities and even by the Higher Education Ministry. What are the factors that cause these conflicting views? Anyone of the panels would like to
give this to Prof. Kamal.
Yeah.
That's reasonable.
How ranking
yes.
corrupt the education system.
Okay, can you see me?
No.
No,
because I have problem with the screen now. Let's see.
Yeah,
maybe Tan Sri, I have problem with the screen. Can you please take it up?
No, I want to hear it from you. They know what I think. We don't need to see your face. We just need to hear your voice.
Well, okay. But you have to go back to, as I mentioned, this neoliberal paradigm, Washington Pact paradigm, converted all the universities into factories, as Zul said. And then the politicians became the experts on education. So every time the London ranking came out, and then the politicians, opposition in the parliament, why is our university at number 50 and not number 1? So I think you need to educate the politicians. Just leave the universities alone. You have enough problems, corrupting the democratic system. You have corrupted the democratic system. You have cheated the people. So don't try to poke your nose into education. That's not your area. Stay out of it. So I think, please. So I'm sorry, but I hope our Minister of Education will be able to educate, the politicians, because it's always came from there, and then the media will highlight it, and then the next day the minister said, "How come UKM we are here? How come UIA are here? How come?" And some of our alumni have been influenced because they do not know the system behind it. It is a neoliberal system capitalizing on knowledge as a new means of generating income for the country. So that's about it. And so I think we need a major revolution in this. So Tan Sri Zul will be the best person to lead the revolution. Thank you very much.
Yes, I
So if I just want to add, I think in my last slide, when you talk about reorienting the system, that was a tragedy. I mean, at one time, the government used to tell what we need to learn. Once the government collapses because of, the erosion from the market, then the market tells us what to learn.
Yeah.
And the market now tells the government what to tell us what to learn. So this keboleh pasaran, I'm not worried about it, but you need to create a better human being first before you create a better engineer.
Yeah, it's true.
But we are not doing this. We are creating we are creating an engineer, but they could be the worst kind of a human being. And that's why the world is as it is now. Everything now is, put in topsy-turvy. There's one question here. Memang the NGOs are highly run by highly paid CEOs.
Yes.
They are no longer the volunteers. The likes of SM Idris is no longer there. So we need to look at the value again. What is the market telling us? And I think we need to now resist the market. I'm not saying they're not useful, but they don't tell us what to do. We need to take academic leadership on our own. They can do the marketing part, but don't disturb the academic leadership because this is part of the university. And that's how other universities survive outside Malaysia anyway. But why can't we do the same?
Yes, correct. So I think we have actually arrived at the end of our session, and we've heard a lot of interesting questions, and of course some are quite provocative, and we've got very good and enlightening answers from our esteemed panels. I would like to take this opportunity to actually profoundly thank the organizer, all the eminent panel speakers, Tan Sri Zul, Tan Sri Kamal, Mr. Leong, and also our student representative, Farida Hanim. We had a very good, I think, overall and holistic perspective on ESD, its challenges, and the different components of what makes a true sustainable development goals important to the higher education institution. Because remember, at the end of the day, in Malaysia alone, we have more than 1 million higher education university students coming from different private, public, and also the polytechnics and all that. And we can actually collectively, I think, make a lot of difference. and take stock and empower ourselves and be the change that we want to see. Yeah.
Inshallah.
More so to the leaders, especially Tan Sri Zul and Tan Sri Hassan, Kamal Hassan, because I think in your position, you have a better voice and role with the politicians and the powers that be, how to actually ensure that, we have education with the soul that we aspire it to be. Okay. Thank you so much for all your attendance, to all the participants for making time. And also again to our profound speakers and eminent panelists. I would like to actually say thank you, all the best, and take care. I've been interesting and also an honor to moderate this session. I return it back to now the Secretariat. Thank you so much again.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Sumiani, for moderating the session. Can I now request Prof. Sumiani and all the speakers to switch on your camera for a photography session? Done? All right. All right. Thank you so much. Okay, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for lunch. And the next session will start at 2:15. So inshallah, see you at 2:15. Thank you.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
How come you sleep in without me knowing? Sumiani, thank you very much. Really appreciate your role. We need to sit down and talk good one of these days. Yeah. Okay. Take care. Assalamualaikum.
The work that you are doing in the UIA.
And also, Chuck, if you are there, thank you for your fantastic contribution, and Mr. Leong as well. So, Assalamualaikum. Take care. Have a nice lunch.
Salam. Bye.
From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers and records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia, the garden of knowledge and virtue.
Expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all worlds, for
Selamat datang, ahlan wa sahlan. Welcome to the International Islamic University Malaysia, or IIUM, your garden of knowledge and virtue. IIUM was established on the 20th of May 1983. The philosophy of the university was inspired by the spirit of Tawhid, leading towards the recognition of Allah as the absolute creator and master of mankind. IIUM triumphs to lead the way to become the Khalifah of Allah, to expand the culture of Iqra, to fulfill the amanah that is entrusted to us, and to realize the meaning of Rahmatan lil Alamin. IIUM has several campuses spread across several states of Malaysia, offering nearly 200 academic programs in 17 kuliahs and institutes. The main campus is in Gombak, Selangor, covering 700 acres, beautiful architecture with elegant Islamic style buildings. IIUM is blessed with majestic green forested limestone hills and a cool calming river, nature's wonders of flora and fauna, making it a conducive environment for study. KIRKHS is the largest kuliah in the university with more than 5,000 students. It was formed to integrate human sciences and reveal knowledge disciplines. The Kuliah offers courses that bridge the divide between Islamic and secular sciences. Other Kuliah of IIUM in Gombak campus are Kuliah of Economics and Management Sciences, Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, Kuliah of Engineering, Kuliah of Architecture and Environmental Design, Kuliah of Information and Communication Technology, Kuliah of Education, Center for Languages and Pre-University Academic Development or CELPAD, and IIUM Academy of Graduate and Professional Studies. The campus offers complete range of facilities, including on-campus housing, a mosque, 2 state-of-the-art sports complexes with Olympic-sized swimming pools, a fully equipped library with more than 2 million printed and digital materials supported by online databases, a medical clinic, convenience stores, a post office, and 3 Malaysian commercial banks. The Kuala Lumpur campus at Persiaran Duta houses the International Institute of Islamic Civilization and Malay World, or ISTAC. ISTAC aims to proliferate studies on Islamic civilization and Malay world through learning, research, and exchange ideas and knowledge. The Kuantan campus is located on 1,000 acres of land, just like a garden within a valley surrounded by large greenery. This campus is well equipped with state-of-the-art technology for teaching and learning that offers medical science, pharmacy, allied health sciences, nursing sciences, and dentistry courses. The IIUM Medical Center in Kuantan was built on 27.8 acres of land, equipped with 350 beds for patients and supported by more than 133 specialists. The IIUM Medical Center also includes the development of an undergraduate and postgraduate teaching hospital and tertiary level center, complementing the medical and allied health faculty provisions. Another IIUM campus, which is situated in the state of Pahang, is a Center for Foundation Studies, which is located in Gambang. The Pago campus in Johor houses the Kuliah of Languages and Management, or KLM. The population of IIUM is about 26,000 students, 20,000 undergraduates, and 6,000 postgraduates coming from 117 countries. To date, IIUM has 91,267 alumni. IIUM will continue to be competitive in its mission to make Malaysia a global center of excellence for tertiary education. It will also continue to make significant contribution, one of it to serve the Muslim Ummah. IIUM, leading the way. Khalifah, Amanah, Iqra, Rahmatan lil Alamin.
To all
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIEM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown Antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau kita panggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change an university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agenda such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the G's of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIEM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Pantai Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown Antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau kita panggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change an university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agendas such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
accomplishments. From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers in records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia, the garden of knowledge and virtue.
Expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the worlds, all mankind.
Ahlan wa sahlan. Welcome to the International Islamic University Malaysia, or IIUM, your garden of knowledge and virtue. IIUM was established on the 20th of May 1983. The philosophy of the university was inspired by the spirit of Tawhid, leading towards the recognition of Allah as the absolute creator and master of mankind. IIUM triumphs to lead the way to become the Khalifah of Allah, to expand the culture of Iqra, to fulfill the amanah that is entrusted to us, and to realize the meaning of Rahmatan lil Alamin. IIUM has several campuses spread across several states of Malaysia, offering nearly 200 academic programs in 17 kuliahs and institutes. The main campus is in Gombak, Selangor, covering 700 acres, beautiful architecture with elegant Islamic style buildings. IIUM is blessed with majestic green forested limestone hills and a cool calming river, nature's wonders of flora and fauna, making it a conducive environment for study. KIRKHS is the largest kuliah in the university with more than 5,000 students. It was formed to integrate human sciences and reveal knowledge disciplines. The Kuliah offers courses that bridge the divide between Islamic and secular sciences. Other Kuliah of IIUM in Gombak campus are Kuliah of Economics and Management Sciences, Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, Kuliah of Engineering, Kuliah of Architecture and Environmental Design, Kuliah of Information and Communication Technology, Kuliah of Education, Center for Languages and Pre-University Academic Development or CELPAD, and IIUM Academy of Graduate and Professional Studies. The campus offers complete range of facilities, including on-campus housing, a mosque, 2 state-of-the-art sports complexes with Olympic-sized swimming pools, a fully equipped library with more than 2 million printed and digital materials supported by online databases, a medical clinic, convenience stores, a post office, and 3 Malaysian commercial banks. The Kuala Lumpur campus at Persiaran Duta houses the International Institute of Islamic Civilization and Malay World, or ISTAC. ISTAC aims to proliferate studies on Islamic civilization and Malay world through learning, research, and exchange ideas and knowledge. The Kuantan campus is located on 1,000 acres of land, just like a garden within a valley surrounded by large greenery. This campus is well equipped with state-of-the-art technology for teaching and learning that offers medical science, pharmacy, allied health sciences, nursing sciences, and dentistry courses. The IIUM Medical Center in Kuantan was built on 27.8 acres of land, equipped with 350 beds for patients and supported by more than 133 specialists. The IIUM Medical Center also includes the development of an undergraduate and postgraduate teaching hospital and tertiary level center, complementing the medical and allied health faculty provisions. Another IIUM campus, which is situated in the state of Pahang, is a Center for Foundation Studies, which is located in Gambang. The Pago campus in Johor houses the Kuliah of Languages and Management, or KLM. The population of IIUM is about 26,000 students, 20,000 undergraduates, and 6,000 postgraduates coming from 117 countries. To date, IIUM has 91,267 alumni. IIUM will continue to be competitive in its mission to make Malaysia a global center of excellence for tertiary education. It will also continue to make significant contribution, one of it to serve the Muslim Ummah. IIUM, leading the way. Khalifah, Amanah, Iqra, Rahmatan lil Alamin.
To all
would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIEM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Pantai Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light
stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change an university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agenda such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon, Dr. Haja Yatela. And Miss Catherine, can we do a sound check, please? I can see Dr. Haja there.
Hello,
Okay, and I
Assalamualaikum.
can see Miss Catherine there as well. Good to know. Very good morning, early in the morning for Miss Catherine. Good afternoon to Dr. Haja. I'm Yazrina, right? So I'll be moderating with you guys soon. And I'm just waiting for Dr. Wan Nur Ibtisam, basically. Can we test your voice, Dr. Haja?
Assalamualaikum. Testing. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Miss Catherine?
Yes, can you hear me as well? Good morning from Toronto.
Good, that's good to know. I can see Dr. Zurina there. Okay. Now, I was informed that Dr. Wanur Ibtisam, the other panelists, will be in slightly late, but we will start at 2:15. So she'll come in as it goes, yeah? Okay, because I think that would be the best rather than, because she had a lunch meeting. So she was afraid that she might not be able to come at 2 o'clock, but I pushed it to 2:15. But even so, let's see if she can make it. If she can't, we just start with the both of you first. And then, and you know the format, it'll be just questions and answers from me to you. Okay, and we'll go along depending on your questions, basically. All right?
Wonderful, thank you.
Sounds good, yep.
Cool, that's good. And if you do have slides, you're the co-host, so I think you can share your slides while you giving your answers, basically. All right? Dr.
Yes.
Zul, you can hear my voice, right, clearly? I know Dr. Zurina is muted. Miss Catherine, Dr. Haja, you can hear me clearly, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good. That's good to know. So we have like another 4 minutes. You can take your time off your video. We'll be on once the MC is back. Is that all right?
Yes, thank you so much.
Cool.
Thank you, yes.
Start terus. Boleh? Alright. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good afternoon to all. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This afternoon, we have arranged for a forum entitled Rooting Humanizing Education for ESD. Let me introduce the moderator for this afternoon's forum. Associate Professor Dr. Yazrina Yahya is an Associate Professor at the Faculty of Economics and Management, National University of Malaysia, or also referred to as UKM. But currently, she is on secondment at the Center Leadership Sustainability of Higher Education Leadership Academy, or ACAP, as the Deputy Director. Dr. Yazrina, without further delay, the screen is yours until 4 p.m.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Siti Aisyah. Ladies and gentlemen, peace be upon you. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, and a good day. Because I believe the participants comes from all over the world, and Miss Catherine herself comes from Canada. So it's like very early in the morning, yeah? Now, it is a challenge when it is an afternoon session for us in Malaysia, especially when it's after lunch. And of course, for those late in the evening when it's almost sleeping time, and from Canada or the same region, time region, it is very early in the morning indeed. So thank you very much for being with us at this particular session. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are fortunate to have three renowned speakers for this session from the Ministry of Higher Education, UNESCO, and Sam Dabi Foundation. Now, this session is in a forum format, and we will be discussing, as Ms. Siti Aisyah had mentioned, rooting humanizing education for education sustainable development. Therefore, allow me to introduce and read the biography of each panelist in this session. For your information as well, Dr. Wan Nur Ibtisam, who's one of the panelists, she'll be in a little bit later because she is still in the lunch meeting. So we'll start off with the two panelists first, but allow me to introduce them, right? Dr. Wan Nur Ibtisam, Wan Ismail, is the Director of Governance Division, Public Institution, Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Higher Education, Malaysia. Her tasks mainly involve empowered governance, talent excellence, and financial sustainability for public universities and reviewing acts related to higher education. She is also currently assuming the duties of the Deputy Director General of Higher Education, Academic and Development that oversees academic excellence, student intake, and private higher institutions governance and standard. She completed her PhD in Public Policy from University of Malaya, and she was selected as Chevening Fellow for course on Gender, Social Justice and Citizenship at University College London in 2007. Our next speaker is Ms. Catherine Cole, who is the Executive Coordinator to the UNESCO Chair in Reorienting Education Towards Sustainability at York University, Toronto, Canada. She's responsible for the overall strategy and global projects. Prior and in parallel to her engagement with the chair at York University, she served as Managing Director of the German Commission for UNESCO from 2014 to 2019. She is a lawyer and holds an MBA in General Management. Her focus on managing change and creating successful strategies for value-based institutions. From 2010 to 2013, she served as the strategic advisor to the Chancellor and Vice Chancellor at a German university during a time when universities became legally independent and financially responsible institutions in Germany. Prior to that, Ms. Catherine also held other management positions in the education sector in Germany. Our third panelist, Dr. Hajar Yatela Zainal Abidin, is the Chief Executive Officer of Yayasan Sam Dabi or Sam Dabi Foundation, which focuses on the 5 pillars of education, community and health, environment, sports and arts and culture. Dr. Hajar Yatela holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Accounting and Finance from the University of Wales, Aberystwyth, UK, and completed her Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, ACCA, professional degree at the Emil Wolf College of Accountancy, London. Due to her interest in education for the underprivileged, Dr. Haja Yatela completed a doctoral degree from University Utara Malaysia with her thesis entitled Using Life Stories to Understand the Development of Resilience in the Underprivileged. Half of her career has been in philanthropy. So we have three ladies panelists this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This morning, my dear panelists and my dear audience, we have heard Prof. Charles emphasizing the importance of education for sustainable development. We need to reorient our existing education, creating the concept of public awareness and understanding on the concept of sustainability and the right training programs. I am sure that most of us have heard the word sustainability and also humanizing education. When we talk about sustainability, it often describes how a system remains diverse and productive for a long-term maintenance of well-being, having ecological, economic, political, and cultural dimensions. We want our environment to be sustained, and so that we can, all of us, live healthily and happily on the earth. Hence, in order to sustain the environment of the world, the education for sustainable development is required. ESD, the short form for Education for Sustainable Development, emphasizes on including the key sustainable development issues into teaching and learning. That is, putting in issues like climate change, disaster risk reduction, biodiversity, poverty reduction, and sustainable consumption. Now, I believe our panelists this afternoon and the audience went through an education system where focus is very much given on the curriculum of the subject matter, in which if one of you take the engineering degree, the topics are all on subject matters related to engineering. And that goes the same for all disciplines. Therefore, to ensure there is key sustainable development issues embedded in the teaching and learning, it requires effective pedagogy to ensure a participatory teaching and learning method that will definitely motivate and empower the youth and also future leaders to ensure sustainability in their social systems. Now, to some of you, or to the Malaysian, we know that Malaysian government has also placed greater emphasis on the sustainable development of higher education institutions during the last decade. It begins to include sustainable development concepts in the activities of higher education. Efforts in education for sustainable development are also important to improve the sustainability for Malaysian public higher education institutions. So based on all the facts that I have presented or have said just now, we can conclude that the importance of ESD. And of course, in order to make ESD a success, it requires a collective effort from everyone. Now, to the panelists, Dr. Haja Yatela and also Ms. Catherine, all right, this question goes to the both of you. How do you see your roles now in supporting ESD? Because I know Ms. Catherine is based in the UNESCO. Dr. Haja Yatela, you are based at the foundation. So how do you see your roles in supporting ESD? If we can start with Ms. Catherine first.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to participate and to be part of this panel. It's been a very interesting morning, and although it's very much past my bedtime, it has been extremely interesting, and I've really enjoyed the other discussions. So kudos to the other speakers. Joining from Canada, I would also take the moment and acknowledge the traditional lands that I'm on here, just the Mississaugas of the Credit River. This territory was the subject of the Dish with One Spoon Wampoon Belt Covenant, which is an agreement between the Iroquois Confederacy and the Confederacy of the Ojibwe and allied nations to peaceably share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. A land acknowledgement is a Canadian tradition in meetings, and I would like to follow this also virtually. What is the role that we see from a UNESCO perspective? First of all, I'd like to acknowledge what Malaysia is actually doing and what I've been able to learn. UNESCO works, one almost has to imagine it like spider webs spinning around the world, sometimes almost invisible, but extremely strong and extremely functional when push comes to shove, and when connections amongst each other are needed, and when also several layers of spider webs create vertical connections in between. And then in bringing ESD forward, an education for a sustainable future that is recognized a key enabler of a quality education, and moreover as an integral element of quality education, and therefore a key enabler not only of the educational piece, but also of all of the other SDGs within the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. So seeing ESD at the core of our work at UNESCO as the mandated agency is certainly the basis of what we build everything on. But coming back to the spider webs, UNESCO works in spider webs of heritage sites, of geoparks, of biosphere reserves, of schools, of UNESCO chairs. All these UNESCO layers are around the world, and they function without much of diplomatic relations and formalities. We can call colleagues, we can work with one another to bring forward the overall idea. And every time again, when the topic is addressed, we can fill it with locally relevant questions, and we can bring a contextualized vision to ESD, which in itself is a rather complex topic and a rather theoretical concept. But when you fill it with life, when you bring the themes that are relevant from an environmental, from an economic, and from a social perspective, when you bring the themes into the discussion of education, you can really enhance the relevance on the ground. And when you bring in a pedagogy, as you mentioned also as one of the aspects, if you teach in a culturally appropriate pedagogy, you can really create that kind of engagement that we are all hoping for, that also turns the knowledge that is being received in quality education into actual action and into change towards a sustainable world. My role, I feel, is connecting dots that are on the ground and that are working on these sustainability issues, on these sustainability themes, and being the global coordinator for the UNESCO chair. We work with 70 institutions in 50 countries, and all we do is we try to create work together, and that collaboration that only higher education with academic freedom can deliver. Thank you.
Dr. Hajar, how about you? I mean, in terms of your role as the CEO at the Sime Darby Foundation, how do you support ESD in any way? Dr. Hajar, you're muted.
I'm on mute. Yeah. Sorry.
It's okay.
Assalamualaikum. Very good afternoon, everyone. Alhamdulillah. Thank you for having me here today. The Sime Darby Foundation, as the philanthropic arm of the three companies, Sime Darby Berhad, Sime Darby Plantation Berhad, and Sime Darby Property Berhad, our vision is to lead and make a sustainable impact and a difference in the lives of others. And our mission is that we are dedicated to enhancing lives and delivering sustainable value through our 5 pillars, which you mentioned just now, Dr. Yazrina: education, environment, community and health, sports, and arts and culture. And our 5 pillars, they are all aligned with and contribute to the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 SDGs, to support initiatives that offer broad social, economic, and environment impacts. I do not know how much time you're giving me, Dr. Yazrina, because I can talk so much under all my 5 pillars, you see.
No worries, just take your time. Yeah, I'll time myself. I'll let you know, okay?
All right. Okay, so Education for Sustainable Development, ESD, empowers learners to take informed decisions and responsible actions for the benefit of the environment, economy, and society. Now, under our education pillar, we aspire to empower youth and future leaders, regardless of their backgrounds, through our financial aid and development programs. Now, to date, we have awarded almost 5,000 scholarships and bursaries worth more than 300 million ringgit to young Malaysians, mostly from low-income families. We also focus on awarding bursaries to students who are differently abled, the OKUs. And this mirrors the ESD goal of empowering learners for a just and fair society, while aspiring for economic benefits, as we help underprivileged students to climb out of poverty through education and provide the same opportunities to the differently abled. One very good example of a change that we saw in our investment is our former scholar, Muhammad Firdaus Abu Hassan. I have to say his name, he's such a magical guy. Coming from an extremely poor family and having turned completely blind at the age of 14, he overcame all odds and graduated with an undergraduate and master's degree, both, you see, until with a master's degree, and now he's thinking of doing his PhD, and with flying colors. He's now assisting and empowering other students with disabilities at University Malaya as the administration officer of the Students with Disability Management Unit. And we're very, very proud of him. We also understand that ESD is about holistic and transformational education. And we believe that we need to provide learning opportunities to students for them to achieve just that, to empower them towards sustainable outcomes and impact. Now, under our community and health pillar, we awarded a scholarship to Professor Datin Paduka Dr. Teo Su Huang, OBE, the founder of the Cancer Research Foundation that focuses on cancers that affect Malaysians and people in our region. There's a lot of research that happens outside globally for Europeans, Caucasians, but not much on Asians. Now, Cancer Research Malaysia is this foundation. He also awarded scholarships to Yoon Sui and Tiara Hassan, who are now among the only 3 credentialed genetic counselors in Malaysia and are in Cancer Research Malaysia. And this organization has been recognized with various international awards due to its achievements and breakthroughs in cancer research on Asians. It's currently leading breast cancer genetics research in Southeast Asia and genetic counseling in Asia. See what kind of transformation education is that, the impact that it is bringing right now. Another example is through our partnership with Malaysian Federation of the Deaf. We supported Nurul Akmal Abdul Aziz to pursue a Master of Education with a specialization in deaf education and reading specialist in the United States. Now, she had facilitated sign language modules and public trainings during her tenure with the Malaysian Federation of the Deaf. And she is now currently developing education programs for deaf and hard of hearing school children in Malaysia with another NGO called Hear Me Malaysia. Now I'm going into my 3rd pillar, Dr. Yazrina.
All right.
Under the environment pillar, we support world-class scientific research to translate results into action while developing highly capable local scientists, researchers, and custodians. Now, this reflects the ESD goal of empowering learners to decide and act towards environmental integrity and economic viability for present and future generations. Our 10-year support for the Stability of Altered Forests Ecosystems project, or SAFE project, one of the world's largest ecological experiments and situated just in Sabah with a large collaboration with UMS, facilitated the training and exposure of 62 postgraduate scholars, 8 postdoctoral scholars, and 14 PhD scholars. The findings and recommendations churned out from the SAFE project have assisted the oil palm plantation industry and relevant government agencies in facilitating conservation-focused improvements in land use management. YSD has also been in partnership with UKM, Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia, for more than a decade now, with 3 different endowed chairs: the Climate Change Chair, the Zero Waste Chair, and the Chair for Sustainability. Now, the third one, the UKM YSD Chair for Sustainability, it was actually launched just last week by the Minister of MOSTI and aims to continue the good work of the previous 2 chairs. And with the new chair, we are hoping to give out 15 new full postgraduate scholarships. They're up for grabs. Anyone interested? The previous 2 chairs had already had many achievements on the ground, such as 3 commercially ready zero waste technologies, as well as recommendations to the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, as well as state governments on addressing climate change issues. Now, in these 2 chairs, we provided 12 full scholarships, and more than 80 researchers were capacity built in the field of sustainability under these chairs. Our collaboration with the University of Nottingham in Malaysia, in partnership with Management and Ecology of Malaysian Elephants, or MEME for short, has enabled MEME to carry out capacity building of local elephant conservation experts through our postgraduate scholarships, while playing an important role in the direction of the National Elephant Conservation Action Plan and leading initiatives in elephant habitat protection in Ulu Muda and the Central Forest Spine habitat connectivity. Now, one thing special is that in its 3rd phase, MEME's leadership role of the principal investigator was passed on from Professor Ahimsa Campos Arcay, is a Spanish man, to Dr. Wong E. Pin, our very first PhD graduate sponsored by Sime Darby Foundation under this project. This achieves our objective of building the capacity of Malaysians towards the sustainability of the project for us to take ownership and see it through. With Pongo Alliance, we provide funding for research and scholarships at UMS and aim for a sustainable world where humans and orangutans can live in peace together in the same landscape, conserving these critically endangered species while earning income from agriculture for the nation. Now, we also supported researchers and students to conserve and protect other endangered wildlife species such as the Sunda clouded leopard, the proboscis monkey, the Bornean bunting, the green turtle, and the Sarawak red langur. As you can see, all these mentioned scholarships that YSD had given out for education at higher education institutions are within projects with objectives towards achieving one or more of the SDGs, and always with sustainable development actions and deliverables set from the beginning towards a small step towards a sustainable world. To us, this kind of quality education for sustainable development is so worthwhile to invest in. So that's our role. I can go on more. Dr. Yazrina, do I have time?
No. I can see that the foundation has done quite an extensive kind of work, not only to eradicate the poverty, right, in terms of education, educating, giving scholarships to the students, so that they will be able to get the degree, or further education, so that they come back to go and assist the nation particularly, right? And of course, the work that you've done with the environment. So, I mean, there's a lot that you have done on your particular end. That's where the foundation comes very useful. And for Miss Catherine as well, being at UNESCO, that really connecting the dots, trying, because I know when I was at UKM, there was every time we need to report to UNESCO what are the kind of work that we have done in promoting the ESD and of course in the sustainability of the higher education. Now, I was informed that Dr. Wan Nur Ibtisam is trying to get into the Zoom, but she's not able to. She's still trying, but nevertheless, okay, I shall just proceed. Yeah. to the next round, basically now I would like to ask Miss Catherine. You know, like you've said, there are already efforts. You're connecting the dots, all right? And we know very well enough that Malaysia and UNESCO have worked with the Malaysia UNESCO Funds in Trust, and of course with the MUCP program. And through MUCP and FITs, the government of Malaysia has provided financial contribution to support the implementation of 29 projects. And these projects were selected thematically according to the UNESCO's major program to enhance South-to-South cooperation under the MUCP framework. And of course, Malaysia has been working with several participating countries in the development of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, right? Curricula for girls in Africa, Asia, and the Pacific. And there is already a working model between International Bureau of Education, Ministry of Education Malaysia, and participating South-to-South countries. And of course, this shows that clearly there is a substantial amount of work that has been done between UNESCO and Malaysia. Now, being affiliated with UNESCO for quite some time, how do you see EST could be achieved together on a global scale, especially in the higher education?
Well, first of all, I'd like to acknowledge the efforts that the government of Malaysia and also higher education institutions and the wider communities are actually making to bring UNESCO and ESD as a concept forward. But it's not only the commitment to UNESCO. It is in today's times. It's a commitment to multilateralism. It's a commitment to pursue sustainable development together, and not only in a certain region as an individual country, as we're seeing also during the pandemic right now. We're seeing so many nationalist efforts in trying to individualize and doing our own, and so it's really important, and sometimes it helps when somebody from the outside acknowledges it. I can only congratulate everybody on the efforts. And the fact that the Malaysia UNESCO Cooperation Program was the program that was showcased during the first general conference at UNESCO after in New York the SDGs were adopted by everybody, by every member state, and that this program was highlighted shows the value that it had already at the time as it started running way before the SDGs were adopted. Furthermore, in connecting it also to what I said before, and connecting the multi-layer approach that Malaysia is taking towards its UNESCO work, not only having the cooperation program, the funds and trust, but also having heritage sites in the country, having biosphere reserves, and also a very successful RCE community in Malaysia. All of these program lines and global networks put ESD at the heart. And often they are combined or closely connected to higher education, which then brings the focus on research. So the cooperation program with the focus on research, not only individual institutions again, but in cooperation, in collaboration. And here, even if you add the funds and trusts, with the focus on small island developing states and least developed countries. So countries that not necessarily are part of a research institution. So I really think it's an extremely important focus. But it's not only about the funding. It's not only about putting the money and bringing the activities forward. It is like Dr. Haya also adds to her foundation. It is funding with purpose, and also funding with evaluation and critical observation of what is happening. Does it work? And those programs really include elements of evaluation and monitoring, and they give the opportunity to not only bring ideas forward, but share experience with each other to create knowledge in a global perspective. again, it is so important that, especially with the concept of ESD, that is rather a lens of in a way of looking at things than a specific add-on discipline. It is so important to contextualize and to see those different perspectives and how we interpret things that we see, findings that we find from research, and then building a bridge from research findings towards a language and towards an understanding of policymakers, bringing that piece forward, but also to the public. And this is again where all of these networks come into place. In working in those networks, and here I'm picking up what Hanim said in the morning, the idea of public awareness and understanding, putting things out there through multiple players and sharing the message will lead to a broader understanding. And yes, ESD, I'm absolutely with Hanim. ESD should be seen everywhere. The sustainable development goals should be absolutely everywhere to actually bring this empowerment, the idea of empowering learners as we all hope for. So those are the aspects that I'd like to highlight. Once more, the fact of higher education involved, not only for research, but also in educating the future generations. This morning, and I think we're all citing Tanzri Zul from his publication of 6.7%. That was a number out of 2013, I believe. Only 6.7%. Maybe it is 10% now worldwide. Get to go to higher education, but they will be our leaders. So having the discussion at university and having the importance of sustainability as a purpose of education. Why are we educating people? And Tanzri Zul said we're educating them for the community. We're educating them to be part of a sustainable culture. We're educating them to be our leaders to go that way. Those elements can only be delivered in higher education. And this is why the importance of higher education. And I'm so glad that finally in the SDGs, we are also called upon. We are asked to consider and to contribute our education and our efforts and our research to the discussion and to set the scene not only for today, but also for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Catherine. I mean, it's what can we say? It is very, very important, not only at the higher education level, all right, because that's where most of the youth are based in. I mean, where they want to pick up their education, but of course at the lower level, up to the kindergarten. I think it has to go to all out the public, educating the public about sustainability, what we need to do. Basically, yeah. And of course, like you said, Ms. Hanim earlier on this morning mentioned about, what the youth are currently doing, especially in all the efforts that you're doing it for, trying to assist the others. So that's the first step that you should do. But to do that is, of course, we need not only the policy, but also a voice that actually a very strong voice that it goes to every body, at the community to be able to understand what needs to be done. As simple as just like what you call that, segregating your garbage. Yeah. So that's so I do agree with you. Now, Dr. Wan, I thought she was in just now. I saw her. Yeah, but I think there could be a problem with her internet because she was once in, yeah, but then wait, hold on, yeah, just bear with me. Okay, but she was already in and then she went out and she left. Okay, she left, but she will try to come in again. Okay, but so I'll just focus on Dr. Haja first. All right, now, Dr. Haja, like you said, you give a very long explanation of what Sime Darby Foundation has done. All right, and I see that you have a substantial amount, a huge amount of collaboration with others in promoting sustainability. Now, from your perspective, okay, how critical is the collaboration between higher education institution with the industries to ensure ESD. I know you have elaborated just now, but then of course, when we talk about higher education, collaborating with industries, there are various aspects. So what are some of the works that you think the foundation can assist besides having a chair or besides doing, the work that you've done like with UKM or other institutions? What are the other things that in the future that the industries can do to ensure ESD?
I believe totally agree totally with Miss Catherine Cole just now. Collaboration is so important. We have to work together. It's not only one, that means the higher education institutions responsibility only to develop our youth. We have to work together, the industry, other stakeholders, the government, etc., etc. So I do believe that the collaboration between HEIs and the industry are very important, if not critical, to transform learning environments within higher education towards empowering and mobilizing youth while building educator capacities and accelerating towards local level action. These are the 4 of the 5 priority areas for the implementation of ESD, which I learned from Prof. Charles Hopkins this morning of the UNESCO Chair. At YSD, we provide scholarships and capacity building opportunities through partnerships with higher education institutions as well as NGOs and the government to achieve mutual sustainability goals, translating research into action and impact for the betterment of industry, community, and the environment. Now, we emphasize on key performance indicators that determine collaboration continuation. I know Tan Sri Zul mentioned just now, everybody's focused on KPIs, but in our specific context, the KPIs are very important to be set and agreed upfront because as Ms. Catherine Cole just now mentioned as well, there's monitoring and evaluation, which is very important to us as investors. We wish to know whether we want to continue with the collaboration or not. So we want to see whether the deliverables that we agreed on from the very beginning, the KPIs that are set, are met. And this will inculcate a performance-driven culture of a corporate organization like the Sime Darby Foundation with our partners. So hopefully we'll, rub off into the culture as well of performance-driven, of KPIs, of deliverables. And of course, the highest level of governance, transparency, and integrity. That's humanizing education. In the last decade of partnership, I have to go back to UKM, Dr. Yazrina, to give this very, very good example. Now, UKM and the industry, Sime Darby Plantation, worked hand in hand for knowledge generation as well as on-ground action achievements with research collaborations with 8 Malaysian companies and 16 international research institutes. Now, following from this, the new Chair for Sustainability is aimed as a multi-stakeholder collaboration involving academia, industry, and civil society to use science, technology, and innovation to tackle environmental sustainability issues according to industry and community needs. For the newly launched chair, we actually have set out milestones to be achieved every 2 years.
Wow.
Show me a chair in a university that does this. Now, we have to assess these milestones every 2 years over the next 10 years for impact on both industry and society. And the achievement of these agreed milestones will be assessed together, of course, with UKM, as well as the industry, Sime Darby Plantation. Now, our partnership with MIM, again, has brought together communities from academia, NGOs, industry players, government agencies towards elephant conservation. One of the most notable achievements thus far is a YSD scholar involved in this project, Ms. Noor Aida Abdul Ghani, an employee of Sime Darby Plantation Sustainability Department. She had produced a unique evidence-based, scientific evidence-based company policy within Sime Darby Plantation's Responsible Agriculture Charter to deal with human-elephant conflict issues in plantations. And this SOPs or management practices shared to the public so that it can be emulated by other plantation companies facing human-elephant conflict towards the elephant's conservation. And we hope to achieve the same with the best management practices to be developed with research and scientific findings for implementation by plantation companies for human orangutan coexistence in Sabah. For the international community also to understand that human and orangutans can coexist in mixed landscapes, such as those comprising of oil palm plantations and forests. So those are examples of what we have done, which shows that it is imperative that higher education institutions and industries collaborate as well as with other stakeholders in order to achieve those objectives of ESD.
Okay. Dr. Hajar, I fairly understood because when you work with the industry, all right, at the end of the day, there are some resources, be it human resources or funding resources that is being put. Yeah, so literally monitoring, evaluation, and then your KPIs basically needs to be met because you're supposed to report it and what are the achievements, right?
Exactly so, Dr. Yazrina,
So,
because
yeah.
we receive donations and we have a responsibility to our donors to say that, hey, we are using your donations to achieve this much.
Definitely.
So yes, we have that transparency and governance requirements to live up to, yes.
So higher education institutions, in order to work with the industries, these expectations must be met and must be clearly stated. However, Tan Sri Zul here at the chat session did mention here, monitoring and deliverables are important, definitely, as we have already emphasized. But must it be about just numbers? Can it be in other forms? Will it be possible?
Yes, of course. What do you call it? With UCAM, for example, the 2-year milestones, it's not all about numbers. It's about the type of mindset change that a community have gone through because of the work that we did based on scientific research results.
Mhm.
So it's not all about numbers. Numbers are outcomes and it's in an indication. But what we want to see is the change that happens in society, in the industry, in the government, in a country, due to policy changes, for example. So those are the kinds of impact, long-term outcomes that we want to see.
Okay, all right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have Dr. Wan Nur Ibtisan online already. Hello, Assalamualaikum, Dr. Wan. Can we test your voice?
Salam, doctor. Sorry for the delay.
No worries. Okay, glad that you're able to join us now. Right, now, I would like to pose you a question, Dr. Wan. Now, higher education institutions are leading social and cultural changes from the forefront through research-based findings and also through education of intellectuals, leaders, and also future makers, okay? And it's also argued that higher education can change the world through training and expand young minds, researching answers to challenges and supporting public policies. Like earlier this morning, we heard Ms. Hanif. She was mentioning about when she comes to the university, what are the things that she learned, and then she do some work with the NGOs to promote ESD. Now, each higher education institution also can showcase an example to the society through its understanding and commitment through careful campus management. Now, perhaps with your experience at the Ministry of Higher Education, you could share with the audience what is the latest strategy of the Malaysia Ministry Higher Education towards education system development.
Thank you, Dr. Yaz. Thank you for inviting the Department of Higher Education to be part of this webinar today. Definitely, the issue of education for sustainable development is one of the our focus in the ministry, and I believe some of you that are familiar with the higher education framework, it has been mentioned even since the Malaysian higher education framework in 2015, whereby you can see it under Shift 1 how in terms of producing holistic graduates that also involve to be very comprehensive and not just being able to work, but also to have all the ethics and values that will contribute to the society. And under shift 3, there's also about lifelong learners. So there's also something that we can help the community to build knowledge society. And then part of shift 9, it's about globalization. So everything is very very comprehensive and integrated in terms of planning for the future of education, future of higher education in Malaysia. And for the latest one, we have quite a number of programs that have been implemented in the ministry and has been conducted at the university level, and not just public universities, but also at the private higher education institutions. For example, we have programs such as TU to I, whereby they have a collaboration between the industry and the academics. And also we have program Service Learning Malaysia. We have University for Society, or the acronym is SULAM, where the students are encouraged to have this experiential learning and to work with the community so they can give back to the community. So the universities are no longer just the ivory towers, but also they work with the community, and that can be a part of the sustainable development, and that also one of the things that they try to achieve under the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So I think there are things in the pipeline, and there's also things that have been conducted in terms of achieving education for sustainable development.
Okay, we can see based on your explanation there are efforts taken to promote the shift that is under the Malaysian Blueprint higher education, right? Now, being at the governance division, we have also heard this morning Prof. Charles did mention about building capacities for leaders to promote EST. Now, based on your experience at the governance, looking at the higher education institution leaders, because you're involved in to select and to appoint the leaders of the universities, what are the leadership competencies that you think that is essential or that's required for the leaders in higher education in order to make sure that education for sustainable development will take a leap? Dr. Wan.
Okay, in terms of the leaders, of course, there are quite a number of criteria in terms of selecting the leaders for the universities. But one of the things that we do look into is actually part of the contribution of the leaders, not just to the organization, but also to the society. So that's something that that will be assessed and look into. And as you know, usually for the academics, most probably they would have lots of research work in terms of their leadership work, but we also look at the contribution for the society that will be considered as one of the things that will be assessed, and one of the most important things that will be looked into, not just usually it will be lots of it will be on the research work, but at the same time we do also look into other things that they do, especially about contributing to the society. But because I think the things that we're trying to establish here is about that quadruple helix, whereby the academics, the industry, the government, the NGOs, where they can work together and help to promote the community, something that is tangible, that people can actually feel the benefits that can be shared by others as well. So this is part of I think the whole nation of prosperity. Yeah.
Okay. Now, so coming back to what Dr. Wan has mentioned, is basically is the part of human that's most important in any leaders, right? Because you need the network. I think Dr. Haja has also emphasized on that. In order for us to do collaboration, is the human touch that's the most important, trying to understand. So I think this is what the leaders of higher education institutions needs to comprehend. In order for you to promote the concept of ESD in the institution, you need all these kind of qualities human qualities, not only in communication, but also in your strategic thinking, but also your empathy, trying to understand what's going on and to be able to relay that to the others. Now, Miss Catherine, you've heard Dr. Wan has mentioned some of the efforts taken by the ministry, all right, on the certain shape and strategy. In your opinion, how can Malaysia higher education institution work with UNESCO to promote ESD?
Well, certainly we have the ongoing engagement and the already signed commitment in order to achieve all of the 10 targets of the SDG 4. That is a set commitment. But I believe that one of the connections that already exists that can always be strengthened, and it even gives quantitative numbers, because I know that it's a real challenge between quantitative and qualitative data necessary to prove success in order to obtain the next round of project funding. It's a real challenge for everyone. But for example, the UNESCO Chairs Network is a network that not only connects higher education, but also again connects the players in the community. And the other one that would give opportunity is working with schools and working with schools in the way of future students, connecting the universities to the schools in the community. Those are elements that we have found in research in our global networks as useful. Especially when also looking into indigenous networks. And here again, the question of when can we deliver quantitative and when can we deliver qualitative data. One of our networks is the Indigenous ESD network, and Tanzri Zul is one of our coordinators working for the supporting the network in the Asia Pacific region. But it's again a network that would have never made the quantitative cut, but it's the only research network that focuses on indigenous education and the SDG target 4.5 that is agreed upon reporting by all ministries of education. So it's a real issue, and I understand the necessity to come forward with proper reporting standards, but some things are just not. I saw the quote that was put in the chat. Some things cannot be counted as such, but they create a tremendous value and create connections that will at some point maybe have a quantitative result, but are qualitatively absolutely accepted and needed.
Okay. I mean, I saw the quote given by Tanzri Zul, actually, not everything that can be counted counts, and not everything that counts can be counted, all right, which Dr. Hajar actually agrees to that. So basically, I think to the participants out there, there are various efforts or various, what I would say, platforms that they can actually capitalize in order to work not only with the industry, but also with UNESCO in promoting the ESD. Policies, strategies are already there. It's just how we go about the particular program. Yeah. Now we see that this morning we heard also to the panelists, definitely we heard about the speakers talking their experiences, what are the programs that can be done, and how the youth are actually doing it. Now, what I want to relate is actually now providing the right information and education can change people's values and behaviors. Right, so relatively outreaching to the public, that's most important, and to encourage the public to adopt more sustainability or sustainable lifestyles. Now, it can break the cycle of poverty, definitely, malnutrition and disease that affect so many worldwide. UNESCO and the foundation, Sam Dabi Foundation, definitely aims to improve access to quality education on sustainable development at all levels in all social contexts. And of course, there are framework that has been established in order to make sure that there is a framework for everyone to use in order to promote EST. So there is this, what I would say, the literature that I found. There's an ESD framework established by researchers in Belgium, promoting and explains how a learning environment should be constructed to employ an action-oriented approach in which there are 5 components, which are action taking, students' leadership in learning, teaching and learning, peer interaction, community involvement, and interdisciplinarity. So for the panelists, you know that we are still in the pandemic and things are slightly different. And of course, the new normal and other uncertainties that could disrupt EST. What would be the most important thing leaders in higher education should do? Do you think we need a new education framework, or the framework that has been established by the researchers in Belgium are sufficient enough? If I can get your opinion on this, and what would be the components, if you think, that would be essential? To make it simple, like I say, all of you went through, the panelists and the audience went through an education system in which we are so much into the curriculum, into the topic or the subject matter that we are taking. If we take IT, we take all the IT subjects, and there are only a few bits and pieces in which that we need to communicate to the community, but whether sustainable elements are being imparted last time, is there or not, that is something that we can look into. So in your opinion, all right, how do you think, what is needed for a new education framework? Or if there is a new education framework that you can suggest, what would be the components that's most essential? If I can give that question to Dr. Hajar, would you mind?
About the education framework.
If you have any idea based on your experience at the foundation, working with the youth, with the youngsters, listening to them, do you have, from the foundation perspective, what do you think that needs, or from the industry perspective, what do you think that can be included, basically?
The improvement in the learning environment, where they are given the opportunities to actually participate in on-ground initiatives that are meaningful. That would actually help them to change their mindset and the way they see the world, and the way that they see the future world is going to be, and the change that they, even though they are one person, can make. Now, I'd like to give a few examples. Our collaborations with various conservation organizations, they empower local communities in tree planting initiatives, in livelihood programs, providing them the knowledge that they are the custodians of the rich environment in their backyard, to ensure their the sustainability of those projects, such as we did a habitat reforestation project in Sabah in northern Ulu Segama, orangutan habitat, the community mangrove conservation in Perak, in Kuala Gula and Manjung, as well as peat swamp forest protection and rehabilitation project in Raja Musa Forest Reserve. We also have programs to train rangers in anti-poaching patrol systems in Perak and Sabah from members of the local communities, as well as the indigenous people around, through our collaborations with Perak State Parks, as well as Sabah Forestry Department. We are going to kick off similar anti-poaching efforts with the local communities as well as the indigenous communities in Kenyir State Parks. Now, these are just examples where the community is being capacity built and awareness is advocated towards ownership. And we have students in higher learning involved in various stages of these types of projects, participating where they see there are gaps and assistance is required. All these experiences and exposures complements their tertiary education. It allows the students to receive priceless exposure and experience towards building the correct mindset and attitude towards a sustainable way of life. So I feel that these kinds of opportunities should be there for them to be participating, in order for them to actually learn to become someone whole, to be all-rounded, to have that kind of thinking that they, one person, can make a difference.
Okay. I mean, I can truly relate to that, Dr. Hajar, because I believe what you're saying is that, you know, the higher education needs to have a framework, or even the academics needs to look that the students needs to go to the ground, you know, be connected not only with the community, but also to the environment, basically, yeah, so that they can feel and see what can be done. So particularly academics like me, let's say, because I come from the background of IT, that I would be able, if I want to do something on IT, how does that relate to the community and helps to sustain the environment, yeah? So probably what you call projects or assignments, needs to
you
be
as an educator would also be capacity built together with your students. So that's why it's a whole holistic experience and exposure.
Right. Miss Catherine, you're from the UNESCO again, yeah? So how would you see, Dr. Hajar has already said that the students or the framework for the educations need to somehow goes back to the practical and working with the community. What is your opinion towards that, Miss Catherine?
Yeah, I think what Dr. Hajar is mentioning and showcasing from her work with the foundation is extremely important. And one of the aspects of ESD is working with locally relevant issues, and it makes a huge difference when the issues and the themes that are talked about in the classroom and in the community are actually those of interest for not only the students, but also for the wider community. It allows the community to be involved. It also reflects the life that the students have beyond school, because a lot of life happens outside of formal education. It connects those two dots. So I think it's extremely important that we have those elements of community, place-based, and also bring in the traditional perspective. In answering the question of do we need another education framework, I'd like to take a step back and consider where we're coming from, because we've today several times heard the 4 pillars of education: to know, to do, to be, to live together. And just recently we've been asking the question of, or adding the pillar of learning to become, to add an element of lifelong learning even in the discussion. And UNESCO is coming from a humanistic approach towards education. If we go back to the ideal of what higher education was in the eyes of Wilhelm von Humboldt, one of the philosophers that actually dealt with this kind of model, the feeling was that higher education was a place where a student wasn't only training was done easily, but it was a place where a student could choose his way, where a student could experience and engage himself, and based on what he was learning, also develop a broader understanding to actually become, and at the time, and we're talking 1810, already elements of world citizenship. So the understanding that UNESCO carries throughout their education ideal is a much broader one, which also connects to the idea of universities. What are universities for? As much as we appreciate the comparability of education and education degrees, it has led to a certain amount of degree focus. The gatekeepers, we need to develop, we need to achieve all the steps in the process. And also we this morning heard how much it can stress students and maybe even restrict from becoming those global citizens and those people that actually stand up for a sustainable future that we're hoping for. So in general, if we start there, we have an education ideal that is based on a humanistic approach. We do have a pursuit of a sustainable development agenda. Now we're getting a program, the ESD for 2030, that is specifically designed in order to promote ESD within the 2030 agenda. And that is very important now for all of us always to have in mind. Sustainability as a concept is not the SDGs. Sustainability is a much broader concept, which right now is is design or is reflected into the implementation scheme, which right now are the SDGs. And the ESD for 2030 is a promoting program. ESD for 2030 is not ESD as a concept. It's a specific function that is now being built. And just explaining all of these programs, I'm kind of implicitly answering the question. I don't even think we need another program. I think what we need, and here comes the value discussion really into place. We need a way from stepping from knowing all of this into actual action. And we need to have the value discussion about why are we not doing it? Why are sometimes economic values overriding the right sustainability decision? Why are we taking the steps that we're taking in our daily lives on a personal level, on an institutional level, on a broader regional and national level? Why are we taking those steps that we actually know based on the research that higher education has provided for us, that is unquestioned and unquestioned? Why are we not taking those steps? And that jump from knowledge to action, that is the real interesting piece that we have to overcome.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Catherine. A very comprehensive explanation that you've given. All right. Now, but the thing is that we can see, like you say, it's moving towards not only results orientation. As we can hear this morning, from the youth representative was saying that getting an A plus or A minus, it becomes very stressful, because at the end of the day, they know when they go out, when they want to find work, that they have to look. People will be looking at their results entirely. But what we are talking today, this afternoon, is about humanizing that education. Yeah, so literally it's not just about the results, but then again, there must be a certain element, values that needs to be imparted. Now the next one goes to Dr. Wan, basically, because this is very much related. We are talking about getting students who are able to understand, all right, whatever actions that they do actually has an implications towards the environment, towards the community. So they need to have very good values. And in order for them to realize that, actually at the end of the day, it comes to the trainers, or it comes to the leaders, or it comes to the teachers. Yeah. So basically, before we can educate the students, before the students become good, the educators themselves need to be a step ahead. Right. So Dr. Wan, based on your experience at the governance division, all right, what are the things that you possible, the kind of trainings, because we cannot have, like Tan Sri Zul is mentioning here, a fragmented or a piecemeal. There's a portion, one particular program, and it solves other things. No, it has to be a whole. So the ecosystem needs to be there. So Dr. Wan, in your experience, all right, in your view or your opinion, what are the kind of leaders that we would require in order to assist, to make sure that our students are able to understand these concepts, the values, when they go outside with the community, that they need to help the community, or what are the skills that they need to have? So in order to do that, the academics or the leaders needs to have those skills as well, so that they can impart that to the students. So what do you think, Dr. Wan?
Thank you, Dr. Yas. I believe, well, as I mentioned before, it has been long since 2015 in the Malaysian higher education blueprint about what we were discussing about lifelong learners, about access to education. So everything has been mentioned in relation to sustainable education. So it has been almost 6 years now. So like I would like to echo what Ms. Catherine was saying. It's all about implementation. It's not just about putting it on plan and then it just remains as that. So but the work is going on. It's not something that was forgotten and never been taken up. And for leaders and academics, I believe in terms of the universities themselves, as well as when I was in ACAP last time, we will even have courses for ESD. So we developed the module for ESD for the academics. So it's something that has been given priority as the focus of the ministry to promote ESD. So it's not something that that's only in our blueprint. So actions have been taken, and And universities have taken actions as well. And what I saw Tan Sri Zul's comment just now about IR 4.0 as compared to SDG. So, but I have to say, it's International Islamic University Malaysia, or IIUM. They have embarked on a journey to showcase Malaysia model of university, and they have developed a framework known as Sejahtera Academic Framework. So that's one of the things, the initiatives taken by the university themselves. And if I can give other examples, we have University Technology Malaysia. They focuses on environmental conservation, and University Science Malaysia, they have the work on the conservation of buildings and culture. So I mean, things have been going on at the universities level as well. So it's not something that our higher education kind of put it aside. So it's not being sidelined. It has been given priority, and they have taken actions. So it's something that we even at the ministry, we're definitely going for it, and we have like I mentioned before, we have a program now. We've got national outcome-based learning. So it's not just about producing inputs, just so many students or how many people are involved, but also at the outcome itself. We need to look at the outcome in terms of how it relates to the aspiration of the Malaysian higher education blueprint. So, and for example, we also have under the program of experiential learning and competency-based education, one of the 4 pillars, there's one called community resilience experiential learning. So it's something that we want to see, that when we want to produce holistic graduates, that they can become seriously involved with the community, even when they were at the higher education level, and then so that can bring later on as once they become graduates, and that can be continued as part of their community work. So it's something on the holistic basis, basically.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Wan. I think we have actually, well, the time is 3:26. We still have about half an hour, okay, before we take off. We have actually covered the framework and efforts that has been done, not only by the foundation, by UNESCO, and also by the ministry in promoting ESD in the higher education. Now, let's talk about, I think just now Ms. Catherine did mention about humanizing education. And of course, Dr. Hajar also mentioned something on values. And I think all the participants out there knew that humanizing education promotes balanced person, where the education framework has a direct effect on an individual mindset. It is about creating a better human being or a more complete person. Earlier this morning, Tan Sri Zul did mention about the Malaysia Falsafah Pendidikan Kebangsaan, which calls for the nurturing of a balanced, harmonic individual that is now largely being usurped by the neoliberal term of human capital, which is hardly balanced nor harmonic within the FPK framework. Now, education is no longer a task to be undertaken in isolation, right? It's not just about grades, but it's more than that, right? Instead, of course, the education must be continuous, must be holistic and integrated. Okay, this is something that must be done, and it is stated as the first sentence in FPK, the Falsafah Pendidikan Kebangsaan. And of course, it has been reawakened. Yeah, and like any other human being, Tan Sri Zul did mention again, no one part of the body can survive in isolation. So this is the case for the education ecosystem. So of course, that's why humanizing education is very important and imperative. Now, Dr. Wan, conducive learning environment is a precursor to effective teaching and learning. How do you see university leaders and the community should do in ensuring sustainable and conducive environment in the campus? What are the roles to be played by each segment of the campus community, basically?
Or in terms of the community, well, the campus community is very big, and if you're segmented, if you're going to segment it to, there will be like the academics, the administrators, and as well as the students. So roughly, one university could have like, more than 200,000. I mean, if it's a big university, there could be quite a large number of people there. But everybody has the responsibility, and if it's not about what levels you are, but it's actually about the commitment and your awareness about the importance of for sustainable development. And I believe some universities have taken quite a number of actions. Like for example, they have been working in terms of giving that awareness to the community and to the university's community. So they have been practicing it in terms of for the campus community themselves, as well as also to bring it to their either to the nearby communities, or also, and sometimes they even go to to the even if the universities they go to the rural areas just to educate. I think Dr. Hajah was mentioning about orang asli and all that. So the first is about the awareness. So maybe sometimes even though we keep on saying talking about ESD, but some people might be questioning what are you talking about. They might not even understand the concept. So and I believe the universities have taken action. They do promotions, they do awareness program just to get people to understand, and on top of it, they have been practicing in terms of sustainable development themselves. And I mean, they have been trying, like I was mentioning before, the universities have taken positive actions. They either some have gone, they try to go paperless, they have gone through try to reduce waste and all that. So trying to achieve and to actually embed in their culture about the sustainable development.
Okay, I mean, I can see coming from the background of the university and academic, there are efforts, a lot of efforts has been taken, all right, by the university. Dr. Hajah, from outside, as an outsider, outside of the higher education system, yeah, how do you see, what are the kind of values that you think is important that needs to be imparted, not only to the leaders, but also to the students, so that, that at the end of the day, when the youth, when they graduate, all right, they are able to appreciate and able to help the community to eradicate poverty, to make sure the environment is healthy. So in your opinion, what are the values that needs to be imparted, or how, what are the things or projects besides those that you have been mentioned or Dr. Wan has been mentioned?
Okay, Dr. Yasrina, to answer your question, I just like to go back to Tan Sri Zol's idea that humanizing education is all about a task that cannot be taken in isolation, and instead it has to be continuous, holistic, and integrated.
Right.
So the Sime Darby Foundation also do our part to try and give these values to students who are studying at tertiary education. The holistic development program that we have in place for our excellent scholars is called the YSD Thrive program. Thrive, T stands for Tailored Soft Skills Training. H is High Potential Mentorship. R is Resilient Leadership through sharing sessions. I is Industrial Internships at Sime Darby companies. V is volunteering opportunities, and E is access to a YSD e-learning platform where they have exposure to technical as well as soft skills, personal development training programs. Now, through this comprehensive and well-rounded scholarship development program, we aim to boost the confidence of our young scholars and prepare them to meet industry needs and face challenges in their careers as future leaders at Sime Darby. Now, on top of empowering our scholars to adopt these positive values, we also invest in providing scholarships and training programs, as I've mentioned before, to achieve the capacity building objectives under our various projects, under our 5 pillars, for individuals of various ages. And the postgraduate scholarships we award through various partnerships must work with these programs which are aligned to our objectives, the UN SDGs, national policies and agenda, focusing on impact on the ground. And these all complements the higher education institutions' efforts in providing ESD. But As Tan Sri Zul, I'd like to mention here that Tan Sri Zul mentioned that it is equally important, I think, if not more important, to ensure that we prioritize education for individuals at a younger age who are in primary, secondary school. Early interventions will result in lower public expenditure. This is from my own PhD research. As future graduates would not require as many extensive training programs at higher learning institutions to improve their attitude, their soft skills, their employability skills, or be funded by corporate organizations under an unemployed graduate scheme. Right now, I think it's called the Prodigy. This is also why we invest in capacity building and education elements in school children. Now, for example, our annual flagship program, the Sime Darby Young Innovators Challenge, engages and trains secondary school students as well as teachers and university students to use science and technology in solving everyday problems towards the cultivation of an innovative mindset and the development of critical soft skills. However, in this initiative, we invite undergraduate students to be mentors. They are trained in both technical and soft skills to facilitate them being those mentors. So far, we have trained 935 undergraduate students, and they have benefited from this program. Together, we have impacted about 10,000 individuals nationwide and deployed 4 winning ideas into working prototypes that empower the students while being mentored by these undergraduate students to resolve local community issues and give back to the society, going back to the experience on the ground. So that is what we believe, yes, Sime Darby Foundation believe that is important for the values that have to be inculcated, and it has to be started from a very, very young age, so that we can actually save costs. We should not start only at higher learning institutions.
I do agree with that, Dr. Hajar, because to me, starting at a younger age, then you have a longer period of time to actually impart those values. By the time
it's tough to learn already.
It's tough to learn, so that you don't have to change immediately because it's already ingrained in you. Yeah, exactly. Now, we have a question here, although from the panel, from the audience, basically, Professor Dr. Imran Ho, Dr. Imran Ho actually is asking, do the panelists think that all universities should embed the SDG explicitly in their strategic plans? All right, he believes that many European universities have done this. Maybe Ms. Catherine, if based on your experience globally, do you think it is important? And if we need to put SDG explicitly in the strategic plan, do you have any idea based on your opinion how we could go on about this?
Sure, thank you. Generally, what I strongly believe is that higher education should embed sustainability as a concept. As I said, the current implementation plan that we are all following are the Sustainable Development Goals. And higher education does have to bring or does have to deliver towards the SDGs. So in certain SDGs, for example, in SDG 4.3, in providing equitable access to affordable tertiary education, higher education is called upon. Depending on the setting in each country, I believe, yes, those targets that are explicitly to be fulfilled by higher education should reflect in strategic plans. Further, it is true that many European, also, and I know of Asian examples, South American examples, in all regions of the world, universities, some universities have implemented the SDGs in their strategic plans. So as also at York, the SDGs are our grand challenge. They are the big challenge that the university is facing. I think they believe they could provide an interesting framework when discussing what are the locally relevant issues, because the 17 SDGs stand for the most pressing issues that the world currently is facing. So if looking at all of these, not all of them might be suitable for the particular local context, but they might give a framework to discuss what could be relevant for the individual institution, what could be relevant on the university level, and so they might help in defining and specifying the strategic framework, which at least has to deliver to some of the SDG goals.
Right. Dr. Wan, on the other hand, what do you think? Because sitting at the Ministry of Higher Education, should the SDG be explicitly embedded in the strategic plans of the university?
Oh, thank you, Dr. Yas, and thank you, Dr. Imran, for asking that question. And I would like to echo what Ms. Catherine was saying. First of all, in terms of what the universities have done, they can be quite diverse in terms of their work towards achieving the aspiration of SDGs. For instance, in Malaysia, there are 14 universities in Malaysia that have been ranked in the Times Higher Education ranking in terms of sustainable development goals. So it shows something that they have been doing quite a number of work in terms of trying to deliver and trying to implement what has been aspired by SDGs, and that not necessarily mean that because there are actually 17 SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals. So, but it can be actually implemented in what either through their research, through teaching and learning, or their community work. So that can be. I mean, there's nothing like one fits all a recipe for the universities or how it should be done, but it can be done by the universities based on their niche, based on their expertise, and based on what resources they have. So I definitely believe that can be done, but it has to be done strategically by the universities and how best they can deliver based on what they have.
Okay. Now, I think because what Ms. Catherine has also said early on, in order to develop the strategic plan, we need to look at the grand challenges and what are the local problems that needs to be addressed. Yeah, Dr. Wan? So that's what you're saying also, to look into the current local and see what are the things that can be embedded and to be put up. But of course, it's also very, very important to have it embedded in the strategic so that there'll be actions that can be done, right? Be it by the administrators or be it by the leaders and also by the students at the end of the day. Now, Dr. Hajar, we know with the current economic climate, with the pandemic and then with people losing their jobs and that things are slightly changing. As an industry expert, do you see financial is the most important and must be put in place to support humanizing education? I know the foundation has provided a lot of scholarships, all right, to assist the unfortunate or the poor people to gain or to get education. But other than that, would there be any other factors besides the financial?
Humanizing education is more than the financials. Of course, the financials would facilitate the implementation of it, but it can be implemented in many ways. We believe that university, the higher education institutions remain very critical in humanizing education. And they set out the structure and framework of the ESD that others can come into complement, like the Sime Darby Foundation. So what I believe is that national budget should not be reallocated from facilitating the important higher education for our youth. Also, it should also be focused on building ESD within those very, very young children, even before primary school. I believe that education, higher education institutions also should thrive post-COVID-19, as their role is critically required for ESD, and we come into complement only. I feel that it can be improved, of course, focusing on, as I mentioned, the young. I cannot give one example, Dr. Yazrina.
Sure.
We support the Green Growth Asian Foundation to carry out an eco-school program, which will facilitate a change in school mindset and culture by developing about 500 teachers and school leaders from 20 selected schools in the states of Kedah and Melaka. Additionally, it will also empower and equip at least, more than 1,000 primary and secondary school students with knowledge as well as skills to address complex environmental issues. It also promotes knowledge and exchange among the teachers, who through this program will not only become competent in the field of environmental education, but also become change agents among their peers. Now, because the teachers are involved in the development of new environmental education modules, they will develop a sense of ownership, which will ensure long-term application of these modules in those schools. And we truly hope that the younger generation will affirm the importance of environmental protection and sustainability, as well as develop a deep sense of awareness of their responsibility as the guardians who are entrusted to protect the environment for future generations to come. So it is important for us to actually look at that stage. Now, one other example I'd like to give is our long-term support for Yayasan Syawkit. We provide basic education access to marginalized children and youth who need an alternative to the street life, with after-school programs that develop their soft skills. Now, we've seen the results. To date, more than 120 Yayasan Syawkit homeschooling program students, they were not able to go to school, but they are able to acquire basic literacy skills from our program. And 40% of these extremely poor students had enrolled for tertiary education and had turned their lives around. And I feel that the undergraduate students may be involved in these programs as well for the exposure and experience and learning to make these positive changes in a local context for ESD post-COVID as well.
Right.
More importantly.
Of course. I can see we do not need, sorry, let me rephrase this, okay? We must not only, rely upon like foundations to assist. It's a collective effort, right? But like you were saying early on, it starts from the early age. And it has to be continuous. Okay, it has to be continuous, in which from the early age, they go to primary, secondary, and then they go to the higher education. So by the time they graduate, they know the values, and the values has already been ingrained in them, so that when they go out there as into the community, they know what the actions that needs to be done in order to do all this. And it's not easy, because it needs everyone to work to make sure that this become a reality. Yeah. So of course, the schools, the Ministry of Education, the foundation, or any other industries needs to work hand in hand. All right. Now, with that, Ms. Catherine, how do you see the roles to be played in each segment of the campus community, and the role of the surrounding community in nurturing a balanced person? If you do have some examples that you can share, or you have come across in manifesting the humanizing education.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Anything that will create a humanizing education, and my perception, will require a whole campus and a whole institution approach. We've already seen how important the work is with the community stakeholders, and not only working with the children that attend the school, but also reaching out to learn about their wisdom and to understand their cultures. So every single aspect of campus is affected if we really want to humanize education, and also to embed ESD. One of the examples, I'm sure everybody who is attending this webinar, if I'm going through the elements of a campus in thinking from curriculum, a reorientation over to the community, research projects, the culture of campus, but also the campus itself and operations. I believe with currently 114 people attending, we would have a broad number of ideas. I'd like to share one example, because it happened at a time when nobody understood our rather humanistic approach, and it was a student service center to be built on campus. It was supposed to be a new building on campus, empty piece of land. Everything seemed to be easy. In order to make this an experience of working together with the community, with the students, we decided not only build a building at the best knowledge of architects and whatever was at the time in considered state of the art for student services, but what we did was we held community and student dialogues over several months to understand their needs for services, to understand the community perception of the school, of the university, to include the community even for further services. And what we did was the very first building in student services that was explicitly designed around optimized processes in order to serve students, in order to make students that were often in the region where I was first generation students that were not familiar with the university, that could not have a guidance through their personal networks, but were relying on the student services and in individualizing those services and adapting those particularly to the target groups that were on campus and that were hoped to come to campus in the future. We were able to really design a concrete building with all of its processes around the needs of the community. Just this as a one example. Currently, one of the challenges I think that we're all facing is we're meeting in the virtual space. Yeah. One of the aspects of humanizing education right now is we're talking about human-centered digitalization because it's all very Zoom fatigue and all of these aspects. But how do we include here? How do we include again the arts? How do we make it accessible again for everybody? How do we make it appropriate to meet at different age groups and don't make this one poor person that is 20 years younger than the rest make really uncomfortable because we're choosing different ways of communicating. So the virtual world puts a whole new challenge of how we can humanize education from the curriculum throughout to campus operations in terms of digital operations on campus. And I'm looking forward to being part of this challenge. Thanks.
That is very interesting when you put about the virtual world, basically, because I think one of the aspects of humanizing education, is for the others to understand, to having that empathy towards others. Like you were saying just now, if we have someone who's like 70 years old, not to say that they are not IT literate, again, how do we impart that to make sure that they're able to contribute as well? Okay, so it goes beyond the normal education that we are currently looking into. It needs a different set of mind, all right, so that others will be able to think, because I always believe in order to achieve sustainability is always looking at for better environment, better things, how you're going to make other person to feel better as well. Yeah. Now there is a question from an anonymous attendee. All right, he or she said, "We'll listen to what Sister Farida Hanim this morning had to say about how she felt that the Malaysia education, and it is not new. Okay, on paper, of course, we've got the policy. I think this covers not only in Malaysia, but in everywhere around the world. All right, on paper, it's nice to have the policy, we have the blueprint, we have all the regulations, strategy, and of course, the implementation. Somehow, along the lines, it is not implemented and not supported well. All right, it's either at one point of time, there is this kind of policy, and then at the same time, there's also the lack of funding for the schools. The participant was asking, what's the comment? Dr. Wan, can I get your comment? Because it's related to the government policy in a way. You know, how do you see this? How can we overcome this, basically?
Okay, in terms of, well, again, I think for the whole discussion we have been talking about, it's time to act. It's no longer about planning. It's actually now everybody has just start to do it. I mean, that in terms of SDG itself, it was in 2015, so it has been quite some time now. But well, to some universities, it may take some time to develop the right program, but some have started, and we have seen success stories. You know, they have been quite a number of projects and programs that have been taken up by universities in terms of for ESD. So and I believe it has never been in terms of the ministry itself. We have been promoting ESD, so it's not something that we have put aside. So it's still part of the priority focus of the ministry in terms of ESD, and has been taken up by the universities to inculcate. It's not just about trying to do it in piecemeal, and I believe even in the comments you can see that, you know, trying to work together, maybe not just you know, between the public universities and the private universities, or not just universities themselves. They could even go you know, with working with polytechnics, with community colleges, even with schools. So you know, if you want to start even younger, you know, the target group of younger students, you know, we can work, and it has been done. And I believe universities have collaborated with Ministry of Education to work with students in primary schools, you know, to start them at a young age to understand about sustainable development. So it's not something impossible, and it has been done by various parties, including the universities. So, but of course, you know, these things will sometimes it do take time to get things move forward. But you know, but there have been efforts in terms of getting things done towards promoting education for sustainable development.
Okay, Dr. Wan, coming to that, you know, we are all aware, yeah, universities has done a lot. How would you think the best way to promote universities to work harmoniously, right? Because sitting at the ministry level, would there be a certain kind of, I'm not too sure whether it's policy, whether it is a program, or whether it is a part of certain actions that needs to be done in order that all universities, either public or private universities, to work harmoniously together and to complement each other to develop a community so that ESD could be more effective. So how do you see, what are the kind of things that you foresee that can be done at the ministry level?
Okay, in terms of the ministry level, for the public universities, definitely that's we have come up with a program of like University for Society, and that is only it has started with public universities, and maybe the partner will even collaborate with private universities as well. So you know, there are things that we are working towards to get to be more integrated in terms of our approach. So it's not be something that only can be done by a certain sector. So in terms of getting the collaboration of the public universities and private universities, and there have been certain programs that have been taken up by private universities as well, and in terms of collaborating, I think the discussions are going on in terms of to work together, because in terms of University for Society, it has been taken up by public universities, and I believe even the private universities, there have been quite a number of efforts that they have been that they have done in terms of having work done in terms of for the sustainable development. So you know, it's something that universities, you know, it doesn't matter whether you're in the public universities or the private universities, collaboration in terms of working together, you know, certain things can be done, and in terms of in sometimes when they go for the community, it involves both sectors, the public and the private universities. So something that it can be done by both parties.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Wan. Dr. Hajar, just now you talk about, you know, Sime Darby Foundation producing a holistic and integrated person using the word tribe. Yeah. So how do you perceive, in your opinion, humanizing education? Is it all about nurturing a person who has strong values and ethics and be part of sustainable society, or is it something else?
I believe it's everything.
Okay.
Towards making someone complete and whole and balanced in order to change the way the person, as well as the society that the person lives in a sustainable way. So the person lives in a sustainable way. Now, just now, Dr. Yazrina, you also mentioned about post-COVID. Just want to mention that now, as we are approaching the light at the end of the tunnel, through mass vaccination programs. I think YBKJ just got vaccinated and just put it on the. Our work to address the inequalities are magnified by the pandemic, and it continues. It is a long, hard road ahead. Now, these uncertain times have magnified the global need for humanizing education more for sustainable development that encourages changes in knowledge, skills, values, attitudes, to enable a more sustainable and just society for all. Now, despite all these efforts, tireless efforts by everybody, we believe, the foundation believes that there's so much more that needs to be done to humanize education. It is a journey towards achieving the goals for ESD while using, just now mentioned, technological advancements in teaching and learning. And I believe that post-COVID-19, the learning content should be even more focused on sustainability for educators to educate the young and the eager of a future that continues to remain uncertain and ambiguous. While the learning environments may be using AI, big data, and digital, virtual, the physical and experiential learning must also be planned as well. All working together for exploratory, action-oriented, and transformative learning to transform the students and the society that they live in a sustainable way, as I mentioned. So let us all contribute to this noble mission. May Allah bless all our efforts for the development of the knowledge, skills, understanding, values, actions that are required to create a sustainable world which ensures environmental protection and conservation, promoting social equity, encouraging economic sustainability for education to shape the future of humanity and the planet.
Okay, cool. You ended up just nicely, Dr. Haja, actually. All right, we've reached 4 o'clock, basically. I have to thank all panelists, but before we go off, I would just like to sum up. Based on what we have discussed this afternoon, we've looked into what are the kind of programs that can be done at the university level or at the industry level. But at the end of the day, in order for us to make sure that this is a success, that there is an education for sustainable development, values, the humanizing education is the most important factor that needs to be imparted. And it starts from young. So relatively, it does not only involve the higher educations. It starts from home, it goes to the schools, to the higher schools, and then it goes to the university and up until we graduate, basically, and go to the community. Now, the university level, because of course, this is by the university, there are programs that we need to look into, such as not only on the research, okay, we're talking about saving the environment, but also cultural. How do we interact and value other people and respect other people? And of course, the internship is not only now internship that involves going to the industry, but internship with values and the SDG in mind. All right, so of course, all of this needs to be embedded not only in the policy, but in the strategic plan of the university. And with that, definitely we have to work with the community. It's not only the university, it has to go through the media, it has to go to the industry. So only then, like Ms. Catherine was mentioning, the web can be spread, then we can go as a touch point, getting everybody to assist in promoting the humanizing education. So for that, thank you, Dr. Haja, thank you, Dr. Wan, thank you, Ms. Catherine. All right, it has been indeed a very good session, I believe, at least for myself, okay, as a moderator. And I really like the inputs that has been given. Thank you very much. And I pass the session back to Ms. Siti Aisha.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Yazrina, for doing such a wonderful job moderating this impactful forum. May I request you and all the panelists to pose for a photo session.
Okay. Has everyone switched on the video for my panelists? Dr. Haja is there, Miss Catherine is there, Dr. Wan is there. All right, and Miss Siti Aisha is there as well. So can we all now smile?
Tan Sri Rector.
So Tan Sri Rector, Tan Sri Zul, are you? Okay, I don't think Tan Sri Zul. Okay.
All right.
Smile.
1, 2, 3. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Miss Siti.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I now respectfully invite Professor Dr. Nordin Yahya, Director of ECAP, to present the resolution derived from this webinar. Please welcome him. Professor Nordin, are you there?
Prof. Nordin is there. I can see him, but his voice is not muted, but Prof, your voice.
There's a little bit of a technical glitch. Can you just give us a moment, Prof? We can't hear you. Just hold on. Can you? Huh?
Oh, dekat part. It's at
Okay, it's according to the technical person here, it's probably at your side, Prof.
Is it okay now?
Yes, Alhamdulillah. All right.
Alhamdulillah.
Oh, all right.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes. We can't hear you. Hold on.
Testing.
Yeah.
Okay, good. We can hear you.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, but it's a little bit delayed, but it should be all right, I think.
But you can hear me. Please,
Yes.
because I need to share my presentation, please allow so that I can share my presentation.
Okay, is that, it's from your side, Prof? Dah ke? Boleh share? You can share it already. Oh, all right.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hopefully it's okay now.
Okay, good. Yes, we can
Right.
see your presentation.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, but it's a little bit delayed. But it should be alright.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih, MMC. Yang berbahagia Profesor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rektor IAUM, Pengerusi LPU, Naib Chancellor dan Timbalan Naib Chancellor Setiawan dan Swasta, Timbalan Rektor IAUM, pendaftar dan
You can share it already.
can you see my presentation now? Okay.
Can Prof,
Now I can
nampak?
see. All right. And the audio is okay now.
Yes, we can
Okay.
see your presentation.
All right. Let me proceed. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank International Islamic University Malaysia. It's a delay. Sorry. Thank you for inviting me to be part of the seminar. I've been given a very difficult task to consolidate great ideas and knowledge that have been shared by our distinguished speakers and panelists during this webinar, and have been asked to present it in a nutshell as brief as possible. They call it a resolution. What makes it even tougher is that I'm not even an expert in this subject matter, but I'm a great believer in whatever we do, the knowledge we preach, the research we do, the services that we render to the community, and I really appreciate and recognize the vision and initiative that have been put in place in many institutions to achieve this endeavor of education for sustainability. I believe in whatever we do, in whatever roles and capacity as individuals, all must be envisioned to bring mercy or rahmah to mankind and the whole world in the wholesome concept of rahmatan lil alamin, wa ma arsalna illa rahmatan lil alamin. In the course of today's seminar, we have covered a great range of topics about education for sustainable development by our invited speakers, presenting a diverse range of expertise and background. We have covered the topics on the role of higher education leaders in reorienting towards ESD, spirituality and sustainability towards ESD, ingenuity and ESD, and challenges, opportunities. It was a great pleasure to listen to our distinguished speakers throughout the day, and if I may mention the talks by Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Dr. Kamal Hassan, very insightful view of spirituality. Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Abdul Razak, Professor Charles Hopkins, Mr. Leong Saksing. We even have topic on ESD and the future generation. Interestingly delivered by our student speaker from IUM, Farida Hani Bukhari, who happened to be a coursemate of my daughter actually in the Kuliah of Law, representing the voice of the young. Very exciting perspective from the young generation who probably have different kind of lenses in viewing the world. Very meaningful sharing indeed. After all, they are who will carry the flag into the next generation. We had a great time listening to our invited panelists in the forum, moderated by Associate Professor Dr. Yazlina Yahya from ECAT on routing humanizing education for ESD. Very good combination of panelists from the Ministry, UNESCO, and industry. We learned so much today. Thank you again to all speakers. While we are listening to specific topics deliberated by our respective speakers and panelists within the area of education for SD, my major role now probably is to bring back the audience to the theme of our seminar today, which is leadership. I may not do justice to great content of the seminar, so rich of new knowledge, but the context I'm trying to bring back is leadership and education for sustainability. I will try my best, inshallah. Ladies and gentlemen, in this seminar, we have established through through a deliberation by our speakers on the following key points, which I may summarize as below. The United Nations 2030 Agenda for the Sustainable Development Goals aims to achieve a just and sustainable society. This ambition at the highest level now needs to be translated into actions on the ground in our country, at our institution. We need to address the community and the world's prevalent problems holistically and collectively. It has gone through a long journey since Second World War, Brundtland in 1987, Agenda 21 in 1991, Millennium Development Goals 2020 until 2015 with SDG. SDG is not perfect. In fact, it has mentioned by Professor Kamal, no spiritual dimension. But at least we have something in common with great consultation, including with the developed and also least developed countries. We have something in common for the world, for the whole world. And the issue is how to implement this big agenda. I would like to quote this one saying by Nelson Mandela. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. So it is partnership with education, a partnership with higher education that we can move forward. Education is a key part of this agenda. The SDG framework places education in a central role as a catalyst for transformational change. In fact, education for SD is bigger than SDG 4, like Prof. Charles Hopkins mentioned. To quote Malala Yousafzai, a Pakistani activist for female education and the youngest Nobel laureate, Prize laureate, all the SDGs come down to education. So sustainable development cannot be achieved by technological solutions, political regulation, financial instruments alone. Yeah, it can only be achieved if we change the way we think and act. For this change to happen, we need education. Universities can play an important role in the realization of the SDGs, as we have long been powerful drivers of global, national, and local innovation, economic development, and societal well-being. We can help to shape new ways of educating global citizens and delivering knowledge and innovation into society. They can contribute to the SDGs through learning and teaching activities, research, organizational governance, culture, operations, leadership, and all expected to actively engage in the process. Prof. Charles Hopkins also mentioned about Education 2030 framework for action that necessitates reform of the higher education sector through international agreements that establish and regulate teaching and learning activities so that they become aligned with sustainable development. And this roadmap intends to leverage the power of digital tools, open educational resources, and online learning to promote access, equity, quality, and relevance. He mentioned Target 4.7 in Education 2030 Framework for Action explicitly mentions education for sustainable development, ESD, and it has been mentioned by all speakers, ESD, as the kind of education that can empower learners with important knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values to address sustainable development challenges. ESD empowers everyone to make informed decisions in favor of environmental integrity, economic viability, and a just society for present and future generations. What is important is not only for now, but also future generations. For the ESD curriculum in the universities, while there is still debate on whether ESD should be offered as a standalone course or incorporated in all educational offerings, the number of university programs that explicitly identify themselves as representing the field of sustainability has increased globally. So as the number of programs that incorporate aspects of sustainability within an existing discipline. Again, Prof. Charles and Tafizul shared that sustainability education is booming in universities globally, especially in the developed countries, and began to have some traction recently in developing countries such as in Malaysia. Nevertheless, we have to recognize that the knowledge level of university students regarding the SDG is still probably relatively low, and much more can be done by universities to change this. Some efforts in the community have been done by our youth, like what have been shared by Farida Hani Bukhari through their NGOs and youth movements like Harmony Malaysia. Even they probably, without realizing that they're actually executing the very missions of SDG, and also the good work by civil society like Yayasan Saimdabi and the like. Yes, we must change, but who will do this? Who are the supposedly responsible to drive the transformational changes in the education institutions? The question remains that what kind of leadership that could strategically plan for transformation and change to take place in our institutions? There was a question about should SDG be embedded in even the strategic plan of the university, such that we could deliver the desired philosophy and aspired noble mission of education for SD. How to inspire the whole university community to align with the wished values and mission. Further, how to educate and inspire our student community to embrace SD. Our students are the next generation of learners who will be innovative professionals and leaders in the society, who we want them to help the people and communities. We want them to be ethical thinkers and creative problem solvers, knowledgeable in their technical disciplines, but eager for collaboration and continuous learning, as well as committed to the values of social justice, sustainability, integrity, and dedicated to bring mercy to mankind and the world. As leaders, we should be committed, to provide the platforms to educate our students and to equip our community, our academics, so that they'll be able to do that, so that our students can be as good as they possibly can in the process. So in order to drive ESD, Prof. Charles, I quoted a lot of his points this morning, emphasize on the need that higher education leaders should consider giving priorities on 5 key action areas. I just repeat again here is advancing policy to mainstream ESD into both education and sustainable development policies, so that future successors of leaders could continue the mission regardless. Number 2, transforming learning environments. There is to integrate sustainability principles in education and training settings through whole institution approaches. He really campaigned on the whole institution approaches. Building capacities of educators. That means to increase the capacities or the capabilities of educators and trainers. This aspect is certainly directly related to the role of universities in preparing their academics. Empowering and mobilizing students and youth. That is to multiply activities, programs, ESD actions among youth. This aspect has been strongly echoed by our student speaker, Hani Farida Bukhari. Accelerating local level actions to scale up ESD programs and multi-stakeholder ESD networks. This component of understanding the past and take advantage of indigenous knowledge that has been elaborated by Tafizul. Strongly, very, very strongly that so that holistic and inclusive solutions can be found by and for the local community. Almost all speakers deliberated in detail based on their perspective, either locally, nationally, or locally on 4 major initiatives to mobilize education and learning to accelerate progress towards development. The 4 are, I just mentioned again, access to and retention within quality, reorienting education and learning, enhancing the role of education and learning, as all relevant agendas, programs, and activities that promote sustainable development, training programs for all sectors. Talking about the role of university leaders, many speakers mentioned that we should go back to the fundamental role of higher education by looking at the mission of higher education institution. In most cases, it is generally agreed that there are three main missions of university education. Number one is education, number two is research, and number three is the third mission. The university is not only responsible for qualifying the human talents. I avoid using human capital, Prof. Zul maybe, disagree. So human talents, which is delivering the education for learners, the first mission, and for producing new knowledge, which is research. University must also engage with societal needs and demands by linking the university's activities with its own socio-economic context. This is an increasing demand for universities to use their knowledge from research and teaching to fulfill what we call third mission in society and economy. All speakers generally agree that the educational roles of universities in sustainable development should be reflected in the curriculum design, teaching and learning, research, as well as service delivery processes and approaches. Has to be holistic. So similarly in research, the focus should be about well-being for all, rooted on spirituality, values and ethics, fully engaged across schools and research centers in pursuit of a real interdisciplinary work, transfer of knowledge with purpose of mercy for mankind, rahmatan lil alamin again, and partnership with other bodies, NGOs, civil societies, as well as partners, global partners. By reaffirming a humanistic approach to education and research, or education with soul, many speakers mentioned about education with soul, will put more concern for sustainable human and social development and recognizing the diversity of reality, including the local community. We will not go wrong if we go back to the fundamental purpose of education in our falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan, which is developing the potential of individuals in a holistic and integrated manner so as to produce individuals who are intellectually, spiritually, emotionally, and physically balanced and harmonious, so beautifully crafted in our falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan already. So we should go back to our falsafah. We cannot go wrong. Based on a firm belief and in devotion to God. Even spirituality, which is void in an SDG, is already in our falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan. Such an effort is designed to produce Malaysian citizens who are knowledgeable and competent, who possesses high moral standards, and who are responsible and capable of achieving high level of personal well-being, as well as being able to contribute to the harmony and the betterment of the family, the society, and the nation at large. I don't know how many of us actually have read and really understand what does it mean by our falsafah pendidikan. It's so beautiful, it's so encompassing, so holistic, and we should not run away from this in order to move forward. Leaders. Okay, come back to leaders. Sustainability leadership entails the processes that higher education leaders, policy makers, and academics undertake in order to implement sustainable development policies and other initiatives within the institutions. I put a quote there quickly from Indian Prime Minister. The principle of common but differentiated responsibilities, the bedrock of our enterprise for sustainable world. That means every one of us has our own responsibility, irrespective where we are, at what level we are, whether you are the president of the university, whether you are the professor, or you are the administrator, or you are a student. So it encompasses approach, method, and systemic solutions to solve problems and drive institutional policy towards a more sustainable organization. Higher education institutions leaders play a particularly important role, especially with regard to their institutional leadership responsibility in promoting sustainable development. They must become change actors. They are the one who really drive change, considering the needs of present and future generations, and encouraging professionals that are adept and aware of SD. This implies that the whole university ecosystem should become oriented to educate students that will be capable of leading different types of organization in the future. Charles strongly advocated the whole institution approach in the transformation change. And Tan Sri also mentions Sejahtera so many times because this is so natural to our own society. Sustainability leadership is understood to be concerned with creating current and future benefits while improving the life of all stakeholders concerned: lecturers, students, industry, government, NGOs, society at large should be aware of the following challenges. Sustainability problems are complex problems. They are not simple. So complex problems require innovative and creative solutions. And we cannot do it alone. We must have partners. We cannot do it in silo. It has to be multidisciplinary in nature and must be collaborative in partnership. Number two, anyone can choose to take responsibility at all levels, anywhere. So leaders, the higher level leaders should motivate that anyone can become a leader, anywhere, in any capacity or level. So the role of a leader involves partnership, that team working, unlearning, relearning, instead of being a leader over and of other people. So beside the importance of the perspective of the management team and the role of academics as leaders in the institutions of higher education institutions, the development of students as sustainability leaders and the future role in society also has to be taken into account. I think that's very clear already. In this way, universities need leadership to create strategies with the vision of the future and connecting key areas, involving stakeholders, and we have to develop the development processes, coaching processes, inspiring people, creating creative programs, and making communities stronger by adaptation in order to manage and support all these challenges and demands. Leaders need to understand and be aware of challenges of their activities on the system and environment on which they interact. From the perspective of the individuals, the style adopted by the leader, such as inclusive, visionary, creative, team working, empathy, selfless, could contribute to sustainability leadership practices. If the leaders have set of competencies, values, knowledge, and skills, it will make them engage in leadership that seeks to preserve the systems, the earth system practically. To increase the performance of a leader, it is important to develop leadership competencies. That means fostering specific skills and capabilities, which will be needed by the leader during its job fulfillment. Some methods of leadership development have been practiced in many industries, although still slow to take place in higher education institutions, such as multilateral feedback, executive coaching, mentorship, experiential learning, attachment, etc. This is actually ACAP's leadership model, where almost all competencies required to drive ESD, as mentioned by many speakers, are already identified in our model. It's already there. We believe that we are heading in the right direction for the future. If we are able to identify the right pool of talents very early in the universities and really develop our potential leaders, emerging leaders, accordingly, so that they are ready with all the future challenges that we are talking about today. So we are not short of future leaders with the right mindset, with the right mission and vision to lead, and the right values to lead our institutions. So finally, there are several gaps that leaders of higher education institutions should consider in addressing education for sustainable development. So the required leadership competencies must be reflected in the tangible or intangible outcome that communities should feel and acquire: quality of humanity, humanizing leadership, higher education institutions leader. These are issues. I mean, these are points to ponder based on the resolution of our seminar today. Leaders and change management. Leaders need to steer their own course to be in control of the changes happening around us and be able to influence the change. Institutions need to become producers of knowledge, not only consumers. Higher education institutions need to realize that they are playing a different role. HEI's leaders need to repurpose the learning, which is to bring back values into education. We also need to transform the higher education. And as I mentioned before, that ESD is much more bigger than, broader than the SDG 4 itself, because education is the one who will drive almost everything. Leadership in higher education is important, as there is pessimists who shall complain about the change while the optimists expect the change, and the leaders need to adjust the change so that the change could happen. HEIs need to be ready to clarify and articulate the why and why now the orientation should take place. They also need to clarify the sustainability concept on an individual, institution, and global scale. Spirituality, this, and other intangible is the dimension that should reshape ESD towards nurturing change in individual societies and civilizations. With spirituality, HEI leaders will meaningfully and holistically advocate SDGs. Spirituality brings forward responsible interactions between human beings, environment, and God. Indigeneity is the added or organic inherent value that should be rooted in ESD to create the world that we want through values-based education. HI leaders should conceptualize the true meaning of sustainability by promoting the past traditions, heritage, and practices through the ingenious knowledge and wisdom. It is the ingenious knowledge that reminds us that the sense of protection of life and environment is part of sustainable lifestyle. Youth should be empowered as the agents of change for ESD. EHI leaders should recognize the potential and enthusiasm shown by youth to promote and practice ESD. Collaborating with the youth will potentially engage to wider audiences, especially on education, by various means, including responsible social media. Education should be promoted as an independent entity, which is academic freedom that stimulates educating the current and future generations for kesejahteraan diri of community locally and globally. Despite the pressing challenges posed by the pandemic, there are a lot of opportunities that can spearhead change in ESD. HI leaders should rethink and re-strategize the ways to deliver ESD in the institutions. Post-COVID-19 has allowed HI leaders to reset the approaches and to transform holistically. Education in Malaysia must be a continuum based on the ideas and ideals advocated by Falsafah Pendidikan Kebangsaan, as I mentioned earlier. So as I mentioned earlier, the task of presenting a resolution is really challenging for me. I'm still thinking that I have not done justice to the extremely rich content from this seminar by looking on the certain aspects of all the big ideas presented. I apologize for my shortcoming. With that, I end my presentation here. Thank you again to IAM for organizing this program with ECAP, and to all speakers and participants in this ECAP Global Series for your continued support. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Nordin, for sharing and elaborating on the resolutions. Let us all do our part in the effort to materialize the webinar's resolution. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite Honorable Datuk Sri Dr. Mazlan Yusof, Secretary General, Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia, to deliver his closing remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Salatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh, and warm greetings to all. I would like to extend my thanks to Yang Bahagia Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector of the International Islamic University Malaysia, and Yang Bahagia Professor Dr. Nordin Yahya, Director of Akademi Kepimpinan Pendidikan Tinggi, Minister of Education Malaysia, and all audience in this seminar. Praised be to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, as it is because of His mercy and compassion we are here for the closing session of a webinar on education for sustainable development, or in short, ESD. First of all, I would like to congratulate and thank the management of ACAP, Ministry of Higher Education, and the International Islamic University Malaysia, or IIUM, for organizing a very much relevant webinar. I would like also to thank the organizer for inviting me to deliver the closing remarks. I applaud the organizer for the continuous effort in realizing humanizing leadership through this global intellectual discourse. The world indeed needs higher education institutions, leaders, to work together and craft the best education framework for ESD, and programs such as this provides the platform for higher education institutions, leaders to do that. While this academic undertaking is a serious and genuine continuation of the efforts for education reform, this seminar, however, has a qualitative difference owing to its comprehensiveness and different background of panelists. Thus, on behalf of the ministry, I would like to express my gratitude and appreciation to all panelists who have shared their thoughts and insight in this webinar. Ladies and gentlemen, I need not repeat what has been said time and again about education and the dividends that we have received from it. As and when we become accustomed to the ways of this new world, the education of modern era continues to uphold its importance and significance in society. Within the sphere of our existence, one of the most important matters that we have to understand for the future is that we must apply the knowledge to real life situation. With the current scenario and the fact that the world will continue to be in volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, or popularly abbreviated as VUCA, higher education institutions play a vital role in shaping the future generation. We need to be on our toes. We need to expect changes to take place, and we need to be willing to change. I would like to share a few lines from one of the popular songs by Michael Jackson that I believe is very much related to our current situation. In his song titled Man in the Mirror, he uttered, "If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and then make change. Ladies and gentlemen, indeed, in this current era of VUCA, change is inevitable. We have to embrace it, and change has to start from us. Therefore, it is my belief that universities must be made into quadrants of character building in a manner that would reflect upon the kind of citizens we would like to have in the future. While higher education institutions have contributed in a number of leaders in various fields out there, the willingness and contribution to solve problems in society still remain important and needs further intensification. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to have sustainable education and produce good quality graduates, leaders in higher education institutions must display the right examples. Agility is necessary in a leader to be able to positively adapt and react to the rapid changes and demands in the higher education ecosystem. This is where ACAP steps in with its talent management programs based on the competency models to shape the Malaysian higher education leaders. The training courses designed emphasize on values, ethics, tact, and courtesy, organizational commitment, and other important values that will provide the skills needed to be excellent and efficient leaders. Talking about education, I'm reminded of one of the pearls of wisdom from Jalaluddin Ar-Rumi, who used to say, when you are in a discussion or deliberation and putting your point or opinion or views, raise your words, not voice, because it is rain that grows flowers, not thunder. ACAP has achieved numerous recognitions in competency-based human resource talent management through leadership profiling system management higher education institution. The awards received are a grand prize winner and a gold award in the Innovation Carnival at UMT, Silver Award in Invention, Innovation and Design Exposition or IIDEX 2020, and a Silver Award in ICON 2020. The talent management system has also been shortlisted in the current 20th Malaysia Institute of Human Resource Management or MIHRM. MIHRM has given opportunity and privilege to ACAP to share best practices in competency-based talent management system or CBTM. CBTM is the platform that links ACAP with industry players in human resource by sharing and demonstrating systems that have worked in implementing talent management in organizations. In addition, the ministry is also committed in ensuring a structured, trusted, and caliber talent management system is in place for higher learning institutions. The consistency and perseverance of ACAP and 20 public universities in promoting CBTM has been a fruitful journey. The synergy, commitment, and consistency are aligned to the initiatives and aspirations of the Ministry of Higher Education in strengthening the talent management ecosystem in the higher education institutions. On another note, ACAP's collaboration with IIUM has gone a very long way, in which IIUM has collaborated with ACAP in numerous kinds of projects relating to the leadership profiling, establishing courses for the leaders, and also through a public seminar such as this webinar and a few others that have been conducted last year and a month ago. It is through smart partnerships such as this that we reach out to a bigger audience in promoting leadership in higher education. I am looking forward to more leadership programs that would see the collaboration between ACAP, universities, and perhaps also industry players. Let us build the culture of niceties, the culture of knowledge, the culture of love, and the culture of respect, and the culture of sejahtera. I know and I do agree that to embrace the new norms is challenging. To make change is difficult, but we need to take the first step, as the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a first step. With strong determination, commitment, and belief, we will be able to confidently move forward and succeed, inshallah. Fellow presenters, participants, ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely hope that all of us will give our level best to make ESD happen for our future generation. In the words of Nelson Mandela, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. We have right weapon. Therefore, my fellow comrades, let us use it to the best of our ability. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I end my speech today. Again, I would like to express my gratitude to both ACAP and IIUM for organizing this program. Kudos to a job well done. Thank you, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Honorable Datuk Sri Dr. Mazlan Yusof, for the thought-provoking take-home messages. On behalf of the organizers, we would like to express our utmost gratitude and appreciation to Honorable Datuk Sri for gracing this event with his presence this afternoon. We would also like to record our appreciation to the speakers, panelists, and moderators. Finally, we would like to sincerely thank all the participants of this seminar. We hope you have not only benefited from this webinar, but shall make a meaningful contribution to the world. We have a lot of work to do after this, but I'm confident that together we will be able to materialize the resolutions for the betterment of the world. We apologize for any shortcomings and hope to see you again in future programs. One last request from the Secretariat. Can I ask all the speakers, panelists, moderators, and the IIUM UMC members to switch on your camera for one last photo? All right, smile to the camera. We had a good seminar today, alhamdulillah. So smile, everybody. Okay. All right, then. Okay, then with that, thank you so much. Have a good day. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Terima kasih semua.
Thank you semua. Good job,
Terima kasih,
well
Dr. Rizal.
done, Team IIUM, and thank you to all the panelists. Thank you, Tan Sri Zul. And thank you to all the audience who's out there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Yas.
Thank
Thank
you.
you,
Work
Prof.
begins.
Nordin. Thank you all.
Prof. Nordin, work begins.
Work begins.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
Salam.
Waalaikumsalam.